Everybody that wants to talk will have an opportunity to do so, and I'll stay as long as it takes to make that happen. We do have people joining from all over the world, so I'm excited to get started. And as you can see behind me, something that means a lot to me is sitting right there, and it'll be here for the entirety of the night. It is the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. And so what we'll do now is we'll just wait for some people to start signing up and logging in. And as soon as they do, we'll get started. All right, so let's tell a little bit of stories about Mike Sexton on my end before people start coming in. Yeah, Mike had everything, right? He had such a great life, and he was so good at everything that he did. In the early days of the World Poker Tour, nobody really knew how it was going to turn out. Without Mike Sexton, the WPT would have never happened. It was his and Steve Lipscomb's inspiration, and a lot of Mike Sexton and Linda Johnson's sweat to get out there and pound the pavement and try and get people to believe that a televised poker tour would work. So I know, because I was in one of those early meetings when I was working up at Lucky Chances Casino, and Mike Sexton came in with Steve Lipscomb and said, look, we're going to put televised poker on TV. And of course, the first question that we had at Lucky Chances Casino, which was just a little small card room in Northern California, was, well, who else is in? And luckily they had secured Bellagio at this point. And Bellagio obviously was one of the biggest and the best casinos in the world at the time, and still is today. And because Bellagio was a part of the World Poker Tour, we jumped on too. And then all of the other partner casinos that got in, the Commerce Casino, the Bicycle Casino, Foxwoods, and many, many others in that first season. So poker wouldn't be the same without Mike Sexton. Who knows if I would have had the career that I've had without Mike Sexton. I am very fortunate to be there and have. We are about ready to get started. And like I said, we have some people that are in the chat right now. And I'm working with my men behind the scene. And look, our first person has joined. And this is Greg McAndrews. He is the cousin. And he's got a few stories to tell about a little rivalry that may have happened over the years. Hello, Greg. Just need to unmute your microphone. There you go. Should be able to hear you now. All right. All right, so maybe it's just me, but I can't hear him. And so we're going to get this story all over again. So Greg, we're going to have you do it again as soon as we get some audio. Like I said, this isn't polished, and we are ready to go. Look at that hat, the SC hat. I'm not an SC fan either. I'm on Mike's side of this one. We're going to get that audio working in just a second. Yes. Lupe, you are doing it right. I see you popping up there. But we are working behind the scenes to get these audio messages fixed. Greg, I see you. And we're going to come back to you. We're going to come back to you. Let's get somebody else in there. Other people have raised their hand, and we do have a big bunch of people in here. Let's get the legend on, Mr. Billy Walters. Let's unmute Billy Walters. Let's see if I can hear him. All right. Billy Walters is a name that if you do not know him, you do not know Las Vegas. Billy, are you here? Can I hear you? All right. There he is, the legend, Billy Walters. Billy, welcome to the Mike Sexton celebration of life and his birthday celebration. We're very lucky to have you. Fire away.
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Mike was literally not only a great friend, he was my favorite one of my favorite people of all times. And I met Mike, gosh, back in the late 70s, early 80s. Chip Reese and I were partners in 1982. And I met Mike actually before that. I met him in Jack Binion's Gambler's Golf Tournament. And if anybody knew Mike, he was an action man all the way, whether it be golf, sports, poker. And one thing I knew from the moment I met Mike Sexton, he and I, we had a lot in common. And over the years, he and I had a lot of fun together. And thought I might share a couple stories that some of you guys could relate with Mike. I mean, we could talk about sports, poker, golf, whatever. Like I said, Mike was the action man, whatever it was. But Mike, Puggy Pearson, myself, and Tommy Fisher had been down to La Costa, and it was in the summertime. And we were down there to get out of the Vegas heat to play some golf. And Puggy had gone in the pro shop, and he bought some golf balls at La Costa, and they had logos on them. And we played our last day at La Costa, and we came back to Las Vegas, and we made a match, and we were playing at Canyon Gate Country Club. And Mike and Tommy Fisher were partners, and Puggy and I were partners. And if anybody knew Pug, he wasn't going to go down easy. He was going to, whatever resources Pug had, he was going to use them. So we got to the 18th hole at Canyon Gate, and Pug hit a ball, and it sliced off the right. And if you played Canyon Gate Country Club, there's a bunker to the right, and there's water. And it looked to all of us. It looked to me especially. Puggy was my partner. The ball went in the water. Well, Tommy and Mike and myself, we hit the ball over on the left side of the fairway in the rough. So Puggy let me out. He rushed over there to where his ball was at. Instead of him dropping the ball, he jumped in the bunker, and he said, "Here it is, here it is." So Pug hit that ball out of the bunker as fast as he could. Well, Mike took off in the golf cart. He rushed up to the green. He got there about the same time Puggy did. Puggy ran over the ball. He said, "Identify this ball, Pug." Pug said, and Mike said, "It's the Titleist 8." But anyway, the ball had a La Costa logo on it. And Mike said, "Okay, Puggy, now what do you have to say for yourself?" Puggy said, "I'll never play golf again with a logoed ball."
That's a fact. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is a fact.
Mike loved to negotiate on the gambling. I think he probably learned that from you and Puggy and the guys, because he was a great negotiator towards the end. That's for sure.
Yes, he was. And one last story. He called me up one time, and he wanted to borrow $10,000. He was going to play some golf with a guy named Jamie Crow. And this guy, Jamie Crow, was new to Las Vegas, and he knew that I'd known Jamie Crow because Jamie Crow used to work for me. So he said, "How's this guy play?" I said, "Well, Mike," I said, "if this guy didn't have the personal habits he has," I said, "he could probably beat most of the guys on tour." He said, "Well, I made a game with him at the TPC, and he's giving me a shot a hole." He said, "You want a piece of it?" I said, "No, I don't want any part of it, Mike." I said, "This guy's a really good player." He said, "I don't believe there's a man allowed to give me a shot a hole." I said, "Well, you go ahead and try him." So he called me back that afternoon. He said, "Billy," he said, "it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks before I get this money." I said, "What happened?" He said, "The guy shot 62.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I said, Mike is one of those few guys that I knew over the years that I literally don't know anyone that ever knew Mike Sexton that had a bad word to say about Mike, that didn't like Mike. He was just a great guy. And I know for sure that Mike Sexton had the Raiders last night.
Yeah. That's for sure. Billy, thank you so much for joining in. You're a legend of Las Vegas. You're a legend of so many different things. So really appreciate your time. And I know Mike was a good friend. He talked a lot about you, and really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And thank you for doing this for Mike.
Okay, you got it. Take care. All right. So let's try Greg McAndrews one more time. Let's see if we can get him to get back in there. Greg, let's see if we got your audio. Greg? No, not yet. Not yet. Still don't quite have it yet. We're going to try and get your audio working. It's something on your end, Greg. So we need to fix that. So maybe you can run a test. There's a test on Zoom and you can try and get back in. But right now I'm going to jump over to Sam Cariotti. He works with the World Poker Tour and he is with our global tour management. Sam, I know you spent some time with Mike Sexton recently. How you doing?
Doing well, Matt. Thanks for tonight. It was really tough to try to come up with a story about Mike. There's so many. And I was actually scrolling through my phone tonight, and I came across an old voice memo that sparked this 24 hours that I remember that just, I'll never forget. So for those who know, Mike, when he won his championship, he was up in Montreal. I was not able to be there in person because our next event was down in Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. And Mike was playing, and there was some talk as he was going deep that they may have to change his flight to get down to Punta Cana in time for the next day, because we had to start that event right away. Mike just displays everything old school, grinding back from a short stack and ends up winning it. It was incredible to watch it from so far away and just be so excited for him. But the 24 hours from when that happened to him then getting on the flight, going all the way down to Punta Cana, he's going from the cold weather into the humid weather, everything about it. You would think at that point, he had just won the championship, like he would have a moment to himself or that he would want that. And that was not the case. He used that opportunity to further the game even still. And the voice memo that I came across was there was an interview request for him to talk about his life's work and getting the championship. And do you know, during this, he spent more time highlighting others. And I remember specifically, he was talking about Linda Johnson, he was talking about Steve Lipscomb, and he wanted to pay tribute to the people who made it possible. Yes, he won this event, but he realized that he wouldn't have had that if it wasn't for everything that came before it. And to see him, that giving spirit that he had. And it was just tremendous to see in that 24 hours what he went through and how it really didn't change him. And then we actually did an interview with him, and he was talking about the championship belt and giving that to his son Ty, and it was just really, really touching. There was one other thing that I was thinking of, just to leave it up on a higher note, is we were in at Dusk Till Dawn Poker Club, and if you've been there, it's a great room for poker players. It's designed for poker, but the tough part is that it's tough to get to the tables. You have to be on a certain tier. And I remember Mike was short stacked in the tournament, was on a break. We were doing an interview with one of the party poker qualifiers, and I could see the look on his face where he realized that he had to get back to the table, but he didn't want to interrupt the interview. And he locked eyes with me like, don't worry, I won't mess up your interview. And he took off running to get to his seat. And you've heard of a photo bomb. Well, he did a video bomb. He found the perfect time to sort of look at the camera just as he went by. And that was Mike, always thoughtful of others. But I know you got a long night ahead of you, Matt. Thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam. And that night was an amazing night. I remember I was working down at Commerce, and I actually cried that night too. So, Mike's provided a lot of joy and a lot of tears over the years. That was one night that I was crying tears of joy. All right, let's go over to Jonathan Little. Now, Jonathan, I know you have a great story, and that Mike has been very impactful in your life. So if you can step up and tell your story.
Yeah, so I probably don't know Mike near as well as many people here because I'm a bit younger than him. I haven't really gambled with him much at all, but I feel like he sort of took me under his wing to some extent. I mean, I try to be a good ambassador for poker, and we would often go out for lunch or have a drink after a poker tournament or just like hang out, right? And one time he invited me over to his house after a tournament at Bellagio, and we just like sat around, had a beer, and he went through this book called Poker Face 2, which is this like giant 500-page book of poker photographs. You should definitely check it out if you have not. And he had a story about basically every single person in this book. It was amazing. Like, these people I'd never seen before in my life, and he just knew something about all of them. And after a few talks, I convinced him that he needed to write down these stories and, make sure that people like me, young idiots, know poker history, right? Because we don't know what poker was like back in even the 90s, which is not all that long ago. So I had him write this book called Life's a Gamble. This is autobiography. Make sure you check it out. It is a great book of Mike's life and also lots of other fun poker stories. So make sure you check that out. You learn a lot about Mike and a lot about poker history. And then another time that was kind of influential to me is we were in Montreal, where Mike would often go to play the poker tournaments that were Party Poker Series or WPT Series. And I sort of like, off the cuff mentioned to Mike that I was having a breakfast on the next morning for me and my fans, because I try to do that whenever we go to play poker tournament series. And Mike said that it was a great idea. And if he's available early, maybe he'll show up for a few minutes. And he actually showed up about an hour and a half before the tournament and sat and had breakfast with me and a bunch of my students. And they all loved it. They had an amazing time. And that's just like an example of Mike showing up for no real reason, just to hang out with fans of poker. And he made being a poker ambassador seem effortless and easy. And he is my role model. And I hope I can be half as good as he is one day.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, you're on the right path. I mean, I know you're doing a lot of great things for poker, and I know that he was influential. We're going to keep him definitely in our thoughts. And I'm going to jump to the next person. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Welcome to hang around and share another story later on. Appreciate it. All right, Ron Rubens. There's a guy I haven't seen in a while. Ron, you were with WPT boot camps years ago, and I know that Mike had stepped into some of those boot camps and helped you out at some point. Is that correct?
That is correct. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
So thanks for putting this together, Matt. I appreciate it. Mike taught probably maybe 20 or maybe 25 boot camps over the years. I did a different kind of boot camp business before and came up with this concept, and we, pitched the World Poker Tour. And one of the very first things was I was in Foxwoods, and I was a total fanboy. Like, I had been at the World Series the year earlier and had gotten people's autographs. I mean, I was such a fanboy and nervous to go talk to him, much less engage him about helping us start this business. And we approached him at the filming of the final table at Foxwoods, and he was super nice. And then he's like, "Hey, why don't we just have dinner?" And I was like, "Oh my God, we're gonna have dinner with Mike Sexton." And so we went and had dinner at the steakhouse in Foxwoods. I do remember him, and I remember him doing this a couple times, as he would get ketchup and say, "Don't tell the chef." He'd get a steak. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Yeah. But, so we had dinner and pitched the boot camp idea to him and wanted to get his involvement. And he was just it was like, it couldn't have gone any better for us. He was interested in helping us develop the courseware and teaching some of the camps, and then he invited me out to his Christmas party where I met other poker pros, and, he gave me advice on who would be good. And, he really just helped us get this thing launched and get media attention. And it was just, a great way to start. I mean, he just had this way about him when he talked that, I mean, I've met a lot of people in my life and listened to a lot of public speakers, but he just, the way he was on television and the way he was in person, he just had this way of making everybody, when he would speak and tell a story, he just had such enthusiasm and this kind of grace about him that really just, you listen to everything he said. So what else was I going to say here? So he really helped us fill the camps in the early days. In terms of an MC, he was just one of the best I'd ever seen. We were once doing a champions boot camp, and I remember I had to give him some complex instructions that he had to give the audience, and he was sitting there on the microphone talking, and I whispered into his ear, and he said it more eloquently than I could ever. If I sat there and wrote it, I couldn't think of a better way to say it to get everybody's attention. He just had such great verbal skills and a way to get people to listen to him on the microphone. One story that I think of when I think of Mike Sexton was, and I can see Lyndon Johnson and Jan Fisher here. They were there for the story. We were in Reno at one of our champions boot camps, and somehow the day's ending, and we're talking about bowling because there's a bowling alley there, and somehow there is a prop bet getting started on getting Mike down to the bowling alley, and can he break 140 and he got 2 games to do it. So this ends up becoming a whole crew of like 25 people. We end up going down to the lane, and he starts bowling, and I never got involved in these prop bets because I just wasn't into that. But this one, I was on the hook for like $500, which is a lot for me to make a prop bet on. And, he didn't get it on the first game. And then about halfway through the second game, he picks up a spare and he hits a strike and everybody's cheering, including me. It was probably the most I ever was happy when losing a bet was to see him break 140. Everyone was cheering, even the people that were, losing the bet.
No.
I've met a lot of
No.
no,
No.
not everybody was cheering.
We lost $10,000.
We lost $10,000. No, we weren't laughing at
Oh.
the very game.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention to Linda and Jan at the time. Sorry, I was cheering. I had a small bet on it.
Yeah.
So I just want to just end it with, I've met a lot of people throughout my life and listened to a lot of public speakers, and I've been influenced by people, and definitely one of the top influences on my life, and helped me create a business that was the most fun thing I've ever done in my life. And I'm very thankful to have gotten to spend time with him.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ron. I think that you're going to hear that a lot tonight. All right. Let's go down to one of.
I'm Ron Rubens, by the way.
Oh, Ron. What did I say? I said Ron, didn't I?
No, just someone tell your name. I didn't.
Oh, no. That's fine. All right. Let's go to one of my favorite people in the world. Not you, Tony Burns. John Caldwell. John Caldwell, let's hear from you and stories that you have. Now, you started Poker News, right? Many, many years ago.
That's right. And this will be a story from the early days of Poker News. First of all, how can I live up to that billing? But thank you very much. So the first tournament we ever covered at Poker News was the 2004 LAPC in LA. And that's where, you met me and I was, you're a thorn in your side, I'm sure. But the first tournament we covered out of town was the Bay 101 Shooting Star in San Jose. And I'm the first guy there, media row, this thing. And, look, I'm a new guy. I'm trying to start this business. I had this crazy Lithuanian partner that some of you know. When I took over the site, the site was in English, written by Lithuanians who weren't native English speakers. It was a big mess. So I'm new though. I'm trying to figure things out. And, I didn't know many people in poker. I was trying to just figure my way. And we did the LAPC and that went okay, but I didn't really know much about it. I wasn't feeling super comfortable. So this is the first time I'd ever been. I'd been to Commerce a bunch. Sorry, I should say that. So I was comfortable there. It was fine. Never been to Bay 101. So I go to Bay 101. First day we're covering any tournament. I'm setting up, trying to keep my space small, just trying to be a good citizen of the world or whatever. And I barely get my stuff up. And a guy who we shall remain nameless, who is potentially owns another poker media outlet, comes up to me and says, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, Poker News, this, that, and the other. And we're doing this." And he goes, "You have no chance. You should quit right now." And I was stunned and shocked. And I wanted to be supportive, and I wanted other people to be supportive of me, even if they were quote unquote the competition. And it just shocked me. And it just so happened that Mike was walking by at that time, and he just turns and looks at me. Hadn't met him, didn't know it. I mean, I knew who he was, obviously, and he was, bigger than life, as we all know. And it kind of shocked me just as much as what the guy just said to me. I look up and it's Mike Sexton. He just looks at me and goes, "Don't listen to that." And just keeps walking. And he was just so supportive in the early days, and couldn't have been more welcoming to some guy who, just came from rock and roll and loved poker, and tried to get this business going. Didn't know anybody, accosted by a competitor, and made me feel welcome and made me feel comfortable. And from that point on, every interaction I ever had with him was about positivity. And we talked some about how poker needs all the help it can get. And let's all kind of be in this boat together and try to make it work. I sincerely appreciated that at that time. I appreciate, him to this day. I will, I mean, a lot of people on this call knew him a lot better than I did, but I must say, he's one of those guys that even the people that know him a little less, he had a big influence, and he certainly had a big influence on me when I was starting in a new world, trying to figure my way out. and I can't say enough how much I appreciated that moment and how much I appreciated his continued support and how much I miss the poker world. And that was definitely a big part of it. So thank you for the time, Matt. And I'll see you on the golf course or whatever.
Thank you very much, John. I do appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, we're going to hear a lot of stories just like that. He had support for everybody. He worked very hard in the early days to get sponsorship, and Poker News was a big part of that. I mean, it was something that had never even existed. And we thank you for your hard work with Poker News and getting that started. And we're going to have Tony G later, that crazy Lithuanian guy. He's coming in later. All right, let's go to Deborah McAndrews-Reese. Now, I do not know you. You're a person I do not know, but I have a feeling there's a relation there to Mr. Mike Sexton. Is that correct? Oh, you need to unmute. We need to unmute you. Hold on. There we go. Now we got you unmuted.
Okay. Mike was my cousin. His mother and my mother were sisters. So we were very, very close. And I'm having a birthday party for him tonight. And people that are at my house, first of all, I want to show you the cake I have. It is lemon from Karen and Ty. They sent us a birthday cake to share with Mike. Mike used to stay in our casita when he had games out here in Palm Springs. And one day he woke up in the morning because he would play, like Vince said, until like 6 o'clock in the morning. He'd come in and he would want to go to sleep, not eat. And he got up in the morning and he goes, Deb, where's my phone? I can't find my phone. I just played poker and I gotta tell these guys I'm gonna make it later, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, Deb, if you find my phone, you can have anything you want. Nice. And I go, anything? And he goes, yeah. And I go, give me the keys to your car. And he goes, no, don't start there because I've looked in the front and the back and everywhere. And I go, give me the keys to your car, Mike. I get the keys. I pop open the back. His jacket is in the back. I move it 1 inch. The phone is right there. That was what I call a man search. He got to the house and he goes, I wasn't kidding you. What do you want? I think he expected me to say money or something. I go, I want a poker game with you. Share you with all my friends. And they're all here for his birthday. And I want to thank Karen and Ty for a birthday cake because I love them dearly. But I got to show you all my friends. Come and see. And then there's Greg that wants to talk in a minute, my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, he stayed at our house. My husband wants to know. And he did come. And then we have the poker player winner right here. All these people knew Mike. So just say hi. Say hi, everybody.
Oh, thank you so much.
I tried to share Mike with everybody because, as you know, he was one of my favorite people. He walked in the door, he walked in any place, and you knew you were going to have a good time. Linda, thank you for everything you've done for Mike. I really appreciate it. And Greg, I hope you're next. I'm done. I want to keep it short. But all of these people want to say, happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday, Mike. Happy birthday,
Mike. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Talk now if you want.
All right. All right. Next up, we'll go down to South Florida.
And then
my very good friend, Tony Burns. He's in tonight on the East Coast. Tony, I know that Mike had a big impact on you and still probably will as you carry on through your career.
Hi, good evening, Matt, and thank you for putting this on tonight and everybody at WPT. For myself, getting into poker, it's right around the 2003 mark, with Moneymakers Win, and that winter, I can remember playing, home games and hearing, season 2, 5 Diamond, hearing Mike's voice and just all the iconic one-liners, too many to go through, and just hearing his voice resonate, and getting you excited about poker, being 21 years old, hard to keep the attention span and get somebody into something, but poker was just such a, it's a fun game that, it's led me to the career today. And there's been only a few times in my life where, I felt things come full circle. And I'll never forget 2016. It was my first year as a tournament director at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, and doing that very first shuffle up and deal, with him and you and Vince and Bill Mason and Jason Newman and standing in that line and just getting caught up in that moment of, wow, never did I think when I was getting into poker 13 years ago that I would be a part of a shuffle up and deal. And just kind of a funny story. So we had the Showdown Championship that year, and all the shuffle up and deal and the cameras being on. I mean, Mike, he wanted to know your name. He nailed my name, in introductions. And then we had the finale, and once again, he nails all the names, and just in that way that he did. And then the Tournament of Champions, that was the first year of the WPT of the Tournament of Champions, and I remember the cameras were on. They were doing the filming. And he went to go to my name and he just blinked. And you were standing right by him and you were just like, Tony Burns. And he just hit it right, Tony Burns. And he just right on cue. And I remember when the cameras went down, he came to me afterwards and he just felt so bad for forgetting my name. And just like Lynn, what she said earlier, he stood by the door and he wanted to make sure he knew everybody's name. He wanted you to feel special. And, the rest of the trip, for the Tournament of Champions, every time he saw me, because it was my first year. I didn't, all the names that he's gone through all the years and decades, for him to come up to me and just apologize for not getting my name right. I was like, no, it's not that big of a deal, but just like I said, how he was always one of the last ones to leave the room. He might leave for a little bit and then he would come back. He wanted to see who made the final table. He genuinely cared. I'm sure it was that same way at the other stops, but he always made sure to see who made the final table and, who's still left in the field. He'd come down and talk to you. I could go on and on. The booth in Vegas, he'd stop by every summer and see me. We'd chat about poker and life. And he would always talk about how the Seminole Hard Rock did it right and how they took care of the players. And just really appreciative for him and everything that he's meant for me and my career and everybody at the WPT family, thinking about everybody. And great night, great stories, and thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Well, thanks, Tony. I look forward to going back to Seminole Hard Rock down there and bringing this Mike Sexton Champions Cup down there for the first time, as it has been named after Mike Sexton. Thanks again, Tony. Hope you'll stick around. All right, next I'll head over to, again, another Floridian, Miss Donna Blevins. How are you doing? Say hello. We're going to try and get Greg on here. Greg, we're still trying. We're still working on your audio. Can you say anything? Still can't hear you. All right, Donna.
Hello. How are you?
We hear you.
Sorry, did I yell?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll be quieter. I just didn't know if you heard me or not.
I heard you just fine. That's all right.
Hello, Linda, Jan, God, everybody. Hi, I love you. Okay, you want me to talk, right? Shut up.
Shuffle up and deal. Let's go.
Okay, so you asked me for a funny story. A funny story in relationship to Mike. Well, the first year that I met Mike and Jan and Linda was 1999, and it was at his Tournament of Championship, the Tournament of Champions. And we had a meal and with Mike, and to this day, I'm not sure exactly how we were able to get that. It's like I was nobody in the industry. I had become a poker journalist in 1998 with Poker Digest. And we're talking, and Mike's talking about how he really liked the European version of televised poker, but it just really wasn't good. There was these glass, and they had to put the cards there so they could see what people were holding. And my husband said to him, Mike, have you ever had a colonoscopy? And he said, well, I've had the shit beat out of me, but why do you ask that? And he said, well, when you have a colonoscopy, they put this little tiny camera up your butt, and it has a light, but it's a little tiny camera, and that camera would be perfect to use to build into a poker table. And he said, that's just a really, really good idea. So I also wanted to credit my husband, Gregory White, so with being the seed that prompted the whole televised World Poker Tour in relationship to senior cards. So it was because he wanted to know if he had ever had a colonoscopy, and that was the funny part of it. And it was just a wonderful experience. And the following year in 2000, I saw him again at the World Series of Poker, and he was just, it was like I was an old friend, you know. I mean, I'm 6'5", and I'm really hard to miss, and he just treated me like I was an important person, and that was what's so wonderful. He's made me feel like I was really important. And just before we left, we were traveling in our motorhome, by the way, and that was the year that Linda Johnson gave me her seat at the final to watch at the final table. And that was really pretty exciting to be able to sit within 10 feet of the final table. And Lipscomb was playing after that. Lipscomb was playing the, you know, Hold'em, and just cash Hold'em. And he said, "Can you teach me how to play?" And I said, "Well, I don't know much about the game. I'm just have a column that's just really little." And he said, "Please teach me how to play." And so we shared with him the concept of, my husband asked him if he had ever had a colonoscopy too. So if you ever feel like that you've had the shit beat out of you, well, you know, think about that. That is the foundation of televised poker today.
Thank you very much, Donna. Love seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while, so I'm glad. She's a mindset coach. Check her out over there in Florida. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Donna.
Take care. Thank you.
All right, we're going to head over to, two of my favorite women in the world, besides my wife, Marianne. Jan and Linda, what are you guys doing?
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear us?
Good. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh my gosh, that was quite a beautiful celebration that WPT
Yes.
hosted. I mean, they're so professional, and I'm just amazed. So
they do it like they do chicken, right? They do video, right? Yeah.
Now, Linda, I know you guys are cried out. You spent the last few days with Mike. We're not supposed to be talking about sad things, but myself, I want to say thank you to both of you for being there with Mike till the end. It was it was you that was giving the information out to me, and we appreciate it. I know Mike did as well, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there. All right, so tell me something funny about Mike.
Oh my gosh, well, I love the tribute, the video that Karen and Ty posted, and so I'll tell you, the first day that Ty was born, Jan and I went to the hospital on the day he was born, and Mike was holding Ty when we walked into the room, and we were there for 2 hours, and Mike never looked up.
He never set the baby down. He
just looked at Ty for 2 hours and told him he was going to be the most loved child in the world.
And he was, and he is.
And Karen and Ty did an amazing job of co-parenting. And, Ty is a very mature 12-year-old, and I'm so proud of who he's become. That's one of our stories. Man, we have so many stories. We have a great WPT story. Jan, you want to tell them about the 10 words?
Oh, so for those of you who don't know, I was the statistician for the World Poker Tour the first 6 seasons. Linda was the studio announcer, and my job was very boring. It wasn't glamorous like Linda's. It was kind of sit by yourself alone and do a flop cam and take notes on everything that happened in the game on each hand. So we wanted to make it a little interesting. So we invented a game, and the game consisted of me making a list of 10 abstract words. I mean, it could be pistachio, salt shaker, iced tea, computer. I mean, just 10 things that just for no apparent reason. And the object, when Linda did her announcing, even though she was supposed to keep it to a minimum, was to work those 10 words into what she said. And I would keep track of them, and it would be like $20 a word, all or none. Well, Mike wanted to know why Linda started using all these goofy words. What the hell was she doing? Because she would just go off, and talk about, he was eating pistachios and say, but he needed a salt shaker or something like that to get in those words. Well, Mike started noticing that all this weird crap was going on. And so he wanted to know what was happening. We explained the game to him. He couldn't believe it because, we'd been doing it already for a couple of events. So then they kind of leveled and added another piece to the game to where they then had to try to figure out what the 10 words were. And
but I used to get in trouble because Steve just wanted a very, very keep to the announcing,
Just
nothing
facts,
extra,
ma'am.
So I have to work these in. And my best day ever
was in Atlantic City.
Yeah, I nailed like 7 words in my first opening sentence. She had written down boardwalk, stilettos, hooker,
White House,
Philly steak sandwiches, train station,
limousine.
Yeah, and I started off saying, "Man, it's nice to be back in Atlantic City. Beautiful day on the boardwalk. You've got a lot of hookers out there in stilettos, though."
But I'm gonna stop and get a Philly cheesesteak at the White House, and she got 8 out of the 10 words in her first time.
And Jan was devastated.
I was.
That sounds
free rolling.
I feel like I've been set up a few times by Mike myself.
Oh yeah, right.
I feel like
but so many stories. Jan, want to tell the seatbelt story?
Yeah, one day he and I were going somewhere, and he came to pick me up. And as I got in the car, I noticed that he was wearing a seatbelt, and I knew that every time I picked him up to go somewhere, I would have to tell him to put his seatbelt on. He would start giving me all the reasons why he didn't think he needed to wear one, and I'd say, "Okay, put your seatbelt on." You're in my car, you follow my rules. So I get in his car, and he's already got his seatbelt on. I'm like, "Mike, I know you did this for my benefit, but I'm impressed that you had your seatbelt on when you picked me up. What's up?" And he said, "Oh, I'll tell you what's up. It's easy." He said, "Before, when I didn't wear my seatbelt, I didn't have any money. I got money now."
That sounds
so he started wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah.
Just to illustrate what a great guy Mike was. He, I know in the tribute we talked a lot about how wonderful he was with the fans. And that's really understated. He was even better than you can imagine. And I had a friend named Nina, and she was a huge fan of Mike's. And he'd never met her before, but she had to go to the hospital and get a knee replacement. And I called Mike one day, and I
all
said,
she wanted was to meet him.
I said, "Mike, could you do me a favor? Could you please stop by my friend Nina's hospital room?" And he had something to do, but he said, "As soon as I'm done with that, I'll go there." And sure enough, he went by and he walked into her hospital room, and she just started screaming. She couldn't believe that Mike Sexton went to visit her.
And he stayed a couple of hours. I mean, it was awesome.
Yeah, just the kind of guy he was. When I asked him to write a column for Card Player, he said, "Okay, well, I'd like to do that. What should we call it?" And I said, "Well, Mike, it's your column. You come up with a title." So he came up with Around the World with Mike Sexton. Now,
he didn't know what that meant.
If you have a clean mind, you probably think Around the World with Mike Sexton just means, hey, some tales from around the world. But if you have ever looked at the Urban Dictionary, you might find a different meaning for Around the World with Mike Sexton. You can look it up now, Matt, if you don't know the term. But needless to say,
I'm looking it up now.
Okay, well, I did not let him call it Around the World with Mike Sexton.
We used to call him One Take Mike because he always got everything right the first time out. And when Linda got inducted into the Hall of Fame, Mike gave a speech, and he gave a 20-minute speech without any notes. When she was inducted, gave the whole speech. It was amazing. I would have wanted him to speak at my funeral for sure with a speech like that. And anyway, we had a party with some of our friends later on that evening. And when he got there to the party, Linda asked him if maybe he could relate a few of the comments about her that he had made. Well, he got up and gave the whole 20-minute speech again, without notes again, and never missed a beat. Every topic. And it was pretty impressive. It was
One Take Mike.
One Take Mike.
But one thing I'm going to miss is all the side bets. I used to make a lot of money on Mike.
We also lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Bowling.
Ron Rubens, thanks for that reminder of us losing $10,000.
Yeah.
But that day.
Yeah, we got a story with it.
Yeah. Eric, I don't know if you heard me tell the story about the $5,000 bet. That was a fun one.
Yeah.
But that day at bowling, we were a little bit lucky because Mark safe happened into the bowling alley. So he wanted to bet, we're stuck like 10,000, right? He wants to bet 1,000 a frame that he could hit exactly 9 pins.
He couldn't even hit the head pin.
It was like the easiest money. If you can't hit the head pin, you're not going to hit 9 pins, right? So we got 4,000 of it back. We did 4 frames, and then he said, "Nah, I think I'll quit now." So we only lost like 6,000 without picking up a bowling ball.
Yeah, with an one of my favorite things with Mike was during when we were doing the production, and there'd be a break. Frank, who was the director or the producer at the time, he and I would go to the bar and get some beers and sneak them to Mike. And Mike gave a much better show after that. He liked to have his few beers during it.
On the WPT set.
On the WPT set.
Yeah, they would definitely have a few beers and they would have some fun. Linda and Jan, you're going to stick with us all night. So just hang out and come back in a little bit, please. I got a lot of people here in the panel to go to. Next up, we're going to go to Deb Giardina. Deb,
Hey,
I know it's getting late for you, right, Deb? It's already like a 10:30 over there on the East Coast. Deb, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, well, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm technologically challenged.
All right. Deb's out at Best Bet in Jacksonville.
Okay, so
she's known Mike a long time.
Oh, yeah, since 1991, actually.
Okay.
So Mike, I shared this story with Linda a little bit ago. I remember the first significant interaction with Mike. We were at some bar in Vegas. I didn't live in Vegas at the time, but I was there. I was working in Mississippi for Lyle Berman at the time and had just joined Card Player Cruises as their staff with my family of girls and whatnot. And Mike Sexton was there all the time. And we were in a pool hall and dancing. I don't know where. I think Linda probably will know. And he was pitching his Tournament of Champions and how he wanted to bring poker to the next level. He wanted players to wear tuxedos. And I really fell in love with his vision of what poker could be and bringing it out to the next level.
There you are. There you are.
Oh, there I am. Okay. I figured it out. See,
okay.
I'm technologically challenged, as you well know. But anyway, that's your guys' job. You're the youngsters. But I don't know. How much younger are you now, Matt? Well, never mind. I won't ask that. But
38.
Anyway, well, see, you're still young enough to be my kid. But There you go. So anyway, he was always on the verge of something new and roguish, if you will, as was Linda. And Linda was always for the non-abusive policies, and she was one of the first ones for non-smoking and don't abuse at dealers. And I was enamored by it, and my career followed them. He followed Mike's visions. It followed Linda's visions. I wasn't always necessarily well received because it was radical, and the players in the old days got to do whatever they wanted and they weren't too receptive to change. But fortunately, change has come about. And the biggest thing is we always had the utmost of integrity. We wanted everything to be right. We wanted everything to be fair. And that's what we did. And he totally influenced my career and the path that I took. And when I received the World Poker Tour Honors Award at the same time you did, Mike Sexton spoke for me, and it was very touching. And I'm going to not get choked up, okay? I'm not going to get choked up, but it was amazing. And I've had many dances with Mike over the years, and met too many things to speak of individually. But his family and all of us know that he certainly was an incredible person and has given so much to the poker industry. I'd like to read something that I wrote about him, if I may. May I do that?
Sure.
I know that Mike Matusow read this on his podcast, but I'd like to read it myself. I couldn't do it that day because I couldn't get through it, but I think I can get through it tonight because I know that he's looking down on us and he loves us, and he would want to hear this from me. So I'm going to read it. I think. I'm going to try. Okay, so this is in tribute to him. Mike, he's a rogue visionary. That's what you are. Always on the edge of something better, always striving for positive change, incredibly optimistic that the future would be better. Nothing stood in your way to bring the dream home. When others scoffed, you stood the course. You dusted yourself off more than once. You are a true hero in our industry. We will always be changed because of you. No fan, too small or too large, was left unattended by you. No matter your personal trials or tribulations, you tended all of your flock. We should learn from you. Your integrity and spirit shaped my belief in the poker community. I'm deeply grateful for our friendship and your influence in my life. I love you. I can't say it any better than that. He took time for everyone. And at Best Bet, when he would come, he was always there to greet everyone. He knew people by their names. I can't say any more than he was a true ambassador and always will be.
Thank you very much, Deb. That was awesome. I have one question for you before you go. You've known Mike since 1991. How did you avoid becoming a Miss Sexton?
The timing was never right, and integrity always stood in place. Believe me, we flirted back and forth a lot, but either he was married or I was married, and it just never happened. So
ships passing in the night.
It's ships passing in the night. Probably one of the regrets that we both might have had, but it just never happened.
All right, Deb. Thank you so much.
You're
Look forward to seeing you out there at Best Bet in Jacksonville. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have a WPT champion. His name's on this trophy right here, the Mike Sexton Cup. Eric Seidel. Come on, say a few words. He says his favorite story is X-rated. And you know what? That's okay. You can't really tell the X-rated stories tonight. I know there's a few of them out there. I've heard them, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Whenever I think of Mike, I think he would enter a room and instantly everyone would get a little bit happier. So it's more, I just always saw him as kind of the Prozac of the poker tour. Anytime you encountered him, you just always felt a little bit better. And that's really my impression of Mike. I mean, I really wanted to say something to Ty or about Ty, because I thought that Ty should know how he's really impacted all of us, and so is really, there's a piece of Mike in all of us, and that Ty should consider our entire community as part of his extended family. And I do hope that he's going to pursue his dreams a little bit sooner than Mike did, and get there before he's in his 50s, and that he will use the many relationships that are available to him in the poker world to help continue Mike's legacy, because I think we're all there for him, and I know how important he was to Mike, and of course everyone knows how important Mike was to everyone. So that's pretty much the message.
That's great, Eric, and he is watching it. And just so everybody knows, this is going to be recorded, so anybody can go back and watch it. And I know that there's a lot of people that are in Europe right now, which is the middle of the night, so they weren't able to come in, but they are very much looking forward to seeing and hearing from legends like you, Eric. Thank you so much for coming in to Moments with Mike. I appreciate that.
Sure.
All right. Well, next up, we'll go to another WPT champion. His name's also on this Mike Sexton Champions Cup. What does that mean to you, James Calderero? Oh, wait, we got to get you unmuted. We're working on it. There he is. All right. Now you can talk. All right.
Well, it said I couldn't unmute it earlier, so I guess.
Yes. We need to do that for you.
You always have to wait for Matt to do everything first.
Yeah, that's right.
I just want to give my condolences. Mike's, I had so many conversations with Mike and so many good times with him. And over the years, I think I'm one of the older ones that have been around a long time in this business. And Mike has been just incredible. He's always been there. My final tables, he's always had some nice things to say. A couple of unorthodox things to say about me because I do some things that are unorthodox. But as far as, I'm going to keep it much shorter than everybody because I know you get a long list of people. Mike's been like a great inspiration for me in poker. I love sitting at the table here with him. Every time I got at the table with him, it was exciting. I like exciting tables. I like talkative tables, and I like, to have those kind of tables. He's been amazing. So when he's at my table draw, it really uppers all the levels in the game. He's been like Eric over there. There's a lot of things I can't say on here, so I'm gonna, most of the things I do are X-rated. So most of my conversations are. So I'm gonna keep it to. I had one funny story in Choctaw. He was, it's funny to me, but it wasn't funny to Mike as much because Choctaw was one of the biggest tournaments. It probably was the biggest or one of the biggest tournaments they ever had. Probably was one of the WPT's biggest also. So Choctaw almost like broke the record. I don't know the actual numbers, but it was the final break and we were on break and it was the last time you could re-enter. And I don't know how many times I did, quite a bit probably. And Mike was there and I was talking to him in the hallway and I says, yeah, I just had to buy in. I said, how you doing? He goes, well, I just busted last level. I said, Mike, I says, well, all right, you're getting back in, right? He says, I don't think so. And I was just like, Mike, you gotta be kidding me. You see the size of his field? You gotta play. I said, I don't even know how many bullets I'm in, but I said, I just bought back in. Not that that matters. So he's I don't think I'm gonna play. And I said, you have to play. So I said, I'll tell you what, we'll go partners. He's like, no, I just don't really, it's not the money, I just really don't play. I said, it is the money, Mike. I says, but just get in there and get your ass in there, take another shot at it. You have to, it's too big. So he was like, no back and forth, no back and forth. I said, all right, Mike, here's 3,500. You're in, you're my partner, just go, you're playing. And so do you really think so? I said, yeah, get in there. What's the thing? Come on. So he got in, he busted, no he needs to say he busted a half hour later and everything else. He then comes through, he's like, oh, I busted. I go, it's okay, Mike. And I'm laughing. Of course, he was like, it was bothering him. I laughed too. I thought it was hilarious. And he just takes everything to heart and he's a really great man.
It's so great to see all you guys. I mean, looking out there, it looks like I'm at a poker tournament. I really miss seeing you guys. And Caldo, thank you so much for coming in. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Next up, we'll go to the 4-time champion, the only 4-time champion on the World Poker Tour. I believe you're in Canada right now, Darren, playing some online poker. But yeah, I look back at this and there's 3 diamonds on your plate. What does it mean to be around Mike Sexton for as long as you have? I mean, it seems like with all these final tables that you made, you've spent probably more times than most players have with him. So what did Mike Sexton mean to you?
Yeah, I had a lot of experiences with Mike over the years, a lot of just having a couple drinks at the bar after a long day of poker, shooting the shit, that kind of thing. But the one that sticks with me the most, if I think about Mike kind of story, we were traveling back from Montreal, and this was probably early on in my career. I had a good trip traveling with a lot of money. And kind of like as it happens with poker players, Customs is giving me a hard time. And Mike Sexton's in the airport. He's not on my flight. I think he's going to Vegas. I'm going to Philadelphia or something. And he kind of sees Customs hassling me about this money. And he comes over, says he's traveling with me, starts advocating for my case with Customs, almost as if he's a lawyer representing me or whatever. They bring me to the secondary inspection area. Mike comes with me. He's sitting there 45 minutes, just sitting there. He's willing to miss his flight, very adamant that they don't separate me from my money, arguing with these customs agent, asking for a supervisor. Eventually they bring over a guy who recognizes Mike. They figure it out. Friendly, great situation in the end. Mike solves everything, but just kind of shows how selfless he is, that he was willing to sit there for as long as it took, miss his flight, just to help a kid kind of new to the game and to protect me, protect poker. It was a nice moment.
You didn't say Google me?
No.
Well, you probably should have. But Darren, yeah, I know for sure there's a like I said, he really respected you. He talked a lot about his favorite players, the greatest players, and you were always on that short list. So I do appreciate you coming in. If you have anything else before you go.
Nope, that's it. Thanks for putting this on, and he'll be missed.
All right, get back to the golf course, buddy. All right, next up, we have another Champions Club member, another legend of the game, another Hall of Famer, Mr. Barry Greenstein. Barry, are you out there? I don't see you in the panel. Oh, he's coming in now. Whoop, hold on one second. My technical team is blaming me for that. They wanted to say, Jason Kuhn, you've got to get back to the cash games. Jason, you're up. As soon as we get you unmuted. There he is.
I'm hitting it, man. I swear.
All right. Hey, Jason.
So I've got a million things to say about Mike. So much of it's repetitive. It's amazing to hear. I was one of those guys that, like, way before I was playing live poker, I had a few years playing online, and he was an inspiration for me to even step foot in a casino. And I think some of the first big buy-ins I played were WPT events. And I've known Mike now for, I've known him for over a decade, and we ended up getting to hang out a lot together over the past few years because he was a party poker guy. I'm a party poker guy. And he's one of those people that's so amazing. When you meet him, you think that he's putting on some kind of act. You think that it's like, this guy must be a sociopath because no one's actually this nice. Like, is he going to be buddies with me and then like do something bad to me? That's how I actually felt for the first couple of years, because I just couldn't believe how authentic and consistently in good spirits he was. And then, you talk to him and you realize, you hear some of these stories about how he had ungodly sums of money and equity in party poker and just like, millions and millions of dollars. And I've played nosebleed poker now for like 6 or 7 years. And I basically know everyone that's swung that kind of money in the poker world, and almost none of them maintain the level of innocence and charm and integrity that he maintained. It's poker and gambling just in general has a way of jading people. How can it not thicken your skin if you experience the highest highs that gambling has to offer, and then the ultimate lows? Generally people leave that scarred, and oftentimes a shell of who they once were before they became gamblers. And Mike was just the opposite of that. He was a beacon of light in the poker community. Just always the same guy, regardless what was going on in his world. Take a look at the illness of the cancer. I mean, I've spent so many times with him over the last few years, and I would have never guessed that he was as sick as he was. And he just had nothing but the future to talk about. And he's truly an inspiration to me. I value trying to maintain a piece of who I was prior to becoming a poker player. And he is the inspiration for me to do that. Whenever I get upset about things not going my way, whether it be in one day or a month or a year or whatever, he's one of the guys that has been through it all. And he was just himself, genuinely himself. So I love the guy. I loved having drinks with him and learning some dance moves. I'm from West Virginia, so if some country music got on the radio, Mike and I would have a little dance off. But yeah, man, I love the guy. And to elaborate on what Eric was saying, Ty, Mike was everything to me. And I am around Vegas commonly when I'm not traveling. And if you ever need a big brother, if you ever need advice, regardless what it is, I'm not that old yet, man. So you can come chat me up anytime you need. I'm just a phone call away. And yeah, the same goes for all the Sexton family. We're all here for you.
That's awesome, Jason. And I know that you've asked if there's any place where you can donate, and they are accepting donations at Poker Gives. So I do appreciate you coming on tonight. And I know it's taking some of your time. I know you got to get back to some big cash games. So appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you meant a lot to Mike, and you mean a lot to the poker community. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
All right. Next up, a good friend of mine from here in Las Vegas. He's still living in Las Vegas. It's Jess Wellman. She's worked with the World Poker Tour and live updates for some time. And now I think she's off doing something else, but I'm sure she has a great Sexton story to tell. Hi, Jess.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
It's so nice to be back and see poker people, because you're right. I kind of live in my own little world doing big, all-encompassing gambling news. And it's so good to see everybody, especially on a day like Mike's birthday. Being on tour with him all those years, his birthday was always around the same time as Borgata, and so is mine, and so was producer George Silax. And so, you know, when it comes to Mike, it's not so much about stories when you're on tour with someone. It's these moments and experiences and getting to do the same thing year after year. So it was always fun to kind of share my birthday with Mike and with George. And, you know, other little moments I think of all those late night drives back to the casino or early van rides out at the airport that Mike's on and BJ's in there, and I'm going like, don't argue in front of Dad. You know, like that's the kind of stuff that comes to mind. But when I had to put my finger on a story, I actually thought of Ty, because the last time that I was back at the WPT, I came back for about 6 months after my mom had died. They welcomed me back with open arms, Mike included, and it was really nice at the beginning of 2017 to have somewhere to go. And we were in Montreal, it was but the year after Mike had won, and Mike gets to the table and he takes out this little monkey toy that winds up. And I was always curious for a story, and I was like, Mike, what is that? And he's like, oh, this is Flippy. And I was like, oh, of course, Flippy, yes. And it was this little toy that Ty had given him as a good luck charm. And throughout the tournament, he would wind up Flippy during a big decision, and he would kind of wait and see if he did a flip or not, and gather the pots and stuff. And it was so fun to see, you know, that stretch of 3 or 4 months where he just would bring Flippy to every event and play, especially, you know, Matt, Bay 101 is one of those places where people are they get super serious at the tables. It gets 6-handed. And like, if you're reporting on it, you're just like, wow, it's really quiet. Not much is happening. And this was one of those years where like a bunch of Germans with scarves were doing really well and, you know, taking their time at the table. And then you have Mike like winding up a monkey and flipping it. And what I love is that he was the kind of person that, you know, we always you have those things about amateurs that I think we in poker can bag on, you know, the tchotchkes and the card covers and stuff. And Mike was so self-assured as a player and as a person. And he was the kind of person that wanted everyone to feel welcome at the table, that he's going to literally like bring a toy and play in a giant tournament with this toy on the table, and nobody's going to say anything about it because it's Mike Sexton. And that's really what Ty, I hope you hear about your dad, is he was there to make sure that nobody was made to feel bad. And Flippy was a great example of how he used his time at the table to make people realize you can have fun playing poker, you can be goofy, you can have toys, you can have superstitions. It's all about just having fun and appreciating the people that you're around. And I appreciate getting to be with you guys and remembering Mike tonight.
Thank you so much, Jess. Yeah, I mean, he always was a big fan of the Live Updates team too, and everybody in poker media. So I really appreciate you being on tonight. Yeah, it's tough to hear these stories sometimes, because I just think about how he treated people, and I want to treat people the same, that's for sure. All right, Barry Greenstein, where are you? The great storyteller, Barry Greenstein, a poker Hall of Famer. Are you there? You are. I see you now. Hey, Barry.
Hey, Matt. I just got to know it. No, from Hell. Anyway, I was thinking back to over 30 years ago when I first met Mike. I was a cash game player and Mike was a tournament player. And I was hearing him talk, you know, I didn't really know him, and I didn't know most of the tournament players. And I just kept hearing him talking about, you know, we all watch football, we all watch baseball, but how many of us play it? That was like a question you'd ask. They'd say, well, not that many people, right? But around the world, or around, actually in those days, it wasn't around the world, it was just around the United States. He said, but around the country, everybody plays poker. You go into any town, there's a poker game. Poker should be mainstream. And he was just always trying to sell poker. And then he got the first endorsement contract. And I'm not even sure if you were on the scene yet, Matt, when he got the LeMode contract.
Yeah.
So
He was on the cover of Card Player in that LeMode shirt, I remember.
Right. So he got this contract to wear this LeMode shirt. So he's at every tournament wearing LeMode shirts. And he spent, and Linda Johnson was his partner in crime, as you know, and their life's work, their passion was to promote poker. It's kind of weird because they're promoting it to poker players mostly, but they're actually behind the scenes are trying to get mainstream endorsements, and this shirt company was the best Mike could do. And so at the end of about 10 years, it's kind of like if you go to Las Vegas and you lose your money, you go to the gift shop, they have the shirt that says, I went to Las Vegas and all I came back with was this shirt. And that really was true for Mike. All he got out of it was a shirt. He spent so much time and so much energy, and he got a shirt deal out of it, and that was it. And then, Lyle, came up with this idea once we had the whole card cameras, the World Poker Tour. I don't know if it was his idea, but, Lyle was behind it. And it was only a couple $1 million budget. He invited a lot of us in the big game to take a piece, but we all thought it's ridiculous. It's never going to work. And he got Steve Lipscomb, and ended up being a good choice. Had done some documentaries. They didn't have a big budget, and it was pretty natural that the two people who had spent more than a decade promoting poker just to get it to be mainstream were Mike and Linda. And Mike would be, one of the commentators, and Linda do the table stuff. And it was almost unfair. It was like taking advantage of them. It was like saying, okay, you've spent all this time and gotten nothing out of it, but it was your passion, so we're going to make you spend more time and not get paid very well here either because we don't have a lot of money. So that's what happened. But Mike, and Mike knew it meant he really liked playing tournaments, and he knew that, okay, this is what I've done for the last more than 10 years, so let me see it through. Maybe it'll work. And of course, as we know, it ended up hitting big time. It's a matter of fact, of all the stock investments I've made, I think that's my only winning one, is in Lakes Gaming, which owned the World Poker Tour. What was I going to say? One of the things I want to say. So Mike gave up playing tournaments. You couldn't play the World Poker Tour tournaments. I don't know if that was the rule or if, because I remember telling Lyle, hey, Mike is really giving something up. You want to play tournaments, why don't you put him in? And Lyle just said, we don't have that big a budget. We can't be putting them in every one of these tournaments. They're pretty expensive. Of course, back then they were all 10,000, and the main one was 25,000. And so Mike just had to sit it out for years. And a lot of people might wonder, and even I thought this because I didn't see Mike in the big cash games, and in those days, before tournaments got big, the cash game players, especially in the bigger cash games, didn't look at tournament poker as the same level. It wasn't for the same money because, the prize pools were much smaller. And I didn't give Mike a lot of respect as far as being a really good player. And one of the things you see, and it happens to a lot of people in gambling, they have other things where the money goes. As people said, Mike was a very rabid sports bettor. And so one of the reasons he didn't have some of the success is he loved to bet big favorites. I'll never forget, he had 100,000 to 5,000 on Duke to win a game, just straight up, because he always picked the big favorites. And here's Mike in the middle of the tournament and getting up and saying, oh my God, I'm about to lose 100,000 on this. And someone hits a 77-foot shot for Duke. Is in the first or second round, swish to win the game outright. So that was Mike's 20-1 shot. But another thing, and people have already mentioned this, so I don't have to. Mike was the best roaster, the best master of ceremonies. We lost that. You're pretty good too, Matt, but Mike was number one.
I agree.
And everybody knew this. As a matter of fact, in poker, you knew something was big time if Matt was the guy on the mic. I'm sorry, Matt. If Mike was the guy on the mic for the master of ceremonies, that was a way of saying this is a big one. This is really important. You knew it. One other thing, of course, people talk, Mike made poker respectable. He was really big on that. Before, anyone who played poker was like a black sheep, and it just wasn't a respected thing to do. And Mike was paramount in turning that around. But I wanted to say two last things I have on my list. I often tell people, you see people on the rail always giving poker advice. And I always like to say, don't ever take advice from someone who isn't successful, who doesn't know what they're talking about. That's a really good thing you learn from poker. There's always a lot of unsolicited advice. And you learn that in business and everything. You don't want to get advice on what to do right from someone who's failed, or someone who's not that good at it. Well, unfortunately, I didn't learn my own lesson when I went with Phil Ivey to the Aussie Millions for the first time. And he tells me, Mike is betting me 5,000 that he can break 90 on this course. And I played with him. He's not that good a golfer. And he's terrible out of sand traps. If he gets in a sand trap, he just can't get out. And this course, the one associated with the Crown Casino, has over 100 sand traps. Phil says he's totally drawn dead, but this is before Phil had a lot of money. Now, stupidly, I'll give you some foreshadowing. Phil had been playing golf for a year. He probably couldn't break 100 yet. He was a terrible golfer. But he's just telling me this bet is so good. And unfortunately, I had money at the time. And so I said to Mike, what will you bet on this? And Mike said, I don't know, 20,000. And I said, is that all? He said, no, I'll bet more. And I said, well, what would you bet? And in my mind, I was thinking, I already think I have a good bet, but the more money we put on it, the more pressure is going to be on him. He's the one who's got to beat the score. And as you know, Matt, because you're a golfer, these score bets can be pretty tough because you can't wait for your opponent to screw up. It's all on you. So we make this bet. Mike has to break 90. 90 is a push. And I'd never seen Mike golf before, but Mike hits it 220 down the middle. He's just straight down the middle. He's a good chipper putter. I assume you played with him, Matt. You played with him, right?
Yep, I definitely played with Mike, yes.
So, he's just straight down the middle, doesn't do anything stupid, good chipper and putter, gets up. So every hole, he's in front of the green in regulation, chips on, either makes or doesn't make the putt. He ends up shooting 85 or 86. Oh, I didn't tell you. We end up betting 100,000, 95 of mine, 5 of Phil. So I lose 95,000. And I said, Phil, what did you get me into? You didn't know what you were talking about. And then I said, well, of course, you don't know what you're talking about because you're not a good golfer. What am I even doing listening to you? And I said, Phil, do you know how many traps Mike got in on that round? And of course, the answer was 0. He never got in a trap. He's just straight down the middle, straight on the green. So that was my first bet with Mike Sexton. I lost 95,000. And the last thing I wanted to say was in 2009. Before that, the way the Hall of Fame, the Poker Hall of Fame was determined, was the Binions, first Jack, would probably talk to Chip and Dale. They decide who go to the Hall of Fame, and then Becky took over the horseshoe, and so Becky and Nick, her husband, made decisions. Not everyone was happy with their decisions. They really didn't know that much about poker, and they didn't get information from Chip and Doyle. When it moved to Harrah's, who was the guy in charge at that time?
Howard Greenbaum.
No, of the poker, poker commissioner.
Oh, Jeff Pollock.
Jeff. So Jeff had a good idea, and other people were telling him he should do it. It should be by vote, like sports are. And the way the vote is media and people in the Hall of Fame got a vote. And they had 9 finalists that may have been chosen online by people. I don't know how. I was one of the finalists. And one of the things that it says and the criteria for the Poker Hall of Fame is playing in the biggest games, which needed to be modified because now tournament poker was a new thing, and eventually online poker is being big. But going back, the criteria predated that and just had playing the biggest games. Now, I was actually probably about the only one who was playing in the big game at the time. And so people are coming up to me and saying, well, it looks like you're going to be in the Hall of Fame. And everybody knew the first year that there was voting, there was no chance that anyone other than Mike Sexton was going to be voted in. Anybody in media, he was the most liked person. He had devoted, a big part of his life to poker, and there was that part of it too. And unfairly, he wasn't giving credit for how good he was at poker. He actually was a really good tournament poker player, but he didn't get to enter a lot of tournaments because of things I already said. And he got in because he was the #1 ambassador for poker we had. So even before the results were announced, I had to keep telling people, Mike Sexton is going to win. Don't you all realize that? You talk to anyone who's voted, he was on their ballot, and he won, and there was no doubt he was going to win.
Yeah, definitely, Mike. There is no doubt the person Mike was, and the things that he meant to so many people. And I'm glad Ty and the family are watching. I do appreciate you coming on, Barry. Yeah, it's a tough loss to the poker world. It's a tough loss to the world. Really, it is. All right.
Well,
I think they cut your mic off. Yep, they cut you off, Barry. Sorry to say that. We're moving on. We're going to Tony Dunst. Now, Tony, I always say he has the world's toughest job, not because it's commentating and he's a wonderful commentator, but because he has to fill the shoes of Mike Sexton. And I think he's done a great job. Tony, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. Good to be here with you.
Yes.
So I wanted to talk about maybe my most distinctive memory of Mike to build on Sam's story of the night that he won WPT Montreal. Because whenever somebody wins a big tournament, we interview them afterwards and speak to them afterwards, we always ask, what does this win mean to you? And you get all different kinds of answers depending on who you're asking. But I can say with 100% confidence that I have never seen somebody so emotional and appreciative after winning a poker tournament. I've never seen somebody who clearly winning a tournament meant more to them. I think for Mike, winning a WPT really felt like the culmination of so much of his life's work. And what I also remember about that night is Sam discussed how we had to kind of rush from Montreal. We had to race back to the hotel and pack our bags and get to the airport for this weird awkward hour flight so we could fly down to the Caribbean. And that night and the week we spent on the resort, anybody that came into contact with Mike, service industry, anybody did him a favor, anything, got the best tip of their life. I mean, this guy was just raining $100 bills to anybody who held the door for him. It really did speak to his generosity that even in that moment, it was just okay, I've got this huge injection of money and I just can't wait to give it away. And then to build on Tony Burns' story, I was so amazed to hear him say that Mike had once given a speech where he forgot his name, because to me, Mike was the best public speaker I've ever seen. I must have watched him do Shuffle Up and Deal 100 times at least. And it always felt like no matter what kind of curveball you threw him or list of people's names and job titles you give him all of a sudden, or some details you gave to him last minute, he said, okay, no problem, and just launch into it like he had practiced it 1,000 times the night before. And that was always remarkable to me. We would talk about it with the rest of the, you and I have talked about it. It was like a magic trick, the amount of energy he could bring into a room through his speaking voice without ever missing a beat. So like you said, very big shoes to fill, and Mike was the best at what he did. I think you're on mute.
You have done it. You are an excellent commentator. And of course, you are also on the Mike Sexton's Champion Cup. What does that mean to you to be on that cup? Oh, they muted you too. Maybe they can unmute you. I think they're trying to move me along. What does it mean for you to be on? What does it mean for you to be on that cup?
It means a lot to me because the WPT was my introduction to poker almost 20 years ago. And I came up in the game watching Mike and Vince, and being a part of it now still feels surreal every time I'm at one of our live events and I have to perform my job. I'm like, wait, really? So yeah, it still feels surreal to me, Matt.
Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate it. And I'll be seeing you soon.
Absolutely.
All right. Next up, we have Hellmuth waiting. We made Hellmuth wait, everybody. So just so you know, I'm making Hellmuth wait. He's got to wait one more time for Mr. Matthew Salzberg, a Player of the Year on the World Poker Tour and a WPT champion. Matt Salzberg, welcome to Moments with Mike.
Thank you, Matt. Hey, everybody. This is kind of a tough one, but So from 2012 to 2016, I did a lot of traveling for poker, and of all the absurd, memorable things that went down, I have to say the one thing that I always single out as my favorite whenever somebody asks me involves WPT Venice and this bizarre hour and a half of private time with Mike Sexton one night. It's not as creepy as it sounds. Anyway, it's March 2013, and I find myself somehow in a race for the POI with 6 tournaments to go, slightly behind Paul Volpe, who's a crusher. And so the first stop to try and rack up more points is Venice. And I go there solo. I've never been there. It's a long haul from LA. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for some glory for somebody like me. And Venice in March is extremely damp and misty and rainy, and I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Actually, it was pretty cool and surreal, added to the mystique to this quest. And so I get to the casino on day one and literally don't see a recognizable face in the field, which is good news for me as the event's looking comparatively soft. But then I run into Mike and Vince and their familiar faces. And I'd only recently met Mike about 6 months earlier in Paris, which I won. And so I got to know him a little bit there, but not a lot. So I tell Mike that I don't know a soul here, and he immediately invites me to have dinner with him and Vince and Kara Scott, and then says that Phil, Hellmuth, and Jungle Man are coming too, which was like, wow, this is quite a crew, and I eagerly accept. And it's sort of already, Mike made me feel sort of incredibly welcome, not knowing anybody. And so I made it through day 1A of this tournament with 9 big blinds, despite a little bit of controversy. With one hand to go before bagging, I decided to double check with the tournament director that you could play best stack forward, which I knew from prior US events that was an option, but I'm informed that their policy in this casino is that if you bag chips, you can't fire day 1B, and you can't surrender them either. You have to go broke. So I'm sort of ready to stick it in blind on this last hand to double up or bust. And of course, I'm in the big blind and somehow get a walk. So now I'm rather steamed that WPT had different rules for different venues when the POI race is at stake.
I think I got a call that day.
Okay, well, coming up. So I immediately fire off some tilted text to you, Matt Savage, saying, what the fuck, I flew around the world and got to go back to day 2 with 9 big blinds because you guys don't have your act together, and you say that you'll take it up at the end of the year in the summit or whatever powwow you call it. But in the meantime, I'm like super steamed. And so I go to dinner with Mike and said crew, and Mike immediately talks me off, the tilt ledge and says, well, who the hell needs another bullet? You save 5K, you bag chips, the field's soft, even I bagged, Mike says. And then, so I asked how much he bagged, and with a wide grin, he goes 100,000. And, so he's sitting on heaps, and I'm like, well, okay, so you don't want me firing again because you got a nice stack going. I see what's going on here. Anyway, so we have some drinks, and I get to hear maybe a story or two over the dinner from Mike, but Phil was there. So of course he took the spotlight, which was amazing in its own right, and awesome. And, but anyway, after dinner, so we all got a water taxi and headed to some local cavernous underground bar. And now, since I had the day off the next day, I certainly had a few drinks too many, as did Mike. And I kind of get to know him a little bit, but it's a loud bar and there's a bunch of other people there. So not a whole lot. But Mike was like an idol to me, and just getting to spend any time with him was pretty cool. So anyway, but 4 a.m. rolls around and we both start to fade. And so we stumble out of this place, just the two of us together, and we're both pretty hammered. And the whole immediate surrounding is just pitch black. This entire town is shut down. Venice is nothing but like a narrow maze that isn't simple to navigate. And we make our way out of this darkened street to try to catch a water taxi to take us to some town square. But it turns out all the water taxis now have stopped operating at like 2 or 3 a.m. and we are shit out of luck. And so that's when Mike says to me, he goes, Matt, I have no fucking idea where we are. Do you? And I'm like, no, what hotel are you at? And Mike's like, I got no idea what it's called. And I'm like, seriously? He goes, yeah, but it's near the McDonald's. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, where's the McDonald's, Mike? He's like, well, how the hell am I supposed to know? And I'm like, okay. So now picture like a dark, narrow labyrinth where every single building front looks exactly the same. Not a human in sight, no GPS signals because the streets are so narrow. 2 schlubby drunk guys kind of stumbling around. And this scene goes on for about an hour and a half, and we were like lost. And let me tell you something, this was the most amazing hour and a half that I've ever had in my travels. I got to pick Mike's brain about amazing stories from the 80s about him and Unger and everybody there. And it was sort of super epic. And it was kind of like a dream come true, just getting lost in this misty environment with him and hearing him rattle off these stories. And eventually the GPS came back on and I tracked down the McDonald's and we said goodnight to each other. And then kind of serendipitously, Mike was totally right. I somehow grinded out 9 big blinds and found my way to this final table in Venice. And the best part of that was that Mike was there with me too. And he won the last longer. He got 3rd, I got 7th. And it was just an experience that I'm going to remember forever.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember all these nights, all these dinners with Mike and telling the same stories over and over again, but I didn't care because I liked hearing them. And I got to see everybody's reaction when they heard a story from Mike, and it was always different. So thank you for that, Matt. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you guys too.
I look forward to seeing you soon. All right, here we go. Next up, we're going to the Poker Go studio or somewhere in Las Vegas. Where are we at? We're going to see Mr. Phil Hellmuth, and I think Maury Escandani is with you. Is he not? Oh, wait, we're getting you off mute. There you go.
Yes, Maury's with me. He's gonna say a few words as well.
Okay. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. All I can say about the match is there were some interesting hands. Mike Sexton, I just want to say that, you know, as I've heard the speaker speak, a lot of those memories I've shared too, like Venice, and you were there too, by the way. So Matt, okay, so let me go. I wrote a little speech because I think that it kind of encompasses, you know, I wanted to make sure I hit everything. And so I'll say Mike Sexton and I have been competing against each other in poker tournaments from 1987 to 2020. That's 33 super exciting years as we chased our dreams on the poker tour. From Las Vegas to Los Angeles, from San Jose to Sacramento, from Connecticut to Atlantic City, from London to Paris, the city of lights, from Baden, Austria's casino to Casino Austria in Vienna, to Austria, the Concord Casino, 40 minutes away, from Amsterdam to Cannes, from Wales to Malta, and I think you've been to all these places, Matt, from Alabama, I don't think you went there though, to Jacksonville and Miami, boy, that was 1986, 87. From Caribbean cruise ships to Melbourne, from Venice to Aruba, from Lafayette, Louisiana, to cruise ships in the Pacific Ocean. And finally, just in the last year, we were in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and then Pompano Beach, Florida for a charity tournament. In 33 years of competing in high stakes poker, high stress, high pressure tournaments, I never saw Mike Sexton off the rails. No poker bat moments, always class, always pleasant and nice to everyone. Simply said, Mike always handled himself well at the poker tables. And for 33 years, I watched this. He always handled himself well at the poker tables. And what a warm presence he was. I mean, he was always smiling, always laughing, and he had unbounded enthusiasm. Now I think you'll appreciate this next part, Matt. If you knew Mike, then he knew he overused the words, the greatest and sliced breads, oftentimes together. Phil, that touchdown was the greatest thing I've ever seen. That touchdown was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then he would say the exact same thing for another touchdown 2 hours later. The greatest thing since sliced bread. Mike was the first player to make a move in the poker sponsorship business. Barry talked about this when he inked his first deal ever for a poker player with LaMode. It was just free clothing, yes. But Mike believed it would lead to a lot more. And boy, oh boy, was he right. Mike helped start Party Poker, and within a few years, June 30th, 2005, it was floating on the London Stock Exchange for $8 billion. Within a couple of months, it hit 11 billion. Folks, that's $11 billion. As Mike absolutely crushed it in business, he was also crushing it in television alongside Vince Van Patten and their iconic roles as the voices of the World Poker Tour. Mike was so successful that hell, even the World Poker Tour went public. Those were halcyon days indeed, but it didn't end there. Mike, who already had a WSOP bracelet in his safe at home from stud 8 or better, and boy, did he have a lot of deep runs in stud 8 or better. Had 72 cashes, then added a WPT bracelet to his stash. In fact, if he could have chosen a game for the World Poker Tour, he would have chose stud 8 or better. Mike made 4 WPTs and added a World Poker Tour bracelet to his stash in Montreal. Speaking of Mike's WPT final tables, and this is referred to twice already, in July 2013 in Venice, WPT President Adam Pliska asked me to hop into the booth for Mike, right next to his trusty partner, Vince Van Patten. My wife wasn't happy. We were supposed to be vacationing. But as Mike played at that final table, I sat in his chair, but I could not fill his shoes. Mike has profoundly influenced the poker world. Poker would not be as big without Mike Sexton. The poker players would not have as much money without Mike Sexton, and poker would not be this well regarded without Mike Sexton. The poker world owes Mike a huge gratitude of debt. Mike has been the consummate gentleman and has championed poker better than anyone else. Mike, you were the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yep. Easy as pie, too. That was another one, right?
Easy as pie, like rolling off a log. By the way, Maury's ready, I think.
All right. Maury Escandani. Here we have him, the executive producer of Poker Productions. He's here. And what a set you have behind you. What are you doing there?
Well, we are gearing up to do a show that soon will be aired. But I had everybody here and haven't had much chance to talk about Mike. And I'm not sure what I can add to everything that's been said. But I am sure everything that's been said is not enough to describe his gentle soul. He really did pave the road for all of us, paved the road for me when I was a poker player, paved the road for me when I became a television producer. He is missed so much right now. And I think we're going to miss him tenfold when all of this COVID and everything else goes away and we all get together in the hallways of tournaments. And that's where he really is going to be missed. And we're all going to be looking for him. But I'm sure he'll be looking down on us. And there's the only first time I met him was 36 or 37 years ago in Reno, and in a small tournament. And I remember him making a bets on how many people on the final table will have a cap on. So you name it, he figured out to make bets on. I'm going to miss him, and I'm sure so is the poker world. There's one more gentleman sitting here that I'm sure he wants to say a word. I'll just turn it over to Ali.
Maury, I want to say one more thing. Maury, congratulations on the Hall of Fame. And I know that Mike was very proud. And I know that he put a footprint on televised poker and paved the way for a lot of us to make this money and make the boom that happened happen. And so I know that Mike loved you, and thank you for coming on tonight. I appreciate it.
Did he ever hustle you at golf?
We only played twice, and yes, I lost both times. I was
One time I was playing with him. I just got to add one quick thing, Matt. I'm playing with him at Industry Hills, and somehow I got up at 10 a.m. to go out to the course with him, and we're on the first hole. I won the first hole, and Mike is whining and whining and whining and whining. I mean, I made a bogey, and I said to him, Mike, can we just cancel the bet? You're up one after one hole. If it's a fair bet, you have to cancel. And he said, no. And I'm not lying. He won 7 out of the next 8 holes, and he was still whining. Well, I should have made that par, Phil. I'm like, you beat me by 3 shots, Mike. And Matt, you know a lot about golf hustling too, Matt Savage.
Well, I learned from the best. I learned from Mike Sexton. So, all right. I think you have one more person there who wants to say something. And look who it is.
Hey.
Ali Najad. What's up, buddy?
Not much, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Obviously, circumstances could be better, but given that it's a celebration of somebody who we all love dearly, I guess it's a good thing. I just wanted to flash back to when I first saw the World Poker Tour, and I remember watching, and I remember thinking to myself, I could do that. I could commentate on poker, and I played, and I had a career in television, and it was Mike's voice that I was listening to, and it wasn't from the standpoint of like, oh, why Mike? Because I always thought Mike did this terrific job, and I remember going on the party poker cruise. I think it was 2001, and this is coincidentally, I think, when I met Maury. And we were on the boat, and it was my first chance to interact with them. And every night we would be up in the crow's nest, which is what I think they called the club. And you could just see Mike cutting a rug and doing what he did best and loved most, which was dancing, it felt like. Granted, some golf, some gambling, some sports along the way.
He loved dancing.
He loved all of that stuff for sure. And as I thought to myself, well, I don't have anything prepared, as I watched, Phil read off his statement, and the fact that, this is coming very improvisationally, I just thought to myself, well, that's kind of the thing that I've had the opportunity to hone within this industry, courtesy of the road that was paved by Mike. And I tweeted something to the effect of how it was that he managed to navigate so many different avenues within this industry. And he always seemed to do it with class and dignity, and kind of set this example for there not being a need to be cutthroat, or a need to be shysty, or a need to take advantage necessarily. Certainly not, in the way that would be malicious. I know on the golf course, it was a sporting thing probably between Phil and Maury and Mike, and how I always looked up to him for that. And many, many, many years later on, when an opportunity finally arose to get involved with the World Poker Tour, and I found myself sitting in an ADR session with Mike, it was kind of a bit of a pinch me moment about how, here I was with this person who really was just a legend, and to hear the stories that preceded this Zoom call, that just all point effectively to the same thing, that this was just a kind-hearted, generous soul who did right by those whose path he crossed. And insofar as my definition of success, which is that you leave the world a bit better than you found it, and the people that cross paths with you feel better for it, I think he was as successful a person as I've ever known. So that's what I wanted to say, and he'll be very missed.
Thank you very much, Ali. It's supposed to be nice and light, but I understand. I understand your feeling, and I feel the same way. It's yeah, he's going to be missed very badly. So I do appreciate you guys coming in. I know you guys are doing great work over there at the studio, and good luck to you guys. And I look forward to seeing you guys when we come out on the other side of.
Matt, we're taking off, but I got one question for you.
All right.
How did you do? How did you do? You, the golf hustler, versus Mike Sexton, who had a little hustle in him.
You're going to see a video up in a little bit. Make sure you check it out. He got the money. That's all I can say. It's he got the money.
Awesome.
All right. Next up is one of the great poker couples of the world, and two good friends of mine, Jesse and Ali Hollander from Best Bet in Jacksonville. Ali is the host of the Best Bet Poker Show, and Jesse's in on that. Hi, guys. I know you guys loved.
Matt, how you doing?
Great. I'm doing okay.
Hey, Matt, I would like to say, first of all, great job, and thank you very much. You're doing a great job putting this thing together and hosting it. It's really amazing hearing all these stories about Mike Sexton. They're stories we all know. They're stories we love, and it's all true and amazing. And it's really cool that you've been able to put this together, and that everybody's been able to come together and share this time. And I can say, there are a million stories about Mike Sexton that I could share and that everybody's going to share, but I will just say that instead of a story, Mike Sexton is an inspirational person. He was an inspiration to me several decades ago as a player and as an industry person. You know, as a poker player, when I saw Mike Sexton, I even was lucky enough to somehow manage to play in the very first Tournament of Champions. And I remember seeing Mike Sexton on the stage talking and about how great this event was and how cool it was. And it made me feel so special to be there, that this is so amazing that I am a part of this event. And it was amazing because of Mike Sexton. It wasn't amazing because I somehow miraculously made it there. It was amazing because of what he did and the efforts that he put forth. And I'll never forget that. It was a very special moment. Even though I didn't do any good in the tournament, it didn't matter. The fact that I was able to play in that and hear him speak on that stage was amazing. And as an industry person and even a player, you know, when you find yourself in situations and you're at the poker table and it's a tenuous situation, you know, it's not always good. Sometimes there's some, you know, things that happen. You lose all your money, you take a bad beat. What are you going to do? Be like Mike Sexton. Take it in stride, right? There's another hand, there's another game. It's going to go on. He was always a gentleman, and it's very inspirational, and that has helped me a lot through my playing career. And as an industry person, you know, looking to Mike Sexton as somebody, and you and I talked about this a little bit, and we talked about this on a radio show last week. You know, when Mike Sexton is in the room and he's talking to everybody, he's saying, "Hey, I got this great idea." And everybody says, "Ah, oh, come on, man, you can't do that." He's like, "No, just listen to me." And they're like, "Serious? Are we really going to have this tournament on a ship with these? Are we really going to get enough people?" And he's like, "It's going to be great. Don't worry about it." He's true and he's honest and he's sincere. And you can't take that for granted. So everybody says, "Well, I mean, it seems a little crazy, but it is Mike Sexton. So it's not like he's just making something up. He really means it. Let's give it a shot." And I think that is really amazing. That's something that I will always take to heart and use as an industry person. And, you know, we love to see Mike Sexton. We love to have him around at Best Bet. I love to see him all over. And he will be missed.
Yeah, I got to tell you, we all thought he was crazy with the TOC. That is true. We did. You know, he's given 9 cards at the final table, and everybody, to a man, that pretty much everybody that has spoken already that was there said, it's just not going to work. And he made it work. And I think out of that, you know, the World Poker Tour was born. So he did make it work. And we're all grateful and lucky for that.
And I agree. And I know this has been said before, you know, by we heard Doyle Brunson said it. And I think Barry Greenstein also said it, or somebody else. You know, there's been a lot of poker booms and everybody can attribute it to one thing or another. But if you don't have Mike Sexton in that conversation, you're probably incorrect. You know, he is definitely an attribute to the poker boom. Another thing that he said to me once that I'll never forget during the first American Poker Awards, I think we were at the bar there at what was the name of that? What's the name of the bar?
At the SLS?
At the SLS, that crazy bar. Anyway, we're there, we're talking with Mike Sexton and the Bazaar, myself, my wonderful wife, Allie,
Patterson.
And Tyler Patterson was there, who I see on screen.
Yeah.
And yourself, Mike, and he's Matt, and he said in mid-conversation, he looks at me and he goes, "Jesse, I just got to tell you one thing." I say, he goes, "You drew out on life." And he pointed to my wife, Allie, and he said, "You drew out on life." And I said, "Thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate that."
He's used that line on me and Marianne too, so it's an old line.
Hey, we're lucky, Matt. I can't tell you.
It's an old line.
I will always remember Mike for those things and the positive influences that he's had on my life as a player and as an industry person. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Allie, who has some other stories she would like to share.
Yeah, so I have a lot of stories about Mike, and I could tell a lot of them, but I will say that's probably the most important thing that I would like to say is I met Mike when I was very young. I was probably 16, maybe at best when I met him. So he was very much like a father figure to me.
through the years. And, I was spoon-fed poker. So I learned it as a very young child through the industry of some of the greatest leaders in the poker community today. And as I hear all of these stories and people talk, I keep hearing all of these adjectives that describe him, and they talk about him being accomplished and being charming and having all this integrity and being inspirational and distinguished and this beacon of light. And, Deb talks about him tending to his flock, and Tony says he never remembered his name. And, there's these funny things that I can always attribute to all of that. And I remembered looking at him as a young lady and thinking, this man's really wonderful and he's a leader. And this is the kind of person that I want to be like. And there were so many years that went by that, I would bump into him and I would walk up and I would say hello to him, and he would put on this facade as if he didn't know who I was. And he would make me introduce myself. And at first I remembered being offended. And I was like, because I was young. And he said, no. And I said, well, how come you never remember me? And he said, I always remember you, but I want you to know how to come up and introduce yourself. And I remembered thinking, that's so important to me, And so he taught me a lot of lessons through life. And I just think that, he was a leader in life, and he was a leader with his friends, with his family. He was a leader within the industry, and he led everything. And I think his biggest legacy is to see everybody within the community carry on that leadership and make sure that we pass on those wonderful things that he has tried to instill, not just in the poker community, but in life in general. And those are the things that I will always take from him, and that I hope that we all kind of gather around and do. And, he had the big saying, which was, may all your cards be live and all your pots be winners. And I thought about that, and I thought, how could I send him off? Like, what could be something I could say to him? And the best I could muster up would be, may you sink all your putts and never have to explain how to dance with the devil.
Well, he definitely
That's a
did
good
that.
one.
That is a good one. And I want to tell you a little story about the may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. He actually hated that line. Nobody knows it. But he hated that line. And Steve Lipscomb forced him to do it. If you're watching, it's true. He hated that line, but he said it over and over again. And everybody would come up to him on the road and say it, repeat it to him. And in the end, he started to like it a little bit more. And so it kind of stuck.
Funny how it sticks.
It did stick.
Yep. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. I know it's late there on the East Coast, and appreciate you guys waiting around. Thank you so much.
We'll stick around and
Thanks
watch.
for having us.
Okay.
Great job, Matt.
All right, guys. Next up, 13 years he's had a podcast, and I'm sure during those 13 years he had Mike Sexton on as a guest. It's pretty sad we're not going to have him around to talk on all these podcasts and stuff. Bernard?
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I've had him on a few times, and thanks a lot for having me. I'm humbled to be allowed to be part of this celebration. I just want to talk about two quick stories, one of the past and one, fairly recent present. Like Tony said, like everyone, back in 2002, 2003, when the WPT started, I mean, it was must-see TV Wednesday night, 9 to 11 p.m. I mean, we taped it on our, people don't remember, VCRs, and we watched every single episode. And, Mike was a superstar. And I was fortunate a few years afterward to become part of the WPT boot camp, which we talked about. And I was teaching at a champions event and taught a breakout. And I've taught before. I'm not really nervous about teaching, but in one of the breakouts, Mike Sexton and Linda Johnson sit down in the back of the room. And I don't care who you are or how comfortable you are teaching, you suddenly gulp. I literally remember turning around and taking a deep breath going, oh boy, if you're going to have a good session, this is the one. Went through the whole session, everyone answered the questions. And at the end, Mike stood up and told everyone that they said, listen to this presentation. It's going to make you a lot of money. And I'll tell you, that was a real moment for me in my career. And Mike and I have talked about that. I've talked about it with Linda. Linda came on my radio show this week and we talked about this moment. And it was a real special moment for me. And it started my friendship with Mike and Linda. And it meant
everything to me that day. And obviously he's been a good friend of mine and a mentor to me throughout the years. I will say the present story would be is he has been so helpful to me over the years, whether it's coming on my radio show, whether doing an interview, whether helping me connect with people of the when I did my story for ESPN for Phil Hellmuth's 30th anniversary, he connected me with Jack Binion. Always being helpful. I do a seminar during the summers. Everyone would talk about when Mike Sexton showed up and told his stories. And that's the kind of guy Mike was. And I'm going to tack on another story and something else that I hope, Ty, if you're watching, you will always remember is Mike would always do something for us. And he would always do it for me, but except there was one exception. If there was something that he had to do with Ty, and if it was a baseball game or a basketball game or something that Ty had, then he would kindly apologize that he couldn't come. And that was our conversation over the last few years. Obviously, I'm a very hands-on father myself, and we would talk about the baseball games and the basketball games and how both of our kids were so actively involved. And I loved having those conversations with him over the years. He will just ridiculously be missed. He's such a great father, a great friend, poker player, commentator, historian, of course, an incredible ambassador of poker. And I am very fortunate to call him a friend, and I wish their families all the best, and may he rest in peace. And again, Matt, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And I know you did a show recently for him, and we appreciate that. And I know the family does as well. So I'll make sure that they get that. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Next up, another legend and a Hall of Famer. He was the tournament director at the World Series of Poker, at the Commerce, at Bellagio, and he's wearing a Buckeyes jacket. I don't know where you got that jacket. I didn't know you were a Buckeyes fan. Jack McClellan, welcome to the show.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Start talking. So, Mike Sexton, Mike Sexton. I go back a long way, back to the early '80s, when I was doing the tournaments with the World Series. Mike was your ultimate grinder. He'd grind out a satellite to get in a tournament. He'd get to a final table. He'd get to 7th, 8th, 6th, hit a wall. That was it. Over and over and over again. Never got upset. Never said a bad word. Finally, 1989, in of all games, 7 cards still highlights, but it's finally Mike's night. Mike wins a bracelet and the cash. And he's so happy. And I'm happy. I go up, I give Mike his bracelet, and Mike says, I'll keep the bracelet, give the money to Doyle. He owed all the money to Doyle Brunson. So, but he was happy with the win. And by the way, our prayers go out to Doyle today. He had a very serious cancer surgery, so we're all rooting for him. And anyhow, moving forward, I go to work at the Bellagio, and like 2 weeks later, here comes Steve Lipscomb and Mike Sexton, and to see Doug Dalton and I with this pitch for the World Poker Tour. And I'd done a few live events on the Isle of Man and Venice and things like that. And so they give their pitch, and they walk out. And Doug looks at me and says, "What do you think?" I said, "It'll work." And Doug, being naturally the master politician, likes to cover his derriere, says, "Well, let's go see Bobby." So we go see Bobby Baldwin. So we explain everything to Bobby. So Bobby looks at it, says, "Will it work?" So Doug looks at me, says, and I say, "Yeah, it'll work." So Bobby says, "Well, go ahead and do it." So we walk out of Bobby's office, back to the room, and I say, "Well, this might be the shortest job I've ever had." But the World Poker Tour boomed. Mike Sexton was a huge part of that. Linda Johnson, Steve Lipscomb, the whole crew. Everybody did a great job. And from there on, Mike's star just went up and up and up. We spent several hundred hours together on sets. And like you say, you get tired and goofy, like Vince was saying. But he was a great guy. He was a good friend. Loved to compete, loved everything. We shared a passion. We loved the Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm a Buckeye also, and for Mike, I know one thing. This on December the 12th this year, when the boys from up north come to visit Columbus, and we beat Itchigan again, and there's a beam of sunlight that dots the eye. That'll be Mike Sexton doing it. And we're going to miss you, Mike. We love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I know it's, he loved the Bellagio and he loved playing your events, and he talked about it fondly. The first tournament to sign on with the World Poker Tour was a Bellagio, and you were a big part of that happening. So thank you so much for everything you did for the WPT and for Mike. You're a great man. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jack. All right, next up, another first year participant in the World Poker Tour was Foxwoods Casino. And now we're lucky enough to have Kathy Raymond in the chat. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Matt. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Oh, I wish this was under different circumstances, but celebrating Mike's life is it's a joy that comes to all of us, I think. I first met Mike back in 1992. I was a dealer at Foxwoods, and he played in the first World Poker Finals in December of 1992. And actually, I think he final tabled at least 3 events, if not more. 1993, I saw him come back again. Obviously, he was, traveling all around in these different tournaments, but I think he won 6, or at least placed in 6, won 2 the following year. I mean, I started to find out that, this gentleman, and I wasn't used to dealing with gentlemen back then, for all intents and purposes. There was a lot of hardcore players, tournament and cash games alike, and he just kind of rose up above everybody. And I can remember one time I was actually a tournament director. It was during one of the World Poker Finals, and I was getting my head handed to me on a platter. I think it was by John Benetti. And Mike came walking up alongside of me, put his arms around my shoulder, and just walked me away from him. And, John's still going on, and I'm like 10 feet away. And I just looked at him, and all I could say was just thank you. I just, don't you worry about it, honey. Just don't you worry about it, darling. You're doing a good job. And, it just boosted my confidence, and so that carried through. I mean, we saw each other every year when I was at Foxwoods. We actually, we're talking about the birth of the World Poker Tour. I can recall being up on the 8th floor of Foxwoods, up in the, the High Rollers Lounge, I guess you want to call it. And it was Lyle Berman who was sitting on my right, and Mike was sitting on my left. And they were kind of stirring up. Mike was talking about this idea of, the vision he had for poker. And this was not, at the birth of the World Poker Tour by any means. This was probably the late 1990s, maybe early 2000. But they were talking about this, and, they're talking over, me. So I'm in the middle. Lyle's talking on one side, I'm talking on the other. And it was what they were both saying was so good that I just, unbeknownst to both of them, I just kind of slid my chair back, and I turned around and I walked the other way, and I took the chair with me because I wanted them to meet up, because it was just amazing the vision that these people had, especially Mike. His enthusiasm was just phenomenal. And, as I say, the years went on, and I became, good friends with Mike, and he was probably the one most of all that incited me to want to make poker a better place, to make nobody could measure up to Mike's professionalism, and he was the gentleman of poker, period. But if I could kind of take that and try and push it into the poker that we had at the time. He was the one that inspired me to do it because, God, I wish that all the poker players and that were in poker at the time were like him. He was just extra special. I do recall of when he was in with the World Poker Tour, though, and I'm not sure which season it was, but the Mashantucket tribe wanted to get involved because the World Poker Tour was now, doing great things, and they wanted to be a part of it now. So they decided that they were going to assemble maybe a half a dozen, 6 or 8 of the tribal members, and they were going to be in complete tribal costume, and they were going to come out and, do whatever they did. Okay. Nobody told Mike about it. And I'm sitting there, and I wasn't sure that they were going to do it either. It was kind of last minute, but I saw them in the wings, and I'm looking at Mike, and I'm looking back at Mike, and I'm saying, how is he going to react to this? I mean, they came out beating drums and woo, woo, woo. And, they were going absolutely crazy for at least a good 2 minutes. And that was where the money was being walked out to the table. And, I kept my eyes on Mike because I said, if anybody can pull this off on a televised match, he can. And he just very calmly said, this is Indian tradition at its finest, in that drawl that he had, that Midwestern drawl. And all was, I just breathed a sigh of relief, as I always did around Mike. And he pulled it off. It was, I am going to miss him so, so very much. But he has done it all for poker. He has made poker what it is today. I will argue anybody to tell me otherwise, because, I was there from very early on, and World Poker Tour did it. Yeah. I mean, you were part of it, Matt, very successful. I don't think it would have gone all the way, maybe, without Mike there at the helm as well.
I don't think that's a question. You're 100% right, for sure.
Mike, I love you. God, I'm going to miss you terribly. But we'll keep it going for you. Take care.
Kathy. All right. Thank you, Kathy. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate that. All right. Next up, he left earlier, but he's back. So I'm going to bump you one more, Greg. Sorry, buddy. And I'll bump you like the Canucks. But we got Dan Shack in. He's coming in. Dan, good to see you back. And I know you texted me the other day that this was just devastating for you. And I know how much Mike meant to you. And I know you meant a lot to him. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to elaborate more on what Kathy had to say. I mean, more people, talk about the poker boom and, the moneymaker effect and, the early 2000s. And what a lot of people don't realize, it was sort of like a 1-2 punch. And, the World Poker Tour doesn't get enough credit because moneymaker won, and then a couple of years later it was followed on the Travel Channel, which no one even had heard of, by this poker show called the World Poker Tour. And I have to be honest with you, that was as influential on me, and I think to a lot of people, and it doesn't get a lot of credit. And it really wasn't for the poker. It was really for Mike and Vince. I mean, the poker itself was entertaining, but, I think the show was, the Mike and Vince show. And I just don't think they got enough credit. And I don't think, as Kathy said, I don't think the show makes it without, certainly, we're going to focus tonight on Mike, but without the two of them, and I just don't think, poker becomes what it becomes. And I just want to give, credit where credit is due to Mike. I've never made a final table, so I can't tell any interesting final table stories. But I can tell you one thing: on every day one at a WPT event I played, I just remember sitting there, and all of a sudden I'd feel hands on my shoulders, and there'd be a camera around the table, and there would be Mike saying, "Here we have Dan Shack." He's, and he always made everyone better than they were. Like if you were like whatever he said about someone, it was 5 times better than what they were. And that was the one thing you could always count on day one of any, WPT event, was Mike coming up to you and putting his hands on his shoulders and making you feel good about yourself. He was really good at, if you had a bad day, if you're feeling down, your game's not good, for some reason, you felt like a winner until you were walking out the door. And as I said, I always dreamed about making a final table and, having, Mike and Vince sitting there. I've had Lynn interview me before for other things, but, I always was a dream of mine, to be at a final table with them commentating. And, it's kind of sad, I still maybe can make a WPT final table, but without the possibility of, Mike being around or on this earth, it's really a sad thing. But we're here to celebrate tonight. Never saw the guy in a bad mood. Never saw the guy without a smile. I played many home games on the West Coast with him. Seen him win, seen him lose. You couldn't tell the way he walked out the door and said goodnight, whether he won a fortune or lost a fortune. It was the same good night regardless. So, my dad had a saying, usually a negative saying, like, they broke the mold. Well, with Mike, they broke the mold. There won't be another Mike. And, the whole poker world, and I'm sure much of the other world, because I can only assume in all his other endeavors, he was the same Mike. And he spoke so highly when he spoke about his family. My heart goes out to them, and the whole poker world will be there for them. So he left a legacy where his family will be taken care of forever, because I speak for everyone that he was greatly loved, and we're all still here for him, and he'll never be forgotten.
Well, Dan, I got some good news for you. This is now the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. And when you get your name on there, we will all celebrate, and we'll have a toast to him. So thank you for coming on.
I'm gonna make that some inspiration to get on there.
I think you got me choked. You got me choked up for the first time on this one. So thank you. I do appreciate it, Dan. And
Okay.
thanks for coming back.
Okay.
We'll see you soon.
Good night.
Okay. All right. Next up, probably my favorite Canadian, I think. He's from Vancouver. There he is. Another guy that needs to get his name on this cup over here. Greg Mueller. Hello, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit rattled by the information that came out when I first read it on Twitter about Mikey. It felt so sudden. I remember playing all summer with him last year, and he seemed like his jolly self, and it just, to me, being up here, up in the igloos, I had no idea what was going on, and was definitely rattled, and really saddened by hearing all that. I'm not going to take up too much time here. Everybody else has amazing stories, but I'm just going to tell about my own experience when I first made my first final table up in Reno in 2006. And for those that knew me, I used to play cash games, and I would always wear pajamas. And I like to be comfortable when I played poker. And somehow I made this final table, and they, the assistants and everybody that was doing the production came up, and they told me when I got to meet them and what am I going to wear. And I said, well, I'm going to wear these pajamas. And they were like, well, you're going to be on TV. You can't wear these pajamas here. And I said, but that's me. They're comfortable. That's who I am. I don't want to put on a facade and dress up like in a suit and tie when I don't wear that. I'm at the poker table in flip-flops and PJs, and that's what I want to wear. And Mike was wandering around doing what he does, socializing, making everyone feel good. And he kind of caught wind of this, and he was like, let the man wear his pajamas if that's what he wants to wear. And that was like just one of a million examples of where he just was a people's person, and made me, who hadn't had any big experience in the poker world other than grinding the cash games, he just came up and acted like we've been buddies for many, many years. And Mikey was always like that. We played many cash games together, and like everybody said, win or lose, Mikey smiled. You know, if he lost his last chip, he walked up and always had a comment that everybody laughed at, and no one rooted against him. You know, we're playing in the big games. Everyone was hoping he would win. Just hearing more stories, you know, he'd sit down in a 400, 800 game with us at the, you know, at the Bellagio, and we'd just be pumped to have him sit down, because he'd have, you know, just stories. He'd come in with a big thing of butter cake from Mastro's, you know, with Richie, and he'd be like, anybody want a piece of butter cake? I brought it in, you know, and just nonstop, like always entertaining everybody, and always, you know, the life of the party kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, I literally don't think there was one person who didn't love the guy and root for him and smile. And, you know, just when he walks in the room, he lights up the room. And, you know, it's a little bit different sitting here during the pandemic and stuff. But, you know, next time I'm on the whatever tour it is, whether it's you know, up in Bay 101 or at the Commerce, or if I'm just at the World Series next time, it's going to be different without him popping around and making his comments. And I'm certainly going to miss him. And I mean, the stuff that he's done for poker obviously goes without saying, but just for me, when I first started out, he was he always made me feel like, you know, like I was somebody important. And you know, even though I was just a retired hockey player, and, you know, like I said, he was awesome. And I'm going to miss him, and you know, very saddened by what happened.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I mean, it's weird because we don't have the live events, so it's going to be strange because I'm not seeing him, but I wasn't seeing him anyway. But when I go back, I can't imagine I'm not going to be looking around for Mike Sexton.
Totally.
For sure.
Totally.
So I appreciate that. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate your patience, and thank you.
Thanks, Matt, for doing this. It's been great listening to everybody.
All right. Awesome. Appreciate it. Next up, I'm not sure I recognize that guy. Oh, he's the guy that signs my paychecks. There he is. Adam Pliska. Look at that panel of pictures behind you. Amazing. Look at that.
You see that?
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Beautiful.
All right.
Hi, Adam. How are you doing?
Good, Matt. This is so nice. This is like poker's greatest reunion. I mean, it's like, it's just terrific. I mean, I'm actually getting so many notes of people just saying how great it is to hear from everybody. So just want to say thank you. First, thanks to you. I mean, you're another magnet for the industry to be able to center around where people can come together and do this. Is very special. But also just for everybody coming up, staying up late, talking about Mike. If anyone deserves it, it's Mike Sexton.
Definitely, no doubt. I mean, it was tough when Mike left the WPT a few years ago. But I always say that he missed us as much as we missed him.
Yeah, I was going to say, did he really leave?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
we did more events. We did honors events. We did roasts with him. We did all of this stuff. He actually ended up showing up to more things, I think.
And thank you so much for the decision to putting him on the cup. I mean, it obviously makes perfect sense, but he's always going to be with us. We have the memories, we have the stories, and now we have the WPT Mike Sexton Champions Cup. I can't wait to award that to somebody, and I think it just makes it so much more special to do that.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. Right. Well, you know, Mike, you know, when I told him, this is one amazing thing about Mike. The guy was so appreciative all of the time, right? So when I called to tell him he was on, that we were going to name the cup, he was just so taken by this. And, you know, I'm not going to go into the details of all of what he was saying, but he was so sincerely taken. I said, look, you know, we'll only do it if you feel comfortable or whatever. Yeah, I think I'd kind of like that. That would be nice, you know, but he was really taken. And then he recounted what the World Poker Tour meant to him. And I said to him, Mike, you can think about it. And if you want to then, you know, give me a quote that we can put out, you know, just take your time and think about it. And I get off the phone and I go down to get an apple and I hear ding. And there's a quote ready for the release for the Sexton Cup now. So I know that it meant a lot to him, and it honestly, it's like Linda Johnson with honors. There's something about this being named after Mike Sexton that gives it some sanctity. And I should also say, this whole theme about there's something so modest about it, right? And our negotiations, because obviously I do sign the paychecks. The negotiations were always just beyond wild, because it'd be, first of all, in the roast, Vince alluded to this, which he always put Vince up as the bad guy, right? He was like, Adam, I think Vince might have a couple things and he wants to run by you or whatever it is. And so they'd sit down and they'd be nervous. I don't know if it's because when I started, I was the original lawyer and they never really, they get this, I could tell they'd been scheming together, planning, and it'd be something so small, or it'd be something that would be such a good idea. Like, we'd really like to play in a few more events and we'd like to go. And I'd be like, yeah, sure. Okay. And then, it's Mike Sexton, because as soon as he gets Vince would be like, great, fantastic, wonderful. And he's out of there. And Mike will still continue to give you his arguments about why something should be changed, because Mike was so engaged and loved to talk. And I loved it. I just, I'll miss it. I'll miss that part. And I think in my mind, there's something that was so special, because Mike could disagree with you and you would walk away feeling better. He was the least passive aggressive human being I've ever met in my life.
No doubt. Like Dan said earlier, I just don't know what it's going to be like walking into a poker room and not seeing Mike. I don't know what it's going to be like. It's just going to be, we're going to be kind of lost. Whenever I needed anything, I could call him up and we could argue about it. We could argue about rulings, we could argue about things, but in the end, it was his opinion that I respected so much. And so, yeah, we're going to miss him.
Yeah. You remember we did the art and legacy, to which he loved to tease me that I was bringing art into poker. Why was I doing that? And everything else. But we did the art and legacy thing where,
oh my God, this is my favorite story, by the way.
My favorite Mike story. I mean, other than there is one very, very short story that was just amazing to me. At some point, Mike says, Mike's so modest, but the one time I saw him just kind of show who he was, we're walking in the Bellagio, and remember they used to have the WPT table game, and I was, right there by used to be Caramel, and so he says, "Watch this." Bunch of guys are there playing at the table game. He walks up and says, "Hi, thanks for playing on the World Poker Tour." These guys almost fall out of their chair. They can't believe it. Everything gets messed up because and he just keeps walking.
That is a great story.
Great. So the monster story. So I want to do this thing with art and legacy. We bring a French impressionist painter, a great painter in, and I say, look, these guys have been with us for, at that time, like 15 years or something. We want to commission a painting with Mike and Vince. And she thinks about it, gets back and says, yes, I am interested. It's poker, but I need to interview them. Fly her out, and she interviews them, and she gets into the details about what's in their mind or whatever. And she comes back and she says, I might need a few sessions with them because I really need to get the essence of them, and I need to bring a videographer. Okay, it's getting a little expensive. We're bringing somebody in from France, but that's okay. We bring her in, she interviews her, she brings a videographer. They have these interview sessions, and she eventually comes to me and says, I have this vision, from what they've said, that poker is this, yes, it's this sport, but it's also, it addresses your fears and your triumphs. And so I want to put Mike and Vince, but I want to put this Minotaur in there. And the Minotaur stands for all of the fears. And of poker players that they're facing. And I say, okay, but my one rule is I don't want to dictate what a fine artist is going to put in. But my one rule is you must be able to identify Mike and Vince in the painting. She said, don't worry about it. It's great. And this is an enormous painting. So we go out of our way. We set up a gallery exhibit, and we have people from Cirque du Soleil come perform. And we do all of this with food. A bunch of people are invited. We do this unveiling, and they have not seen the painting. I am the only person that's seen the painting. You hadn't seen a painting, right?
No,
you hadn't seen the painting. Not. So everybody goes there. There's champagne, and it's that gallery right near Poker Go Studio, right? Mm. We unveil this, and here is a impressionist painting of Mike and Vince, and in the center is the Minotaur at a poker table. And I missed this part because my plane gets stuck and I can't get in, but I get in hours late, unfortunately. Everybody goes back over to Javier's, and afterwards he comes back and he says, Adam, I just got to tell you something. I made fun of this art and legacy thing, and now I get it. I said, this is remarkable. This is the nicest thing. I cannot believe you've done this. We went all out of your way. All of the Cirque du Soleil and there's champagne and we're in a painting, and it's just, I don't even know what to say. So, then you got that monster in there. He said, it's and I said, oh, you meant Minotaur? Yeah, that's what I said. Got the monster. I mean, to be honest, I don't really know why the monster's there. I said, well, that represents your. He said, yeah, but we've been there for 15 years, and the monster's getting more attention than we got. I don't get it, because I'm over here, and we're over here, and Vince is even a little blurry, but the monster is getting all the attention, and he's going off about the monster for all of this thing. And we still have the painting. It's a great painting, but the greatest part to me is I got a story with Mike Sexton going from pure, unadulterated appreciation to absolute frustration that he was getting second billing to what he called the monster.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let you in a couple little secrets. They did have this thing upstairs in the Bellagio room where they were going over it, and Mike and Vince couldn't believe that they sat there for 8 hours doing it. And I'm gonna let you in on one more little secret. When they pulled that sheet off of that painting, Mike leaned over to me and said, "You fucking believe this?" That's what he said. That's a true story. Yes, he said that. So we won't hold that against him. We won't hold that. He loved it.
Well, that's great. I mean, look, I think of, he used to also make fun of me for, saying the WPT family, but I got to tell you, there is nobody who typified what the WPT family was or came to appreciate it more than Mike Sexton, because it was not about, all of this time, nearly, like I said, it's nearly 20 years. It's not, we're a family. Yeah, we have our squabbles, and we're always pushing each other to make each other better. I mean, even this memorial service was, you could have done a documentary on how to make a memorial service, right?
My goodness.
But I think it so much comes from the spirit of Mike Sexton, which is just try to do something out of a pure heart.
Yep.
Try to just make something as good as you had. And I don't know if you know this, Matt, but I know, these are funny stories, and my monster stories, my contribution, but I got one more.
Oh, Adam, listen to you. We got the action clock guy here. He's in the.
I know.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, I'm forgetting that. I'm forgetting that aspect, but I will say I met you and Mike the same day, and that happened to be the very day that my father passed away. We were doing the Hollywood home games and I was a lawyer, so I was behind the scenes until that time. It was the first time I'd actually gone to the set. And Mike Sexton did what nobody had to do, right? I was a guy who did not come from the poker world. And Mike endorsed me and gave me so much support at a time when it would have been very easy. You know, I'm looking back at, 18 years or whatever, but it would have been very easy to be dismissed. And so I'm forever grateful of that. And my last quick one is the WPT pinball machine. I have no idea if he knew what he was saying, but did you ever play in the WPT pinball machine, Matt?
No, I didn't. I got the bottle opener though.
Yeah, well, let me just tell you one of the things that the pinball machine says, because we had to bring Mike into a studio so he could say a couple lines, so that we go on the pinball machine. And I get the pinball machine, and we put it up in the office, and I'm like, these guys did not know what they were saying. One of them was, well, Vince, it's a 6 and a 9, or as we call it, a dinner for two. All right. And,
wow.
That's the WPT pinball machine. But anyway, the Mike Sexton bottle opener, it's all everything. I'm forever grateful. The guy is the spirit behind the World Poker Tour, and we love him, and we're just so grateful. Thanks, Matt. And thanks
Thank you,
for
Adam.
everybody for
And
coming on.
Hang around and watch some of these great
Absolutely.
stories. All right, so we're going to go up next to somebody was there from day one of the World Poker Tour, also at the Bicycle Casino, one of the charter members, and she was a big part of it. She handled the marketing for the Bicycle Casino. Kelly O'Hara, it's good to talk to you. I haven't talked to you in so long. How are you doing?
I know, it's been a while. It's so good to see you. You're doing a fabulous job of this.
Thank you.
Not
Thank
kidding.
you.
Wow. I mean, you just got a whole palette of people that want to get in on this and speak how they felt about Mike. For me, I come from the perspective of being on the industry side as one of the casino partners, and World Poker Tour it changed the game, but it changed the game for me. And Mike, even before that, I came, like Adam was saying, I came from outside the industry. I came in when the bike had new ownership, and Mike did a Tournament of Champions event at our place, and he was so elegant, and he wanted to do an upscale event, and that was just right up my alley. I was so excited. So I felt like I could not get to that event fast enough. And then when the WPT came along, that was my favorite project the entire time. I mean, I spent 12 years at the bike. That's my favorite thing I ever did there, bar none, every year. And it was great to see Deb and Kathy, because we're all a family. It's because WPT made us a family. They really pulled us together. Nobody else had done that. They're just exceptional at that. And for me, Mike, on the other hand, I just gotta say, he just made you feel partnered in everything. I would go to him before the events and say, Mike, it didn't matter if it was a new promotion that we were trying to do, or we had live at the bike and we wanted him to promote it, or we said, will you guys talk about the new hotel or the new restaurant? They just talked about it as if it had always been in the plan and they were part of it. I just love that about him. You really felt like it was a real partnership. So he's always available and receptive. And me as a new person in the industry, between Linda and Jan and Mike, you couldn't have asked for a better introduction, a better opportunity to come in. The other thing I'll say about him is, I think for him, he had this unique way of making everybody feel like it was a privilege to be with you. It didn't matter if he was playing on the table, if he was talking to you as a venue partner, as if he was in the marketing meetings. He just made you feel like you were part of the family. And I think that's pretty tough to do. Like you were in his circle. So I wasn't a poker player, and I still felt like I was part of the circle. Jan and Linda are so great at doing that. And Mike did that when he came into your home. That's how I looked at it. He came into your home at the casino. He just felt comfortable. So I think the last thing I'll say about him, because there's so many players and so many people want to get in on this, but I'll say about Mike that I have never met a person ever who genuinely felt so lucky and blessed to be where he was and who he was among. It just didn't matter. The guy, he was perpetually like a kid in a candy store, and he just seemed to love it all. Like when I think about it, he just seemed to love his life and just feel like I'm blessed, and it was contagious. So that's who I'm going to miss. I'm going to miss him so much. He just made me feel like he walked in the door, you'd wrap your arms around him, and you just felt like, oh, so good you're home. That's what it was for me.
Yeah.
So thanks for letting me share.
Of course, Kelly. It's great to see you, and thank you for coming in. And I know that Mike talked very highly of you. He did love you. So thank you so much for coming in tonight and sharing your stories.
Absolutely. A privilege.
All right. Next up, we have the guy that has taken more photographs of Mike Sexton than anybody on earth. And I've seen them, and they're great. And I appreciate all of them. Joe, thank you for coming in. Joe Harone, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Matt. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Just wanted to let you guys know that I met Mike Sexton in 2005 at the end of the year and started working with him in the WPT in December at the Bellagio 5 Diamond. That was my first event, and coming into poker from the music industry, what a final table that was with Doyle, Phil Lack, JJ Liu, Patrick Antonius, and Renee Peterson, who ended up winning the event and probably was the least known of anybody. But I'm not sure if, and speaking of the music industry, I'm sure some of you knew that I've worked with rock bands from 1985 to 2005. And I kind of considered Mike the one of the rock stars of the poker industry. To fans all around the world, he was such a recognizable figure. He gave them so much time in terms of autographs, shaking hands, just spending time with people, making them feel good, as other people have said. And that was just Mike being Mike, just obliging everybody and doing the best he could to just make everybody feel really good. And talking about partying like a rock star, Mike showed the live updates team how to make the drive back from the Playground Poker in Montreal back to the hotel more palatable by always grabbing a roadie from the rail, a roadie being a beer to go. And he kind of taught us that. Mike would sneak one onto the bus, and a few of us noticed it, like Ryan Lucchese and myself, and said, hey, that's not a bad idea. As I said in a tweet before, after Mike's passing, he was humble, friendly, accommodating, and willing to try just about anything. But more than that, Mike was a class act. And thank you, Mike. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Joe. Lynn told a story about it earlier, but I'm not sure everybody heard it. But yeah, he did have that little chuckle whenever he took a picture. Everybody would be looking at him. He'd be like, and he did that so he would smile in the pictures. And so,
and his smiles were always it looked genuine and came across really well. I mean, he was one of the happiest people I've ever known. He was a really good guy.
Joe, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Matt.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, next up, we have Tuba Erjan. And Tuba, she's been with the Royal Flush crew for quite a while now. And Mike always, in my opinion, always looked at you guys like the daughters. You were like his daughters. And he loved having you guys there. And your roles have grown over the years. And now you're doing, interviews and things like that. So we're very proud to have you around for as long as you've been. Because, we've had, let's be fair, we've had some bad Royal Flush crew members in the past. And the ones that are good have stuck around. So we're happy to have you as part of that. And Tuba, let's hear from you.
I just want to say thank you so much. Thanks, Matt, for putting this together and for everyone who's been a part of it. This has been a really tough one to take for me, and for so many reasons. I feel like Mike was always a bit of a father figure for me from the very beginning. Sorry.
It's okay.
I just remember so many moments that I just remember being brought on for the first time and just, being told that I was going to get into a limo with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. And I knew them off the TV because my stepdad is a huge poker fan. And when he found out that I was going to become part of the show, he was more excited than I ever was. So I just knew that a lot of people looked up to Mike, and it was such an honor. And just like getting in that limo and just looking up and meeting him for the first time, and just something about that moment, and just really feeling like I was stepping into a role where, you know, I was representing something bigger than me. And he was always such a leader in that way, and the brand ambassador that he was, it just inspired me so much. And you know, getting those big hugs, like those big bear hugs from him, was always like a highlight for me. And many memories in the sense of, you know, just jumping on a fast train from Paris to Belgium and opening up, you know, one of the newest poker rooms, and actually getting to play with him. And then at one point, you know, taking him out in one of the poker tournaments. He really had a lot of faith in my game too. So he was very always encouraging. But just a lot of moments where I just felt like he really looked out for us Royal Flush girls. You know, I remember that one time when we were going to have a roast for Tony, and he actually sent an email and said, you know, I would like for Royal Flush girls to be there. I'm sure as they would like to be there. So let's just, you know, wait till another break or something like that. And just like that just really like stuck with me. But overall, I just loved him. I just loved who he was and what he was representing. And I just don't know. I can't really come up with many words. It's just been a really tough one to swallow. It affected, you know, I know everyone, but, you know, going through this quarantine thing, and then having not have him in the past few years, you know, within the family, just kind of running into him. But I always felt like my eyes were always searching for him, you know, like hoping that he was going to come to one of the tournaments that I was at. And one of my biggest honors was actually being part of the 3 final tables, you know, one being my very first stop. I think it was Casino di Venezia in Italy, where he made a final table. I was there to witness that. And then Bay 101 was another one I was there to witness. And the most memorable for me was to be there in Montreal and watching him, you know, getting that. And I got to represent him with the belt that I know he gave the tie. And that was just one of the most like beautiful moments. I feel like, you know, I just got to be part of something that was just bigger than myself. And so I'm just always grateful. I'll always carry his memories in my heart. There's so many more I just can't think of right now. Like my heart is racing. I don't know. But I just want to say thank you. And thank you, Mike. And thank you to all of you guys still, you know, for having me and having the Royal Flush crew as members of this beautiful family.
Oh, thank you so much, Tuva. Like I said, he was like the dad to all of us, really. It's gonna be tough, but thank you for coming on and sharing your story. I love that you came on today. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I really do appreciate it. All right, next up, we have one of the producers of our show. He spent a lot of time with Mike on the set. So let's hear from Patrick O'Grady.
Hey, Matt.
Hello.
Thanks for having me tonight and putting this together. It's been great listening to all the stories. I just really want to talk about Mike's passion and enthusiasm for the WPT. It's never felt like a job for him. He really seemed to be engaged and a fan of the WPT more than anything. And as Vince mentioned, sometimes the final tables would go late, and Vince would more often than not get tired. If it went past midnight, Vince might put on the sunglasses and kind of fade a little bit. But Mike was a machine, and he would just keep commentating the whole night. And if anything big happened, he'd kind of elbow Vince and tell him, you know, I think we got something going on here. And Vince would, you know, kind of get to attention and we'd shoot. But it reminded me of the first time we went back to Paris, the WPT in season 10, and we were in the Aviation Club, which is this historic, amazing club. Great place to have a tournament, just so amazing, right by the Arc de Triomphe. And we got to the final table, and there was no air conditioning, so it got really hot. The room was, you know, felt like 100 degrees. And at some point, Mike and Vince, we're looking at the camera of them, and they are melting. Vince has, you know, a towel on his head, cold compresses on his neck, we're losing them. And we're in the truck and we're like, we can't use any of this footage. You know, Vince looks like he just got off the tennis court. And so the decision is made, we're going to turn the cameras or turn the lights off. So now they're there in the dark, which helps with the temperature. But in the dark, I still hear Mike commenting on the tournament. He just keeps going. And you know, I tell him, I said, Mike, we are not using it. We can't use this. There's no camera on you. You can stop. But it was just like an automatic reflex to just keep going and keep going. And it's just a great reminder of how much he put into this show and how much he cared about it. And, you know, something I'll remember for always.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. And he was always on. That's what I wanted to say about that. I mean, he might have been upset that it was such long days and he might have, you know, kept it to himself. But when you came over there and talked to him, he was like, what do you need? I'm next. I'm ready, you know, and stuff like that. And, you know, I kind of get to see the other side of it. I got to see the, you know, I'm tired or this or that. But like when the lights came on, he was ready to go. And so I appreciate all you did with that. And, you know, I mean, you get to watch all those shows and 15 seasons of Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. A lot of stuff to watch and a lot of memories to have for sure. All right. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have a guy that has won some money for Mike Sexton over the years, not at poker, but on the football field. Let's say hello to Richard Seymour. He was a big fan of yours when you played football, and he was a big fan of you playing poker too. So let's see the man himself, soon to be Hall of Famer, Richard Seymour.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. You know, first I'd like to say it's an honor and a pleasure just to come on and say a few words about Mike. You know, I was devastated when I heard the news about Mike because he's such a engaging and gracious guy. And for me, Mike was one of the first to invite me into the poker community, into the poker world. And, you know, I think the ultimate judge of a man for me is not how they treat you, but how they treat the people that's around you. And, you know, how you treat other people that maybe can't do anything for you. And Mike was just that guy. And just through listening to everyone's story, it wasn't an act. I mean, it's just who Mike was. He treated my family, my friends, my cousins, anybody that was around me, he treated them just with so much class and honor. You know, like I said, he was such a gracious guy. And, you know, I also say, once they got done talking with Mike, they was like, well, who was that? I mean, because they didn't know who Mike was. But Mike I was just like, he's like the governor. He's like the president, you know? And I also say this, you know, Mike was a guy that could bring everybody together, you know, from all walks of life. Mike was the guy, just in terms of, you know, me coming from another arena, coming into the poker world, you know, from different guys, whether they're from Germany or played in Vegas, or he was the guy that could bring everybody together. And like I said, I'm just so grateful that he welcomed me in with open arms into a new arena.
Well, I know that he spoke very highly of you and very highly of your poker game. And, you know, obviously having a celebrity like you in our game means so much to us. And so I appreciate you coming on tonight. And please, good luck on getting in the Hall of Fame this year. I know you deserve it. And, you know, we're happy to have you here tonight. Thank you so much.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much. Like I said, it's an honor and a pleasure to come and just say a few quick words about Mike. I mean, he's, you know, he's a class act through and through.
Yes, he was, for sure. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Take care.
Take care, brother.
All right. Next up, we're going to do a video. But before we do this video, I have one more person to bring in. She's from Australia. She's coming in right now. She is my boss also. She's been yelling at me a lot this week, and I've been yelling back at her, but it's all in love, right? We're part of the family. Got me doing about 10 different jobs at once. But, Ange, take it away.
Hi, mate.
Hello.
Matthew Savage, what's going on?
Yes. Everything's good. Everything's good.
Everything's good?
I'm laughing and hearing a lot of these stories. So you better bring up the spirits here.
Well, I mean, it's over a decade of bloody stories on being on road trip with him and stuff like that with the WPT family. I am very conscious that Ty is watching. Ty, hello. So, many of the stories that the WPT family can share with you will be when you hit 18, when we're over at a bar and drinking somewhere together, celebrate your dad. But, you flip through so many of the memories that we have of Mike and stuff. And there's a lot of bars there all over the world, a lot of nightclubs, a lot of dance floors, so many happy, so many happy memories. And Savage, and Marianne, part of a whole lot of those types of things. But Ty, if you're, we know you're watching, please know that you've been incredibly blessed to have called him your dad, because he was really truly a magnificent human being. And Savage, save me here for a sec.
Okay. Andrew, yeah, I mean, we all feel it. It's been a tough couple of weeks, but yeah, we got to think about the stories. And Ty, it's true. Your dad meant so much to all of us. He was like a dad to a lot of us. That's for sure. I always looked up to him. So, Ange, come on, get it together.
There's a whole time. There's like 105 people waiting to speak, after me and stuff, and I'm very conscious, and they're going to give me shit about it later. So I can't abuse the power that we've got here, So, just all the sentiments that's being shared by everybody around the world here is just, he, as I told Adam before, Mike's really the gift that keeps on giving, and so. We are also very blessed and so fortunate to have known him. And, in this life, we were lucky to know him. And, I know that I will be doing a lot more cha-cha dancing with him and, a lot more of this the next time I see him. So we love you heaps, and, happiest of birthdays, mate.
Thanks, Ange. I don't know what time it is in Australia, but I hope you'll stick around for some of the other stories coming up.
2 p.m.
Oh, look who's here, Norman Chad. We're going to make him wait. That's for sure. Anyway, Ange, thank you so much. Okay, guys, so one quick thing. We're going to run a quick video clip, and the reason we're going to run this is because I have to go use the restroom. I'll be honest with you. But the thing is that this video got sent to me, and it was a video clip of us playing golf. And you get to see all sides of the man that was Mike Sexton in this short little video about a day of golf and a little bit of gambling. So take it away, Warren.
We have such a fun segment for you right now. We're at Industry Hills Golf Club in Los Angeles, California, and we've got Mike Sexton from the World Poker Tour, Matt Savage, he's also with the World Poker Tour, and a bunch of other great poker players. We're gonna go out on a course and talk a little bit about poker, golf, and all kinds of great stories. Enjoy.
We're playing at Industry Hills today. Back in the old day, this course was much tougher because this is all weeds. You could never come in, but we come out here and play, and I mean all the big gamblers, Doyle Brunson, Chip Reese, Puggy Pearson. There used to be some real high stakes gambling on this golf course.
Sexton for birdie. Drifting just a little bit. Some golfers play for the love of the game. Some play for action.
How many balls are you hitting now?
Nori and I are playing 50, 50, and 100. He showed up. He wasn't supposed to be here. We're now playing a 5-some. It's going to be a 6-hour round.
They might only bet $1 or $2 or lunch or beers, but everybody gambles on the golf course. That's the fun of it. So the amount is just relative. So if golf courses tried to stop guys from gambling, they'd be closed down because nobody would be teeing off. Get outside, play a little golf. Get inside, play a little poker. That's what I say. How can you beat it? And you might make some money.
That's right. Not making any money today.
When all the high stakes gamblers used to gamble, Doyle Brunson and all of them, we play what we call gamblers rules. You never ever get to move your ball ever. There's not molehills, there's not casual water. You don't get relief from a cart path. Wherever you hit it is where you got to hit it again. If you ever move it, you get a stroke penalty. Never one argument among gamblers when you play gamblers golf rules. That's the way you should play if you're betting on golf. Easy as pie. Actually, I've always enjoyed golf as much or more than poker because it is so much fun. It's the bickering back and forth, negotiating, and the challenge of it. And golf is fun. Notice I wear 2 golf gloves. I started doing it after I saw Stu Unger do it. He lost at least $4 million playing golf, and that's the guy I'm following. I'm a genius. Golf is the greatest gambling game of all time by far. Wow. And it's not even close. And the reason for that is that you can equalize everybody regardless of skill level. You know, you can give a guy shots, for example. You can give him distance off the tee. For example, if I played Rory McIlroy, you know, if he spotted me 200 yards off every tee, I could play him even. Doesn't matter your skill level. You can equalize a game where it's a fair bet for everybody.
Why don't you have a handicap?
Have a handicap. Because first of all, handicaps are bogus. Anybody that breaks out a handicap card, you know right away is a thug. It's the truth. You know, because people pad their handicap just so when they come out to things like this and break out a handicap card,
right?
You know, they shoot 90s in their own course and then they come out and shoot 80s somewhere when they go out on the road. So among gamblers, you just know how guys play. You don't need handicap cards, and you match up when you see a guy play. That's all.
Meanwhile, you're smashing me.
Not smashing him at all. Got him mildly down. But Nori over here is my man. I mean, I don't know where he's come from, but he's 4 down after 4 to me. I'm one of the worst players of all time. So how bad is this guy? We tried to get him not to play today. Don't say we. Doyle Brunson and I played Howard Letter and Huck Seed in a huge match for $800,000 one day. Doyle was staking me. I didn't have any money then. And we ended up winning 2 bets. So that was really a fun day. And it came down to the last hole. So it was really exciting. And then another day, I'd staked a player the day before against Phil Ivey and them, and the guy lost $300,000. I played Ivey and his partner and got the $300,000 back. So that was my individually best day on the golf course. How good is he?
Golf shot. Yeah, we were in a movie called Lucky You. It was a fun time with Robert Duvall and Drew Barrymore and Eric Bana. And yeah, it was fun. I mean, obviously, that's some of the stuff that goes on when they film that movie. They brought that in as, you know, as a part of something that happens in the poker world, and it does.
And now they call him Lucky You. That's a nickname because Sexton goes out and plays golf with him all the time.
That's a fact. Lucky me. People are going to see this show, and they're going to see how bad of a golfer I am. They'll be lined up from here to Vegas.
I know. You think I know that's why you're laying down only betting 100 or 200 a day?
Yeah.
Normally bets 500 or thousands, and he plays 10 times better. He's just setting you all up. Be careful. I'll play any man from any land, any game he can name for any amount he can count.
Now +1 -1. This bandit over here.
He left the downhill 5-footer short on the last hole for all the.
That's right. Whoa!
Yeah. There it is.
What a five. 600-yard hole.
Routine, gentlemen, routine.
This is where the pain starts.
I finally beat Matt Savage. I'm going to frame this money and put it on the wall. Matt Savage money. Very hard to get it. You don't need to have the score, just tell me the money. So I went 300. It's going in a frame. The world is going to see that I beat Matt Savage one day on the golf.
I'm a little short, though.
There's hope. There's hope.
I'm going to have to pay you later. So there it is. Yeah, that brought back memories of playing golf. And our next person up was there playing golf with us that day. He's a WPT champion. He's on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Let's hear it from my good friend Tyler Patterson. Hello, Tyler. You remember that day?
Hi guys. Yeah, I was kind of in that video. You got me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, my story about Mike's not going to involve golf, but I will start off with a quick little golf quip from Mike. He has all those sayings like easy as pie, as he says, or the best thing since sliced bread. There's one on the golf course. If you hit a good shot, he's going to say, you give Tiger Woods a bucket of balls, he couldn't recreate that shot.
Yes, that is true.
So my story with Mike, I mean, starting off just as a fan in 2002 from the first season of the World Poker Tour, just out of high school, I was excited to watch every Wednesday or Sunday or whatever it was on the Travel Channel then. But then 10 years later, he's saying my name on TV, which is pretty exciting. But that's not my story either. The story comes from Montreal, and it's not the one where he won the WPT either. We both played day one of some party poker tournament in Montreal, and I bagged a whole bunch of chips. He didn't bag a lot, but we were talking on the end of the break or whatever, and our good friend James Dempsey is running commentary for the party poker for some other final table, like a 25K high roller and then some other high roller cash game. So I just bagged a bunch of chips. I'm all excited. I have the next 2 days off. And the second day I hear that I'm going to do commentary on the final table of this 25K, both with James Dempsey and with Mike Sexton. So I'm doing commentary on a final table with Mike Sexton. That's like getting to play a 2-on-2 game and Michael Jordan is your partner, So I'm pretty excited. So we take this day off and get a little sauced up. I'm celebrating on this day off. And on the day off, I happen to slip and fall and bash my face in real good. I have to go to the hospital, get stitches. And so anyway, the next day I show up to do commentary and I have bandages on my head. My face is all swollen. You can only see one of my eyes. It's just a complete mess. So I show up, me and James Dempsey are doing this commentary for the first hour. And Sexton's going to come join us in the second hour. He's going to relieve James and it's going to be me and Sexton. Sexton hasn't seen me. He saw me the day before, hasn't seen me this whole time, doesn't know any of this happened. So he comes in to the commentary booth relieving James in the middle of a hand. I'm doing the commentary for this hand. I don't know. Sexton sees my face, reacts, not on the mic yet, laughs at me, points at me, puts the mic on, and then it's just a complete professional, doesn't mention it one little bit. He takes over the next hour, of course, does all the commentary where I just do, a few things here and there. And I mean, the whole time during this hour of commentary, he's like poking at my face, he's laughing at me, he's teasing me the whole time, but never does he mention it on air. It's just like consummate professional. If I want to mention it, fine, but I didn't, and he kept a straight face about it the whole time. And then I don't know, I just thought it was a pretty great experience. Then we finally go to break, and then Mike, as a genuine friend, like shows real concern, like, what the hell happened to you? Like, I'm so sorry. I mean, he really did care, but gave me a lot of shit in between. And so that's really my story about Mike. Like, you guys talk about him being a great roaster, and he is in person too. He's going to give you a bunch of shit, but at the same time, he showed, genuine concern. And just real concern as a friend. So the one other thing besides the story that I want to say about Mike is people have talked about him really lighting up the room. Just as soon as he comes in, he's nice to everyone, brightens up everyone's day. He's a real Pollyanna, and that's used a lot derogatory, just saying people are being nice for no reason. But he brings out the best in people all the time. He brightens people's day all the time, and is real genuine in doing it. And that's something I'm a little bit good at now. And that's the one thing that I can take from Mike that I could maybe pay forward. So that's what I'm going to do in the future.
Thank you, Tyler. It was I mean, we're all going to miss those times, and we're going to miss the stories and the dinners and all of that. So Thank you for coming in all the way from Barbados, by the way. Tyler now lives in Barbados. So thank you. Next up, we have another two-time WPT champion, almost a three-time WPT champion, but he's on the Mike Sexton Cup. I think you're in LA. Mohsen Sharania, let's hear from you.
Hello, guys. I'm in Canada, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey.
Hello. Quickly, before I forget, I think that art unveiling for Mike and Vince had an actual human centaur wandering around, or I was really drunk that night. But I think maybe Mike went up to about 10 people when he saw the unveiling of that photo and said, "What the hell?" And that's one of the things about Mike that I'll remember, that like he was just like, he was so genuine, and anytime you had a conversation with him, you really just felt like he was kind of your best friend, or that he was like, you know, you travel on these like poker stops and you have these friends that you generally are hanging out with, but anytime you want to go up to Mike Sexton, you want to talk about like Ohio State, or you want to talk about sports in general, or like you want to yell across the tournament room, like, "Hey Mike, what's the like line on that Cincinnati game?" or "What's the score?" He's always up to date. He's always just casually there. It was really something that will be missed in every tournament stop for forever. Some other stuff, like I probably saw Mike. I feel like Mike was always at my table in Montreal every single year, and every time he took a bad beat, it's really something to see a guy just go, "Oh well, nice hand," to his opponent who probably played it poorly, and just kind of shake everyone's hand and just walk away like without a care in the world. Which when you play poker, it gets to you, and you just, Mike is the one person, you know, it just never got to him. He was just always there, just like having a good time. The most memorable Mike story, I final tabled WPT Bellagio, and Mike asked me how to pronounce my name because he had told me that my wife had told him that he was mispronouncing it every time because Mike calls me Motion. So I'm like, "Oh yeah, Mike, it's actually Mosen." And he's like, "Oh, okay, cool, Motion." And I was like, "Mosen." And he's like, "Okay, Motion." And I was like, I mean, I'm going to fucking tell Mike Sexton that he's pronouncing my name incorrectly. So I was like, "No, Mike, you're correct. Just I'm going to correct Mike Sexton." And that same tournament, I ended up getting very lucky to win. And then the following GPI awards, I was nominated for tournament, like performance of the year or something. And I didn't win, and I didn't think I was going to win. At no point did I expect to win. And afterwards, I'm talking to Mike, and he was so upset that I didn't win. And I was kind of like, you know, for someone who's called that many final tables and has seen that many tournament performances, for him to just be so upset that I didn't win, really kind of in the moment, I was like, wow, that must have really been like he must have really kind of enjoyed that. Like the fact that he went to bat for me, and like, it was in the moment, it was just great. And just like from a personal standpoint, like someone like my mom, like she only knows 3 people outside of my friends in poker. It's Mike, Vince, and Tony, because of all of his raw deals where he's roasting people. But even her, like you tell her, "Oh man, Mike Sexton passed away," and you can just tell in her voice that even if she doesn't know him, you can tell by watching the shows that he's just so genuine and so nice, and always laughing in every photo she sees on the WPT site, and always smiling on TV. It's just, you know, it's just really tough for everyone, and he will be a hard one to attend WPTs without. You'll definitely notice it from the beginning of the tournament to the player party to all the way up to the final table. So that'll be a tough one.
That's for sure. That's for sure, Mohsen. Yeah, I think we're going to hear that over and over again.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on. Yeah, of course. Appreciate it. And look forward to seeing you on the other side of this.
Yeah, in 5 years.
For sure. Stop. For sure. Okay, so next up, will lead in by saying that, Mike Sexton, even though he's with the World Poker Tour, he just loved the WSOP so much. And in the early years, we had this ongoing debate whether we could even say WSOP, because they wouldn't mention WPT, and Mike wanted to say WSOP, and he thought it was the dumbest thing ever that, this whole argument was going on. And his goal was always to bring the poker world together. And I know that he kept that going, and they eventually changed their mind. And so we were able to mention WSOP on the WPT. And I think that Norman Chad, who's in the chat, will say that I think that they even did that the other way. So it's great to have that mutual respect in the game. Next up, we do have a WSOP champion from 2004. Let's bring in Greg Raymer. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Matt. Good to see you again. Good to talk to you. And thank you for having me on the show. Appreciate it. So my Mike Sexton story is just a quick little one, but it's a great and fun one for me. It is 2011 World Series of Poker time, and I am looking to sell a little bit of the action in the $10,000 deuce to seven single draw tournament. So I text several people to see if they want to buy a piece. And Mike replies and says he would love to buy a piece, but he's out of town and he will not be back until after the tournament's over. And so I tell him, well, that's not a problem. It's not a cash flow issue. I just wanted to sell off some of the action. And so, if I don't cash, he can pay me when he's back in town. And if I make the money, I'll pay him. So all is good. And I end up finishing 9th place in the tournament, make some money. See him a few days later. I walk up to him and I'm like saying, my first words are something like, thank you so much for buying a piece of me. I really appreciate it. And I did, because it showed that he had some confidence in me, that he was willing to take a risk on me and had some respect for my game. But as I'm saying thank you, of course, he's assuming that he owes me money, and he's starting to pull the $1,000 out of his pocket for the piece he bought. And then I'm like, no, like, I made the money here. Here's your $1,800 profit. And then he gives us that huge smile that he's so famous for, and his big laugh. And the other people that were there around us, he's turning to everyone and he's like, hey, this is the easiest money I ever made. All I had to do was send a text.
Sounds about right.
And so, in hindsight, obviously, I wish I hadn't sold him the piece, because that'd have been more money for me. But it was more than worth it to see his smile, to have that laugh, and to know that he had that confidence in me. So it was a great thing for me, and I'm glad to have that memory of Mike amongst all the others.
Yeah, I mean, like, he was always at every final table. He was at your final table. He was at final table year after year, for sure, Greg. So thank you so much for coming on the show. I know it's late where you're at. Appreciate it. All right, next up we have David Gitter from the World Poker Tour. And David is very responsible in putting a lot of this together. So appreciate you coming on, David, and telling a quick Sexton story.
Hey, Matt, how are you?
Good.
You got me? I can't see.
Yeah, you're on.
First I want to just, give a shout out to you and Warren, Keta, and Kathy for doing a great job on this. I know there's a lot of work that went into this. And Frank, Johnny, Mandy, and the people at Allied Esports for the tribute. I thought it went really well, and Mike would have been proud. When I think of the World Poker Tour, I think of it as a person, just like I think about brands in a marketing sense. If I think about Nike, it was Michael Jordan. What would Mike Jordan do? And if I thought about Apple, it would be what would Steve Jobs do? And when I think about the World Poker Tour, it's what would Mike Sexton do? And I try to live my life that way. He was just that type of a person that if you emulated Mike, you were doing the right thing. So thank you all for putting all the hard work into this. And I look at this and I think that Mike would have been very proud of what you guys put together as a tribute to him.
Thank you, David. Yeah, and we'll keep this going, guys. We actually have.
Yeah, so I have a story.
Oh no, we'll wait on a second.
All right,
I don't want to cut you off.
Man,
I don't want to cut you off, but yeah, along those lines, David, we're going to keep this going because we do have a lot of people that are going to be waking up in Europe that are come in and join the
Great.
chat later. So we'll keep
Great.
it going as long as you guys want to keep telling stories.
Yeah. So real quick, I mean, there's a couple of quick stories. One of my favorite ones was very early on in my career at the World Poker Tour. I was at the bike, and there was a break in the action, and I was walking through the bike, and in the cafeteria, there's also a bar there. And Mike and Vince are at the bar, and they're watching a very early round of the U.S. Open. And they have stacks of 20s in front of each of them. And I walk over and I said, "Hey guys, how's it going?" They go, "Good." I said, "So who's winning?" And Mike looks over and looks back and forth, and he goes, "Vinny." I said, "What do you mean Vinny's winning?" He's like, "Oh, because they're betting on who's going to hit it into the net, or if it's going to go long, or if there's going to be a double fault." They have all these things going on with the bets. They have no idea who's playing, but they are betting on the action, and that's all they were interested in. The other quick story is, I had the pleasure of going on a couple of cruises with Mike, and one of the first cruises, we decided to pass the microphone around to the guests at the end of the trip for them to say, quick thank you for the dealers, thank you for the tournament staff, thank you for the new friends I've made. And the microphone got to Mike Sexton, and he got up and said, "I'd like to give a tribute to the veterans on the ship." Turned out he knew something that we didn't know, which was probably half the cruise was made up of people in the armed forces and veterans. And they got up, and there was a salute to them. And it was just, Mike knew, right? Mike just knew that there was this large contingent of veterans, and he knew how to respect them. There's been a lot of conversations tonight about respect. And Mike respected the veterans. He respected everyone. And he made sure that everyone felt important, including myself. So, it's his legacy to me will be always thinking about what would Mike Sexton do in this circumstance, whether it's a poker hand, whether it's a business decision, whether it's a decision around how to treat people. I remember one day at the Bellagio, I got a call from the poker room saying there's a huge fan of Mike's, but she can't make it over, to the convention center. You remember the convention center is like in a whole different state at the Bellagio. It's like, miles away. And I said, "Mike, I know you got a 15-minute break, but there's this woman at the poker room that really is a huge fan of yours. She'd love to meet you, and she can't make it over here." And Mike's like, "Let's walk." And we took the walk over together. He took a picture with her, and then he went back to play. And he says, "David, why don't we take that picture, and why don't we blow it up? We'll have it framed. I'll sign it, and we'll give it to her tomorrow." And it was just that moment, like I realized, just how he felt about people. It didn't matter that he didn't know this person intimately. This person wanted to know Mike, and Mike wanted to get to know her too, and wanted to give her a gift that she would honor. And Mike, I'm going to miss you greatly. You will always be part of the World Poker Tour and always be part of the community. And thank you all for putting this together, and Matt, for having me.
Thank you so much, David. Appreciate that. Next up, we'll go to Chip and Karina Jed. It's Chip's birthday today. He just found out this morning that he shares the same birthday. So happy birthday to you, Chip. Karina, you're never at a loss for words. Let's hear it.
Well, thank you for having us, Matt. We're really honored to be a part of this. And, I've known Mike for over 20 years. One of the stories that I remember him most was we were at the Aviation Club in Paris. And what people don't know about Mike, unless you knew him personally, is he's one of the most generous men that I've ever met in poker. I mean, he was generous probably to a fault, but he always loved to put a smile on everybody's face. And when we were at the Aviation Club, he just had a good night and decided to treat the whole room to drinks, and all the dealers and players. He was always enjoyed that generous spirit to him. And then that night, he actually took me out to Paris, and we had a very wild time, and something that I can't really talk about. And if you ever want to ask me in person, I will tell you the story. But we had a fun night, and throughout the years, when in passing we would go together and we would say to each other, we'll always have Paris. And that was our line, because we always remembered that evening. But the biggest part of Mike that people don't realize is, even though he was a larger than life character, and it's like hard to really believe that he is not with us, that he's not going to be a part of our lives anymore, in the sense of, you know, physically being here, but in the poker world, he's always going to be around us. But that he really loved the fact that he became a father so late in life, and he really enjoyed that, you know, being a dad, and you know, it was just an exciting thing for him to finally become a father and so late in life. And I really got to enjoy him hanging out with his son and being around him, and he really cherished those moments more than anything. And I know that I feel like he hung on as long as he could to be with his son. And I wish that, you know, I was heartbroken to hear that Mike didn't, you know, let us know, the public know, of his illness, because I wish we could have done more for him, but that's the way he wanted it. And unfortunately, he's gone, but I know his legacy will live on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of me that wants to live up to the legacy he's leaving, and that's kind of how I'm going to model it. Like, I will miss him so much, because he just, like I said before, anytime I had a problem with anything or wanted advice on anything, he was the first person I went to. Him and Linda Johnson.
Well, the thing is that people, I don't even know of anybody in poker that has been around for as long as he has, that is well loved and well liked and well received. I mean, Mike was such a, you know, larger than life character that walked into a room and you knew his presence was there. And there was, you know, even people that I know that never got to know him said, oh, I'm sorry to hear about Mike, because even though they didn't know him, they felt like they knew him because of the World Poker Tour, or they felt like he was his friend. That's the way Mike made you feel. He made every one of us feel important. Every one of us felt like we were a part of him, and what, I mean, nobody else in poker, I think, has that ability other than Mike Sexton.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's a big hole in the poker universe right now, that's for sure. And so I always say he's the guy that could have let us out of this, right? And so now there has to be other people to step up, and let's hope we can do it. And you know, he was missing live poker too. I mean, I know that he had a lot to do with party poker, but down deep, I think he loved the live games, and he missed the World Series this year. And it would have been really nice for him to get out there and play one more time. So we're going to miss that.
You know, I know that the last time that he was able to make the World Poker Tour final table, I mean, that was such a rewarding experience for him. I mean, he loved the game like no other person. He loved living life to the fullest, and I'm so glad to be, you know, a friend of his. So
yeah, that's for sure. Thank you so much, Karina. Is Greg there? He wanted to say something.
Yes, I think he's gonna, hold on one second. Come on, Greg. Hold on.
All right, Greg Rivas, who actually reached out and offered any help that we needed this week. So we appreciate that, Greg.
Sure. Hi, Matt.
Hello, Greg.
Hey, it's a wonderful thing you're doing for Mike Sexton. It's really, really top notch.
Thank you.
My story, it goes back, I met Mike Sexton probably early 90s, San Diego Oceanside Card Club. We got into a tournament, final table, ends up me and him heads up. And it was just, that's when you fell in love with Mike. You played against him. He was a great competitor. He wanted to win it always, but he was never a mean player. He was, he played out of his heart, and you know, you fell in love with the guy. And we've been friends all these years. When I reached out to you, I wanted to help you be part of this. I must have went through all my old VIP list, and I've been working on the charity events. And anytime you called Mike Sexton, if he was in town, he'd say, "Oh, as soon as I'm done with my golf game, I'll be there." And he always came, and he always would bring friends, and they always would donate. And they were just very, very generous.
Yep, that's for sure.
Yep.
Thank you, Greg. And speaking of charities, the charity that Mike Sexton loved and started, he founded it, is being assisted and run by Lupe Soto. So Lupe, Poker Gives is. Can you tell us a little bit about the charity, and I guess the story?
All right.
Lupe, there she is.
I'm here, yeah. Well, boy, my story with Mike starts in the late, I guess when I first started seeing him in the scene, I was the ultimate poker fan, like so many others. But I, at the time, was like the second Party Poker Million. And I met Mike in the parking lot of the cruise ship terminal in San Diego when they were all coming off the ship. And I owned a transportation company at the time, and it was so many people that were on that ship at the time. It was everybody, including us, the owners. We were all out there in vehicles and moving people back and forth to the airport and stuff. And I had a whole van full. It was like a 15-passenger van. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mike Sexton. I was like, you all have to wait. I jumped out of the van. I ran over to him and I said, hi, my name is Lupe. And I just got to tell you that I love you. And I love the World Poker Tour. And I just love the Party Poker Million. And I tried forever to win something and I could never get a satellite so I couldn't go on the ship. And oh my God, I love you. And he just started laughing at me, right? And I said, do you mind if I can get a picture with you? Now he goes, sure. Well, he was carrying the big check that they present to the winner on the ship for the Party Poker Million. And so he put that in front of us and we took the picture and everything. And he goes, well, this is voided out and everything. So do you want the check? And I was like, yeah. So that was like my big deal. And I took it from him and I went back onto to the van where all the passengers were waiting to get onto the airport. They all started cheering for me that I got the check, and they said, yeah, we went on the damn ship and we didn't get no check, So it was a lot of fun. It wasn't until about 4 or 5 years, just shortly after that, I entered into the live industry side of poker, and got to meet Mike several times after that. And he was always just so fabulous. And I used to remind him of that story and, oh yeah, I remember you now, and that kind of thing. And it wasn't until 2008 when we started the Women in Poker Hall of Fame. And, I called everybody I knew that was an industry person to gain support. And one thing about Mike is he never said no. Even if he could not supply you with what you were requesting, he would put you in touch with somebody. He'd make a phone call for you. He'd send an email for you. He'd have a conversation with whoever needed it to be. He was fantastic. And so Mike was instrumental in a lot of the development of some of the things that we were doing, even though what we were doing was for women, not so much for the industry as a whole. He was very, very supportive of women. So I think it was the second year of the Women in Poker Hall of Fame, he was our MC for the event. And it was his job to introduce me. He was up there talking, and then it was my turn to speak. So he introduced me. And it was hilarious because we were all sitting there and I was all ready for my speech and everything. And then he goes, and ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you help me welcome Lupe Sanchez. The whole room was silent. Nice. Like, what? What did he just say? What did he just say? So I walk up and he's kind of like looking around and I go up to the mic and I said, hey, Mike, if you're going to mess up my name, at least you can call me Jennifer Lopez. So then everybody was cracking up because then it kind of relieved everything. My last name is Soto, obviously not Sanchez. He was deathly embarrassed that he did that. He used to tell me, oh my gosh, forever, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your name. Da, da, da. And I was like, it's okay. But from that point on, for years, up till these last years, he's called me J-Lo. So it's been our standing joke, and I'm going to miss Mike forever.
Yep.
But one of the things I wanted to do real quick is to talk to Ty. I was 12 years old when I lost my mother, and I lost her to cancer as well. I'm now 62 years old, so it's been 50 years since she's been gone and out of my life. But what I want you to know, Ty, is that at no time in your life, when you need your dad, that's all you got to do is talk to him. I can promise you that he will be there for you. He's going to walk this life with you until you guys meet again. So please take those silent moments, or when you're frustrated or you feel like you needed somebody or something, I promise you, have those moments, have those conversations with him. He will embrace you. And if he can't do it, he's going to prompt somebody that he knows to come over and fill his shoes for you in this life. Okay. So he's never, ever gone, ever. I want you to know that from somebody who's been living that way for 50 years.
Thank you, Lupe.
Yeah. Okay. One more thing, and then I swear I'm done.
Okay.
And this is to actually discuss Poker Gibbs. This is very near and dear to my heart. When they first started forming Poker Gives, I was able to be with them, you know, in some of the formation conversations. Charities out in my professional life is all in nonprofit and stuff before poker and poker industry. So, you know, I did some of the little consultations and things like that. And so when it was time for them to retire, they looked at me and said, "Hey, will you take this on?" Because we already had a charity running. And it was quite an honor to be able to take that work on. It's changed in focus. It used to be that Poker Gives raised money and then gave it away to charities who did good work in the world. Poker Gives is not like that. Poker Gives is an actual service industry. I mean, a service-oriented charity. So when the money comes in, when it all comes in, it all goes back out. But we do our own services. We have a homeless program. We serve people on Monday nights. Every Monday night, there's about 250 people that get served meals and toiletries and clothing and whatever else they could do, whatever else they need. We have a youth program for school supplies and uniforms, school uniforms, and we have a military families program, and that is by referral. When a family goes to the family service center on the base and the base can't help them, then they refer them to us. So all of your dollars, and we are an all volunteer organization. So when your dollars come in, they go right back into services. And we are so blessed and humbled by being the charity of choice for the Sexton family. And we appreciate that. And Mike has so much memorabilia. You know how he's been in this industry forever. The family has donated the memorabilia to Poker Gives, and we are taking all of that and we're now cataloging it and putting it all together. And we're going to be having a silent auction with Mike's memorabilia, and it's going to start on August the 12th, and it'll run for, I believe, 2 weeks. So anybody anywhere will be able to have an opportunity to have a piece of Mike for their own self, and all the proceeds will go to Poker Gives. And again, we're super humbled by that, and it's really good work, and we really appreciate Mike, and we love his family, and we are with you and hold you in God's arms.
Thank you so much, Lupe. So Poker Gives, pokergives.com, right? Or is it .org? Org. Okay. You got it. All right. Next up, a guy that talked about Mike Sexton many times at the World Series of Poker, and a good friend of mine. Let's hear it for Norman Chad. Norman, how are you doing, buddy?
Okay, Matt. Thanks for having me. And I'm actually I'm gonna make my remarks shorter than I thought, because I'm gonna get on a car tonight to drive over to Karina and Chip's house to find out that Karina, Mike Sexton's story, and it's about a 4-hour drive. So I just want to get her before she gets drunk. And actually, either way, before or after she gets drunk, she'll tell me the story. But you know, I didn't know Mike before I started coming to the World Series of Poker in 2003 for ESPN. And then I was fortunate enough the first few years when I did play some events. I don't play a lot of events, that Mike also plays some mixed game events. So I got to be with him at those events. And then actually in those very few events I play over the years, there's two things that have always stood out, and nothing will ever equal them so far. And it's 1 and 1A in my head. One, I got to play with Doyle Brunson for almost an entire day one of a World Series event in Stud 8. And you really can't beat that. And the thing that did get close to beating that or equaling that was in 2010, when I was getting deep in a stud 8 tournament. Mike was getting deep as well, and we got to play together at the same table a couple of times as we got down the stretch. So I'll never forget that. 3 tables left and 2 tables left. And we actually had a pretty good rail because we had two poker broadcasters for the WPT and the ESPN going. And it was a nice rail, and they were rooting for both of us. But I knew, as I told Mike, that they were rooting more for you. I told Mike that you got the white hat, I got the black hat. So I'm going to play the black hat role. But I enjoyed playing them when we were down to 2 tables, and I was giving them a lot of talk at the table. And Mike, who can give it back, was just taking it in. And then we got into a really big hand as we were both getting low in chips. And frankly, whoever lost his hand was probably going to be all but out of the tournament. And I decided to start just razzing Mike from the beginning. We were heads up at 4th Street. We got to 5th Street. I stood up to play to the crowd. I go, Mike, this is ridiculous. You've got it all. You were at the start of Party Poker, and that made you a fortune. You were at the start of the World Poker Tour, and that made you a celebrity and a fortune. You've got a World Series of Poker bracelet. You're in the Poker Hall of Fame. You've got everything. You now have a great son. All I have, Mike, is this hand. I need to win this hand to stay in the tournament. Let me win this hand. And he just smiled, and he took it in. And then we got the 6th Street. We got the 7th Street. I got really lucky, runner. I beat him in the hand. And as Mike always is, a gentleman at the end, he just said, nice hand, Norm. And I knew that he felt the pain because this was probably going to take him out of the tournament. And I felt bad for him. It meant more for him than it meant for me. But as always, he's hardly ever on tilt. He plays on a very even keel. He moves on. I took that hand down from him, yet I went out in 12th place, and Mike made it to the final table. Even though I had very few chips left, and he finished second in that tournament, which I know was also heartbreaking for him. It's always bittersweet to finish second. He was that close to his next bracelet, and he didn't get it. And then after that, I got to know Mike better because we ended up doing a whole lot of charity events together. And that's when you get to see Mike at his best. I got to talk to Mike. I got to eat with Mike. I got to play with Mike. I got to watch him work a charity event. And he is like a one-man textbook clinic on how to do this. This is why he's the best poker ambassador ever. I would just watch him and be in awe at how easy he made it look and how comfortable he made everybody else. And I'm always looking at a clock like, I got IBS tonight and I want to get out of here. And Mike always is comfortable. And one of the things I loved about Mike, and I loved playing with him, and when we were at the same table at these events, or he's just wandering around the tables, he used to tell a lot of stories. No one told better stories. He used to tell great jokes. And he told a couple of jokes I heard him tell 2, 3, 4 times over. And just as a tribute to Mike and honor of Mike tonight, I just want to relate. I wish I could do it in his voice because I always hear in his voice. Just one of the stock jokes, one of the water cooler jokes he used to tell people all the time at these events. And the joke goes that there's a couple is having a lot of financial problems. Harry and his wife were in trouble. And they decided that they had no other choice but to have her work as a hooker for a little while. So Harry told her, this is what you'll do. We'll just go over to that bar. You stand in front of that bar, and you're just going to pick up a guy. And then you'll tell him that you'll charge him $100. If you've got a question, I'll just be parked around the corner. So his wife goes there. She stands in the street in front of the bar for a couple of minutes. And sure enough, a guy comes up to her, pulls up in a car and goes, how much? She says, $100. He says, all I got is 30. She says, well, hold on. I'll be back in a moment. So she runs over to the corner and tells Harry, what can I get? What can he get for just 30? He says, for 30, he can just get a hand job. So she says, okay. She runs back, tells the guy that for $30, you just get a hand job. He agrees. She gets into the car. He unzips his pants, and out pops this monstrous pecker. She's just staring at it for a few moments and says, I'm sorry, I'll be right back. She runs over to Harry one more time and asks, can you loan this guy $70? That is a Mike Sexton story. And Mike, hope to see you again soon when I join you up there.
Thanks, Norman. I hope Ty's not watching anymore.
I forgot about Ty. Ty's heard that story 3 times.
Norman, we love you for all that you are.
Have a good night.
I look forward to seeing you soon on the felt, my friend. Next up is my favorite bracelet winner of all time. She is in today to tell a couple stories about one of her favorite people, Mr. Mike Sexton. This is Jennifer Tilley.
My little sister told me that joke.
Nice.
I can't imagine Mike telling that joke because he's such a gentleman, but you told it masterfully. And so I just wanted to pop in and say a few words about Mike. Like, I know everybody loves him. To me, he started my personal poker boom. When I got my TV, I grew up a hippie, so I didn't really have a TV, and I had the TV guy put one thing in the DVR, and that was the word poker. So what I got was a late night poker, which was England, but I thought it was very gloomy. Like, everybody talked really quietly and it was very dark. And then I discovered the World Poker Tour. And I just loved Mike Sexton. He made it seem like a party. It's very genial and avuncular. And he would always say things like, he had like racy names for the hands, like Ace was American Airline. And, he would have like stories, and he's very folksy. And the thing I liked about him is that he never sneered at the people who, through sheer luck, had made it to the final table. He was just as respectful of the dentist from Ohio as he was to Phil Ivey. And, he would never say like, oh my God, this person, he's as dumb as a rock. He would say, well, that's a really interesting choice that he made. And then when I went on a date with Phil Locke, my boyfriend, and Phil said something like, oh, yeah, it's very controversial. I won the Celebrity Invitational and people think you shouldn't play poker that way. And I said, what? So, of course, I like the idea of dating somebody famous. So I went and I watched the Celebrity Invitational, and, Phil was doing shadow boxing and push-ups, and, he would do this thing around the table, which Mike Sexton would call the dinosaur dance. And I realized what a master Mike was in making poker entertaining, because he thought it was just as important to say, well, Vince with that short stack, he should probably go all in. That's his only move. He would also say, oh, and there goes Phil. He's doing his dinosaur dance again. So he would incorporate it into the way that he was calling the table. He thought it was just as important that Phil was doing push-ups as check raising on the river. So, I always really liked Mike. And then I got to know him because Phil and I would say I was very entranced with the poker world. And I wanted to be not so much the best poker player in the world. I wanted to be a poker celebrity. So I would say to Phil, we have all this poker television was going on in Europe. And I said, we have to go to Europe and be on the Party Poker Big Game and the World Poker Open and the Premier League. And Mike was always there because he understood the value of being not just a great poker player, but being a poker celebrity. And that was before they had the live streaming here, which is sort of a poker staple. But they would live stream in Europe. And Phil and I would always jump in the booth whenever we could because it was fun to watch every hand played out. And Mike would be in the booth too because he loved poker. He wasn't getting paid as far as I know. He would just hop in the booth whenever he had spare time. But anyway, then I started figuring out how to lose my money a lot faster. So I started playing these celebrity home games, that you hear about in Hollywood. And these games were pretty high stakes. And there was sort of a general rule that there's no pros allowed. And it would be like, producers or directors or, myself, Bride of Chucky. And somehow Mike always seemed to be at these games because he wasn't pro-y. He made everything fun. And I remember at the end of the evening, even though he took the money, he extricated it so skillfully. He was like a ninja. You didn't know where your chips would go. And usually when the sun came up in the morning, only the people that were stuck were left. And I was usually there. And we'd be looking around. Everyone would be announcing how much money they'd lost. And we'd say, well, who won all the money? And of course, Mike would be long gone. He just took all the money and disappeared into the night. And we wouldn't even remember it. We'd remember, Rick Solomon, won a lot of money with 4-7 offsuit, or there was the Kings versus Aces. And it was always a big surprise to figure out that Mike had taken most of the money. But he would tell the funniest stories. He was the greatest person to have at poker table. And here's the one story that he told that really stuck with me. When they had that one drop tournament, it was $1 million to get in. And he was playing the tournament. The money bubble had broken. And so he got his $1 million back, like $1,300,000 or whatever. They were at the final table, but they were playing to see who was going to be at the televised final table. So just one more person had to break. So Mike was playing and he looks down at pocket kings. He's like, this is fantastic. And he raised because Antonio Estrandari was right after him. He knew Antonio would call. And of course, Antonio called because Antonio was in position and he had 6'4" suit. So the flop came like jack high and Mike bet and, you know, trapping. And Antonio called because he had hit a 4. So he had a pair of 4s. And then the turn came a 6. And Mike thought, I better stop screwing around. It's time to go all in. So he went all in and Antonio went, I called really fast. And he flashed his cards at Mike and threw them down at the table. And there was a huge crowd in the background, a lot of Antonio's friends. And he turned around to the crowd and he went, "Wah!" like that. And they were all cheering. And he turned back and looked at the table and he turned white. His cards were gone. He's like, my cards, what happened to the cards? The dealer, he had accidentally thrown them face down. The dealer didn't hear him say, I call, and it pulled them into the muck. And Antonio said, I didn't fold. I would never fold. I had 2 pair. And Mike was sitting there, and he was the only one that had seen it. And he said, yes, I saw he had 2 pair. And they went into the muck, and they pulled out the 2 cards. And Mike was like, yeah, it was like a 4 of hearts and a 6 of spades. And they dealt out the last card. And Mike lost. And he got up and he was walking away from the table and he was slightly consoled by the fact that he had won his $1 million back and that he had done the right thing. But he was telling us this story and we were all laughing at the idea of a poker player doing the right thing because we were all like, oh, we would have said I didn't see anything. I mean, Antonio needs to protect his cards. And Mike was trudging away and he said, and as I was walking away, I was saying, I wish I wasn't such a nice guy, but I couldn't help it. To me, that sums up Mike in a nutshell. Antonio, of course, went on to win the 1 drop and the $18 million. And I think the biggest winner that night was actually Mike Sexton because he did the right thing. And I think I've been listening to a lot of the stories tonight. And Mike is just the greatest guy in the world. And it's not, you know, it's not a persona he puts on TV. He loves poker. He loves poker players. And he's just a genuine, honest guy that could not do the wrong thing, even if it meant losing $18 million. So he touches on that story in his book, which is like, I actually heard that he has it on audio tape. It's called Life's a Gamble. And he tells all these stories. So if you want to hear more fabulous Mike Sexton stories, buy his book because it's a great book.
Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. Yes, I'll tell you a story about Life's a Gamble. We were in a car in China and he was looking for a name for his book. I said, Mike, the only book name that works for you would be Life's a Gamble. And he goes, hey, I like that name. Little did I know, or did he know, that there was already a book out called Life's a Gamble. And I think the guy tried to sue him for it, but it didn't work out. The guy ended up saying, that's Mike Sexton. We'll just let him have it. But I'd come up with this name. I thought it was a brilliant name. Turns out it was already being used. So that's the story. All right. So now from Maryland, we have Mr. Johnny Grooms. He's tired. He's got babies in the house. Johnny, take it away.
Hey guys, it's different here. At first, excuse me, because I'm very sleepy because I've got a very young daughter and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. But limited amount of things I could say about Mike. The first thing I would say is first, Matt, you, Angelica, and WPT, thank you guys for doing all what you're doing here. It's fantastic, and it's a testament to what your organization does. Thank you guys first. Second, Linda Johnson, if you're hearing me right now, thank you for what you did and contact, keeping the poker world apprised what was happening and contacting Mike with our thoughts and our prayers. So, first condolences to Mike and his family. Don't want to be negative, but let's just say that, he was that guy. He was world class. He was, when you think of a classy individual, a guy who means everything to everybody and a guy who represents the best of the best. That's that guy. A couple of funny stories. When I first got involved in the business, of course, way back when, like 17, 18 years ago, I'm, doing my job. And I can remember calling a final table at the World Poker Open in 2004, 2005, something like that. And Barry Greenstein's in the background. Barry Greenstein's going to be the winner eventually. But I can remember hearing Mike. I've got the RFP in my ear, and I can hear the production crew from WPT, and I'm trying to do my job and talk about the final table. But then I can hear Mike in the background talking about what's going on. And I'm thinking to myself, how do I do this job with the best in the business right behind me, watching what I'm doing? It was surreal for me because I'm a guy from East Tennessee, small town, and I've got this guy who is a legend in our business, and I'm literally listening to him doing the same job I'm doing right there on the stage. That's one of the things that I remember thinking, how do I measure up to a guy that does a job like he does? Because he was a consummate professional and just did it at a level that nobody else did. The second part was the following year, my family visited me in Tunica, Mississippi, where the Jack Benyon World Poker Open happened. And I can remember they came down and I said, we want to go to your job and we want to go and see what you do. And so they came and, they watched the World Poker Open happen. But the interesting part was they wanted to see the set. And so my family got to interact with Mike and Vince on the set. And Mike, being the consummate professional he was, it was funny to watch him interact with my family. And it was like he was our best friend, and they explained to them what happened on that business. And it's what I did every day for a living. But still, you get to see your family talk to a guy that's on television every day, and he treats him like your best friend. So, props to Mike. I would say that he was he united. He, with the sound of his voice, he pulled together the old school and the new school. Everybody from Doyle Brunson to whoever the most up and coming pro is today. Mike connected with them. Mike, as a commentator and as a player, pulled their ideas together, and it's just amazing what he did. So, Ty, if you're out there, I would tell you, your dad was an amazing man, and there are a lot of people out here right now who appreciate what he did and appreciate who he was, and would tell you that your dad was a great man. So thank you for listening, and we appreciate you. Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Johnny. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Look forward to seeing you on the other side. All right, next up, another East Coaster hanging out late. Thank you so much for being here. We have Corey Zeidman. Corey, come on in. You're in the dark, but we'll hear you.
Okay, well, very mysterious, I guess. Was waiting my turn patiently. A little numb right now being on the East Coast, but I appreciate you bumping me ahead of the guy that apparently was a detailer of Mike's car. So thank you for that.
You got it.
And I had high hopes I was going to be directly behind Jennifer Tilly, but Johnny got in the way of that. But, while we're all waiting, there was some rumors in the chat. I just wanted to see if you would refute them. And, we have time on our hands, and I know you have a lot of people to see. Is it true what they said that Norm Chad, who was just on, that the great, great, great grandson of Charlie Chaplin did Norm's mustache?
Might be.
Okay. But look, everyone says the same positive things about Mike. Wonderful guy. I played cash with him numerous times. I was at final tables with him, and actually my first tournament of my life at Foxwoods, it was the main event. It was a stud tournament. Foxwoods was a stud location, of course. I thought I knew what I was doing, and I was fortunate to make the final table. and I didn't know anybody or anything. And at the final table, the chip leader was Mike Sexton, and there were, Ted Forrest was there, John Benetti, rest in peace, was also there. And there was a snowstorm coming in, and I lived in Long Island, and the way to get to Foxwoods for me was to take a ferry. And I had a big mouth even then, surprisingly. So I went up to every player, and Mike was the first one I had to get past to convince them to do a chip chop, because the storm was coming in, the tournament was going to carry over the final table to the next day, and needed to get Mike's approval and convince Mike. Mike was so good about it. And Mike always wanted to gamble, but he was so good about it, and he agreed to it. I was able to convince every player. There was one woman at the final table, not going to make any negative comments about that. It has nothing to do with it. Obviously, she was the only one that disagreed. So I didn't make as much as I would if I finished sixth, but Mike was so gracious, and it was, he's always been good to everybody, and he always treated everyone on the same plane. Whether it was a known player or an unknown coming up to him to talk to him, that was just Mike. I mean, you can't say enough good words about him. A good friend of mine from Boston told me a story actually the other day. He went to Vegas for the series and went to the Bellagio, and he's a recreational player, and he had $30,000 in his pocket, high stakes player, and went to the upper tier at the Bellagio, and there was a 2 and 400 mixed game going, and there was only 4 guys playing, and Mike was one of them, and he didn't know all these different mixed games, because from the Northeast at the time, the only mixed games, this was like 5 years ago maybe, was Omaha and Study It or Better, and they were playing like 10 different games, and Mike told him to sit down next to him, and Mike, unlike most poker players, sat there and talked with him as he played for about 45 minutes, my friend Steve told me, and didn't try and even get him to play, because he knew he would be totally outmatched, but was just so gracious and actually talked to someone he didn't even know. So we talk about being a great poker ambassador. Mike was the epitome of that. And this is really a great tribute to him. And, the love, the outpouring of love from the poker community, nothing will ever surpass this. And it's great that you're naming I think that's a real class move by you guys at the WPT to name the trophy after him. So that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. It's it's our honor, really, to be honest. And all the people that are on that trophy already, and the ones that are going on after, when we come back to live events, are all going to be that much more enriched by having that on there. And I'm sure that there'll be some tears shed at some point by somebody, because they got on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Thank you so much, Corey.
Thank you, Matt. Take
all
care.
right. Oh, there he is. Okay, so first up, we have Jeannie Duffy, a longtime Royal Flush Crew member. Jeannie, hello. I know you have a great story. I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait to hear it.
Is it working now?
It is.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, you know what story is coming.
Okay. I don't. No, I'm surprised, man.
I do have a couple stories. I have a lot to say about Mike, and my thoughts just go everywhere. It's been very emotional. What Tuba said really got me. So I hope you guys don't mind. I wrote this down because besides the stories, I just have a lot that I want to say about Mike. So I just didn't want to leave anything out. And also, Ty, I know you're watching, and I just want to say that I know firsthand how hard it is to have a parent that travels for work. And I just wanted to thank you for sharing your father with us. He was family while we were on the road, and truly a father figure to me. And I know you know how wonderful he was and how blessed you are to have him as a father. So thank you, Ty. We all know Mike was a gentleman and a class act and a consummate professional, but Mike also knew how to have a good time. I'll start with the more wholesome story first. I met Mike when I started working for the World Poker Tour about 9 years ago as a Royal Flush girl. I remember the first event I ever worked for WPT was the inaugural Lucky Hearts Poker Open in season 10. A little bit embarrassing to admit, but I was a little miffed because the other Royal Flush girls were in Italy working the Venice Grand Prix. But it wasn't until later, and especially now looking back, that I realized just how lucky I was, not only because I later learned that they all froze their asses off there in Venice, but because I got to start my WPT adventure off at a smaller, more intimate stop with no production crew. And I got to know Mike and everyone else on a more personal level right off the bat. One of my memories from that event was me, Mike, Tony Dunson, the other Royal Flush girl, Brittany. We went to the Wildlife Preserve at Hard Rock Hollywood, and we got to hold and interact with all kinds of exotic animals. And I found this picture. I don't know if it'll show through here. It's a picture of me, Tony, and Brittany. We're all trying to hold up this huge python, and Mike is just standing there at the end with his hands on his hips and this look on his face like, hell no. I don't know if you can see it. I can't hear you. Okay. Oh, you're on mute.
Very
Okay.
nice.
Okay. So those were just, it was nice looking back at my memories from my very first event with WPT. Mike was always such a joy to be around, and I'm so grateful for the time I got to spend with him at that event and for all the years that followed. For the next 8 years, I traveled the world with Mike in the World Poker Tour, building memory after cherished memory. From California to Atlantic City to Paris, Italy, and one of my fondest memories with Mike, the Caribbean cruise. It was one amazing adventure after the other. But there's one stop with Mike that stands out the most, and this is, Matt knows about this one. One night in particular that tops them all, and I know Mike would agree with this because we all talked about this night often. And this infamous night took place in Manila in the Philippines at our inaugural Philippines event in 2014. Unfortunately, I can't go into too much detail because Ty is watching and all that. And also because we made a pact that night that we so often referred back to, and that was, Matt.
What happens in Manila stays Manila.
Exactly. So there's,
My
I
wife
can't
was
go into
there.
all.
Marianne was there, so it's okay.
Yes, lovely Marianne was there. And I will say, before people start assuming all kinds of crazy things, not to worry. No vows were broken, no animals were harmed. All the debaucherous perpetrators were single. But I will say it was truly one of the most epic nights. It involved a lot of alcohol and a midget boxing ring, which Matt gave me the green light to say. I was a little hesitant to use that word.
Yes.
And so it was at a bar, and we just stumbled upon this place, and there was a bar and with a midget boxing ring, and the spectators at the bar definitely got a treat from the World Poker Tour. Not only did a handful of us get in the ring with the midgets, including 7-foot tall Ryan Lucchese, myself, no surprise, and BJ, and they all allowed me to use their names. Hi, BJ, by the way. We've been texting. He was waiting for me to go on. But everyone at the bar got an extra special treat when Poker Hall of Famer and famous sports announcer Mike Sexton hopped on the mic to MC the shenanigans in the boxing ring. Truly, truly epic. And that, mind you, was only a portion of that night. Truly one for the books, to say the least, and a memory that Mike, I, and all the others from that night would reminisce about often, and we will surely continue to do so. Never forget the Philippines.
That's great. That's great.
And I have a little bit more, if that's okay.
Sure.
But regardless of where we were in the world, whether it was the newest exotic location or the same stop we'd been to year after year, one thing remained a constant. Oh, geez. Whenever our WPT family came together, it was pure magic. They were some of the best years of my life, and sorry, Mike was such a big part of that. As wonderful as it is to reminisce about the epic nights and the stories, which of course are memories I'll cherish forever, what I'll remember and miss the most about Mike are all of the collective and countless simple moments shared with Mike throughout the years. All of our lovely family dinners after a day of work, and cocktails at whatever lounge to end the night, where of course Mike would always entertain us with his extraordinary storytelling. I'm going to miss his stories. I'm going to miss his voice. I'm going to miss his big smile and his genuine hugs. Like Tuba said earlier, he just gave the biggest hugs. He was so warm every time we would reunite for an event. It was just so great to see him. I'm going to miss his funny chuckle whenever we were taking pictures that Lynn brought up and you brought up. And actually, when I wrote this, I didn't know if he was doing it on purpose or if he was genuinely laughing, but I've now learned that that was a little trick of the trade, which I thought it was. But either way, it always made us smile, and we all had a genuine smile when we were taking a picture with Mike. Mike, thank you for all of the smiles, all of the stories, all of the laughs, and all of the magical moments and memories. Thank you for being a father figure. Sorry, I know we're not supposed to cry, Mike. Sorry. I brought wine for Mike. Thank you for being a father figure and making me and everyone feel so loved, valued, and cared about. I'll never forget your kindness, your warmth, your generosity, and fun spirit. It was truly an honor and privilege and pleasure to know you, work with you, and share those years. And we can cheers again. Happy birthday, Mike. Rusty. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Jeannie.
Sorry, this is supposed to be a celebration. Happy
That's all
birthday.
right. Thanks a lot, Jeannie. I look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, thanks. All right, next up, we have a guy that was here, been here all night. He's been here since 6:30. Sorry, I missed you earlier, Kenna. Come on in. I know Mike loved you, and I know you love Mike.
I really did. Thanks, Matt. And Jeannie, wow, what an emotional gift. I mean, it's interesting. We're all talking about our connection to Mike. And I love what you said. And I first want to recognize so many of the great speakers that have talked that illustrate so much what Mike had to give. Matt, you talked about togetherness, you know, just a little while ago, being together, and how Mike brought people together. I mean, look at this, hundreds, thousands of people. Just can't get enough people in. He brought the industry together. He brought the community together. And so togetherness was a big thing. So I just want to talk briefly about my connection to Mike, and in many areas. Drink, right, Jeannie? Food. He loved food. We had so many weight bets together, you know, and then of course, poker and family and friends and the love of our country is what I want to talk about a little bit tonight, and our military, and of course, golf. My connection with Mike, with family, Ty, God love you, man. The pain of having a family that you love, and Mike loved his family so much, and yet we live a compromised life as professionals to make very tough choices to travel and to do what we love. And it doesn't mean we love our family any less. And I have 2 boys. And so I share that pain, that love of family with him. On a positive note, in poker, I'll tell you, Mike displayed such determination. You've known this, Matt, on the golf course, but also in poker. I remember one time I drew him in the heads up, the 5K heads up at the Aussie Millions. And I'm looking for my first match, and it's Mike Sexton. Well, Mike isn't even in the country yet, right? And he's got to fly 14 hours. And they asked me to wait for a half an hour because he's on his way from the airport. So I said, ooh, this is great. Mike's a tight son of a bitch, and he's traveled 15 hours. I just play a very solid match and lengthen it out. He'll fall asleep at the table. 6 hours later, we're playing heads up. He defeats me in the heads up match. I mean, this guy, determination like I've never seen before. On the golf course, he beat, I don't know how much he beat you for, Matt, but 1 week he beat me for 90,000 in 1 week.
Never that much. 300 was a max.
Oh, well, Yeah, I saw that little video you did, about, drinks and sandwiches and shit. That's not my experience with with Mike. He's like, he knew he had a fish on his hand, man. So we had a lot of great golf memories. And about love of country and of the military, we connected through many charity events through the year. Whether it was PVA, Paralyzed Veterans of America, or the Wounded Warrior Project. I was doing a project one time for the Wounded Warriors, and Mike said, "How can I help?" And so we this picture here. Here's Mike. You can talk stuff, but this is me and Mike, and this is $100,000 check that he wrote that night, which almost doubled how much we earned that night. And so he had a great love for the military and a great support for our country. And that's Heath Calhoun. You can see these wounded warriors, they lost their legs and everything. Mike was a big military guy. And hey, remember Mike would always do this. Hey, all right, Kenny, you got it. And I'll tell one last story, and that's how you know he's always with us, because you can hear his voice. If you know him, you hear his voice, and he's got that clap. You got it, buddy. Hey, you got it. The last story I want to tell about Mike is, what was it? Shit. There's so many. I have so many. Maybe I'll just bow out, because I know there's so many people that have to say something special. Greg Mueller, your story was amazing. Mike believed in dressing for the event. Matt, you look beautiful tonight. You're a model of what Mike stood for, but yet he said to Greg, wear your pajamas, because he believed in one way, but he accepted people for who they are and what they were. Lupe Soto, your message to Ty was so beautiful, because it's so true. It's, even though we miss his physical presence, he's just like in the other room. Last story about Mike. This, I just remembered it. So do you have time, Matt, for a golf prop or a prop bet story?
I'm here. I'll be here. Yeah, for as long as it takes.
Well,
I apologize, but we do have the Europeans coming in now, so that's good. They're gonna.
Okay, so this is the only bet. This is the only bet where I won a prop bet where I won, but it cost me $500,000, and Mike Sexton was involved. And can you imagine that, winning a prop bet and it costing you $500,000? So of course, I said we love drink and we love food and we love it. So we're sitting in Aruba one night, and it's me, Mike Sexton, and Ralph Rudd. Richie's there, of course. Anyway, I get this bright idea to get into another weight bet with Mike Sexton, and it's we're going to do it in 3 stages. $10,000 each stage. You have to lose 5% of your weight. And long story short, we get to stage 1, and I've been starving myself. I'm there. Ralph's there. Mike calls up, says, I've been shooting WPT all night. Can you please just give me, you need to give me some extra time. We said, no way, Mike. Come on, it's a deadline. He says, all right, well, give me till the end of the night. We said, okay, what do you want to do? He says, I'll meet you. I'm going to go to the gym. So I meet him at midnight here in Las Vegas, down the street at a 24-hour fitness. I swear to God. We get on the scale. He's 9 pounds overweight. He says, I can do it. I can do it. I says, no fucking way you can do it. All right, Kenna, let's just bet another 100,000. Let's just bet 100,000. I bet I'll do it. I says, all right, Mike. No, I don't want to bet another 100,000. Go ahead. So he gets in a pass. He goes in the sweat room, takes off all his clothes except his underwear, thank God. And I'm sitting there with him. watching him do this. And then he goes into the jacuzzi, then back to the sweat room, then back to the jacuzzi. He gets back on the scale 2 hours later. He's still 4 pounds overweight. I just couldn't believe it. Anyway, he was such determined, and he just kept and kept and kept going. And that's what I remember about him. He just never quit. And so he taught me that. And I love him for it. I love him for so many things that he's given us and given our community, and been such a great example. And I thank you, Matt, for creating this space for all of us to come on and share, whether it's our grief, our happy memories, our stories. You're all to highlight a beautiful, beautiful man that loved his family, loved his country. He loved the poker community. And he loved each and every person that's here to share their interaction and connection to Mike. I thank you.
Thank you too, Kenna. Yeah, it's tough. I'm apologizing because it's just so many people have come in tonight, and I love it. I know it's going over, and some people are having to wait, but I appreciate the patience, and thank you, Kenna, so much.
Got it, baby.
Appreciate it. All right, next up, we got number one in the poker world. They are the GPI reigning players of the year. They're up in Canada right now. How are you doing, Kristen Bicknell and Alex Foxen?
Yeah, we're not bad. We're just on a little vacation. Thank you for having us on. And Matt, this is amazing. Thank you. Like, we've both been in awe listening to everybody's stories, and it's just really, really inspiring and heartwarming, honestly, to hear.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on, wasn't coming on to say anything. And I didn't I wasn't fortunate enough to get to share many off the table memories with Mike, because I was kind of late coming into poker, and I don't know. But one thing that definitely embodies the way he was and the lighthearted nature that he brought to poker was hearing him commentate on a final table that me and Chrissy had made of a 25K.
It was actually, I think it was one of the first biggest final tables we ever made together.
And just in a spot where a lot of people would be looking at a hand like, oh, is it, suspiciously, and he's just talking about how I'm gonna have to figure out a way to cook my own dinner if I call this flop, or if I end up winning the hand.
Sleep on the couch.
I'm gonna have to sleep on the couch, and I just think I just thought it was a funny story to really just show how it embodies how he kind of just like took a like life before poker attitude, and while like competition was great, he kept everything lighthearted all the time.
Yeah, and I think it's really crazy how everybody's stories, I feel like I can just echo them. It's like the first time I spoke with him, I felt like, I was a little afraid to be a fangirl, but I had read his book and wanted to express that to him, that, it was such an incredible story and read, and that he's just so inspirational. And when I first spoke with him, he was just so like beyond kind, and like what everybody said, he just makes you feel like he actually cares about what you have to say. And I went from being in this position where I was like, I hope I'm not bothering him, to he's interviewing me and wants to know about me, and just made me feel so welcomed in poker and so comfortable. Like, he's just just brought such a warm gentleman vibe to the game that I think is so important. And I think his enthusiasm for poker is just like incredible and moving. And, he was one of the first names that I knew when I first, learned about poker, and his voice, and hearing him do commentary. And, I got to watch him work with Party Poker, seeing him just the way that he could, what everybody said, like effortlessly do videos and media. And it was he's just so inspirational. And I'm just so grateful for the interactions that I did have, and grateful for everything he's done. And it's just, thanks for setting this up, Matt, and like hearing everyone's stories. And I can only just echo that. And I just hope that, I feel personally inspired by him to bring that enthusiasm for poker, and, to try to be a great ambassador for the game. I hope that, I hope everybody else can kind of embody some of the amazing qualities and traits that he had as a human being.
Thank you. For sure. We're gonna miss him. And you're not wearing your patch. He's gonna be upset. You're not wearing your patch.
I'm sorry.
Your party poker patch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
he was over the moon. He was so thrilled when you became an ambassador for them because I met you up in Canada, and I knew you were going to be a great representative. But back then you were saying, "Oh, I don't play tournaments. I just." But we're glad you made the transition, and
Yes, thank you.
we love having you guys out at our tournaments, and thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate
Thank
you
you,
putting
guys.
this together.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, and good luck. Good luck, guys. Thank you so much. All right, next up we have another legend of the game. I believe he has the most cashes of any person in tournament poker. Are you there, Miami John? Are you still awake?
Yeah, still up, baby.
All right, let's get Miami John in there.
Yeah, I got my daughter Debbie sitting with me, and we've been waiting. Can you see me?
I can't.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just have to talk. You're not listening. Anyway, Matt, listen to. Oh, I gotta charge my battery here. Hold on, Matt.
Uh-oh.
Since you, there we go.
They said you denied the camera request, so let's see if you can get it on.
Oh,
it's all right.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay.
There you are. There you are. I saw you
got
first.
me?
Not quite. It was there for a
Ah,
second.
don't-
There it is.
don't worry about it.
There we go.
Hey, there we go. It's my daughter Debbie.
Hi.
Okay, listen, so many wonderful stories, Matt. I mean, mine probably pale in comparison. So many wonderful people. But I finally figured out a bet you could have won with Mike. You know, he made all these props. And the one you could have won was what would be the over and under of all the hearts and minds that he has touched in poker. As humble as he was, we would have beat him. I mean, he would have been so low. And I bet you it's millions. I swear to God, it's so wonderful. But my stories go way back when Mike was a grinder. I mean, I don't know these WPT people that much, but he was a wonderful guy. And the first time I met Mike, it was on the felt. Now, how do you meet a guy like that on the felt? You know, you don't know him. And I was pretty aggressive. But he was a much more solid player, a better player than I was. And all I can say is that he taught me some stuff, maybe not out of compassion, but, you know, he would give me the nod, like I played the King Deuce offsuit up front for a raise, you know, and he would point it out to me. Kenny Flayton was another one, Skyhawk, who would point things out that I did in my early days, you know. So fast forward, a couple of years later, I go on Puggy Pearson invites me to go on a camping trip, right? Him, his brother, Joe McIverna, Tommy Huffnagel, Brian Nadell, a few others. And I go there, and there's Mike Sexton, you know. And I said, oh, this guy, the one I can't beat in the tables, you know. He says, more aggressive than I am. He was so competitive, it was scary to play on the same table as him. Well, I guess you get to know a guy over a few beers and a campfire. So he had his girlfriend with him at the time. He was probably 36 years old. This is early 80s. And he told me he was a ballroom dancer. I said, yeah, right. Sure. It's me too. So anyway, him and his girlfriend at night would dance around the campfire. They would do the foxtrot, the waltz. I mean, like I said, who is this guy? You know, so entertaining, such a wonderful guy to be around. And from that day forward, we were just really, really good friends. He was just such a wonderful guy. And, you know, he would do a lot of, you know, how you call it, trash talk and stuff like that. But he could take it too. There was a time, you know, Mike was a grinder, and he had a lot of backers in the world. And who wouldn't want to back Mike Sexton? I did a little bit. So anyway, he's at a charity event, and the backers are behind him seated, and they say, hey, Mike, do me a favor and bid on this item. Because if I bid on it, not me, the backers, they're going to get me up to $2,000. And if you bid on it, maybe I got a shot at saving some money. So Mike is bidding. He's up to $500, $600. He turns around. They're giving him the thumbs up. keep it going. Keep going, Mike. Finally, they get up to about $1,200 and they go, sold to what's your name? He goes, Mike Sexton. He turns around because he's going to have to get the money from the backers, and they all left. They left him alone on purpose. Mike has to go up. He's called up front. He goes to the cashier. He has $12 in his wallet. 12 stinking dollars. And, you know, he stayed there for a while, and this story is secondhand, but they finally came from behind the tent. They were hiding, and they were laughing, and they were having a good time at Mike's expense, and Mike just shunned it right off, and he just laughed right along with them. But I think he was pretty relieved, you know, that they finally did come through and bail him out at the time. But the last story I have is kind of like a little bit of a Twilight Zone, if you got the time for it. It's going to take a couple minutes. But in 1996, I won my first bracelet. Mike comes over to me and says, hey, John, you ought to do a composite. My brother, Tom, is excellent at this thing. This is what he does. I said, really? I said, well, Mike, I just won my first bracelet. I really don't have a lot of stuff to composite about, right? So 1997 comes by, and I thought, geez, this is easy. I win another bracelet, right? So I'm saying, God, Lee, this is great. Here comes Mike, and this time brings Tom with him. He says, what about a composite, John? I said, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. He says, so he introduced me to Tom Sexton, and Tom says, come on up to my apartment. It was the Pacific Heights apartment in Flamingo Boulevard in Las Vegas. He said, bring some pictures. So I brought all my poker pictures, and he made this beautiful composite of me. I think my picture's on the composite about 20 times maybe, because it's about me. And Jack McClellan is on there once. And Jack must have, I don't know, commandeered at least 3,000 tournaments as a tournament director that I played in. Mike was never a tournament director. He's just president of the TOC, and his picture was on there 3 times. So, but the Twilight part of this thing is, I often thought, I live in a condominium right now called Laguna, and I often thought when I came up here that it looked awfully familiar to me. And I said to myself, God, I've seen this before, but I'm scratching my head. 3-4 years go by. And finally it dawned on me that this looks exactly like the same place I came up to see Tom Sexton to get my composite. And when I did, I dropped off my pictures. I said, how's your brother doing, man? I'm living in a 3,800 square foot home, and Tom's in this apartment, and he says, oh, he lives right across the hall. I said, oh, really? I said, oh, that's very interesting. So I'm scratching my head, and I'm thinking, this looks so familiar. So a year ago, I'm in a tournament with Mike Sexton, and I said, Mike, did you ever live in blah, blah, blah apartment, blah, blah, blah building? He says, yeah, building number 7, apartment 2031. I said, son of a bitch, that's exactly where I live now. I've been here for 5 years. And this is the same apartment. I hope this isn't karma, but I'm in Mike Sexton's apartment that he had back in the days when he was grinding. And every morning when I have a cup of coffee, Mike will be there on my wall.
Wow.
So God bless you, Mike, for doing this. We really love you, Matt. I'm sorry. God bless you, Matt, for doing this. And we're always going to miss Mike. I mean, he was just phenomenal. The last thing I ever did, I went to a cash game. It was right after one of your tournaments at the Commerce at Yoshi's house, and I came back in a Uber ride with Mike Sexton. I paid for it, but he reimbursed me. He wouldn't let me do it. And he was the same guy in that ride as he was the day I met him or the day I got to know him at that campsite. He is an amazing, amazing person. And God bless you all for all your stories. I had a wonderful evening. Take care.
Thank you very much, John. That was awesome. Really, that's a cool story. It's a cool
Thank
story.
you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
I appreciate that. Good night, John, and thank you for being so patient. Next up, you think about Mike and gambling on the golf course and the kind of character he was. Well, this guy is a true character. Mr. Ralph Rudd, you can unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me, Matt?
I can.
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for slipping me in here.
Yeah. Sorry it took so long.
Bernadine. Bats. Those were two of Mike's favorite words on the golf course. I met Mike back in 1987 at the Bicycle Club. He came in from Vegas. I was a dealer at the bike. We both played golf and drank beer, and a lot of it. He came to play the tournaments, and as we became great friends, he and I would regularly talk about the future of poker. Even back then, he was the first to know that poker was a grand slam on the internet. As the next few years went by, dozens of trips to the Del Rey restaurant, many golf trips, many other great times were had. Now the stories. The first story was a trip I organized to Hawaii, where Mike, Phil Ivey, Mark Gregorich, many other notables attended. The highlight, of course, was a wedding between Mike and Karen. But after one night, with all of us staying in this luxurious hotel, Mike and Karen decided they needed some more privacy. So the next day, they checked out of our hotel and moved to the Ritz. Everyone knows Mike was the action. So the next day, many checked out of our hotel and started moving to the Ritz to be with Mike. That's that story. The next story was when I was hosting at Hawaiian Gardens and decided to put together a wine night. I asked Mike to come, knowing how much of an icon he was in poker. It was a smash. Mike gave out at least 10 books and signed them all. To this day, up to the pandemic, wine night goes every Friday night, mostly because of Mike. Mike never passed on a photo, autograph, or a nice juicy steak. Okay, my last story, actually I have two more. Second to last story is in regard to one chapter in his book about the big bets in golf, which I was involved in a few. Anyway, it's true I did lose $250,000 in one match, the most I will ever lose. But I didn't know about the story until I read the book. At any rate, I love Mike. I love you so much, Mike, and I will miss you. And you're a great friend of mine, but I have one last story. We were on a cruise in the Mediterranean Sea. Mike and I, along with a few other players, were playing high mix on the cruise. I lost about $50,000 on that cruise. I had the money on account, so I was able to pay. However, I was going to the Aviation in Paris to play, but had very little money. So Mike made me good with Bruno for $100K in case I needed it. As it turned out, I won $150K there in 3 days. I had an awesome trip back to LA. Thanks again, Mike. Love you. You're the greatest. Thank you, Matt. I'm out.
Thank you, Ralph. Yeah, I knew that we'd get some gambling stories from you. That's some good stuff. Thank you so much for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have another player that's on this Mike Sexton's Champion Cup, and he kind of surprised me. I got to be honest. He came up with, I think, was probably the tweet of the year in describing Mike Sexton. Jared, can you share that with us?
As for the tweet, I don't have it in front of me, so I think I'll just sum it up in some of the other things I had to say. So basically, I started traveling for poker around 2010. I didn't know a ton of people, and I was fortunate enough to do well early on in some WPT events. And so I met Mike at a final table And what was pretty cool was that for the rest of that season, every tournament that I went to that Mike was at, after just meeting him that one time because I was at the final table, he would come up to me at every stop and go out of his way to talk to me and, just pay me a compliment or talk to me about something in sports or whatever. And at that point, I didn't know a ton of people in poker. And I had obviously watched for many years and had seen Mike on TV, and I was a big fan of his. And it was a really cool introduction to the game for me, having this, huge ambassador to the game who was going out of his way all the time to seek me out and just have random conversations with me when the camera wasn't on. And so you fast forward about 5 years, and I'm at the World Series on a break, and I'm in the bathroom. I'm washing my hands at the sink, and Mike's standing right next to me, and he just looks up at me and he goes, I love your Twitter. And I say to him, I go, oh, really? And he says, yep. Don't take offense that I don't ever like it on Twitter, though, because the things you say, if I like them, I get in trouble. But just know that I want you to keep saying what's on your mind because I think it's great. And then I can't tell you how many times after that I saw him in the halls or whatnot, and he would just stop me and be like, don't stop tweeting. I want to hear more from you. And, building on that a little bit, there would be so many times when I would be like walking through a tournament hallway or a poker room or whatnot. And every time I would see Mike out of the corner of my eye talking to either another player or one of the staff or just some fan who wanted to bullshit with Mike Sexton, there was one common theme that I always saw. And it was that Mike was always smiling and whoever he was talking to was always smiling. And I think that tells you everything you need to know about what type of person he was. And, I don't want to take up a ton of time. I just want to leave you with this, that I think I speak for everybody when I say that he's going to be sorely missed, but his contributions and his legacy they're going to end up outlasting all of us. And thanks for having me, Matt. I appreciate it. Happy birthday, Mike, up in heaven, and the best to his family. And thanks for putting this together. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Jared. That was awesome. Appreciate it. Means a lot. Thank you so much. Okay, next up, my favorite Aussie. There she is. Linny, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see you again. Cheers, Matt. You're doing an amazing job here. It's been a long night. How you doing?
Good. I'm good. We'll keep it going as long as we need to. And I like I said, the Europeans are waking up, and we got a few that are coming in, and they are some great storytellers. Padraig Parkinson, Jesse May, and John Duffy is coming in. We got a video from Bruno. It's going to be great.
Now you've offended some Aussies in the chat.
Oh, you're Southern Aussies, right? The Southern Aussies. Tony Hasham's coming up next.
Hey, Tony's here. Well, I feel like I spoke enough earlier, but I do have a funny story I want to tell about Mike. He had this uncle role, as we've heard so much, he had this father-like presence on the WPT, and I always called him Uncle Mike. And sometimes, so Vince talked about how he and Mike would always have their dinners, and sometimes I got to go along and they'd take me to steakhouses across the country, which was quite a bit of an ongoing joke because I'm a vegetarian. So I've pretty much been to every steakhouse and every tour stop on the WPT. And one night we were at Bay 101, and the next day I was actually the day after the final table, I was flying out to Mexico to film a movie. And for 6 weeks leading up to that role, because I was playing a hippie, I wasn't allowed to shave. I was playing a hippie in the jungle, so I couldn't shave my underarms. And so I was telling Mike and Vince this at dinner. Vince is an actor. I was telling him about this and preparing for my role. Couldn't shave, so for the dress tomorrow, I've got like just a little cap sleeve on or whatever. And then that was it. Like I just happened to say it as a passing comment. And I'm blonde. You couldn't even notice. It was nothing. It's a bit TMI. But anyway, I show up on set the next day, and I cruise by the booth. There's Mike and Vince. They're doing their rehearsals. I'm walking over to my perch, And I'm like, hi guys. Vince's like, hey Lynn. And then Mike's looking at me like this and he says, and I have this dress that has like little cap sleeves, right? And he looks at me and he says, Lynn. And I said, what? And he calls me back and he's like, and I walk back to the thing and I said, what? And he goes, I thought you were going to wear long sleeves. And he's just looking at me so disturbed, thinking I was going to be wearing sleeves down to my wrists because he couldn't cope with the idea that I might not have shaved my underarms. And I was like, oh, Mike, relax. He just couldn't cope. It was just hilarious. That was just Mike. He was so honest. And his honesty was always so positive and so uplifting and everything until these little things like that where he would just show his true honesty and say exactly what he was saying, but it was always so innocent, and I just loved it. Like, oh, Mike, don't worry about it. But I'll always miss him. I mean, even though he left WPT a few years ago, and that in itself was heartbreaking, it never ever felt like he actually had left, you know? He was always there. Every WPT tour stop that he could play, he would play. So walking into a WPT main event, even though he may not have been on the talent lineup, like officially, he was still there always. And I can't imagine a poker room now without his beaming smile there at the door, just with his arms open, like, oh, like that right there, what he's doing right there. Just greeting everyone with this magical smile that he always had, and it'll always live in every poker room in our hearts.
I mean, it was such a great thing for us when we got you, and I want you to know something, Lynn. You
What?
promised me and Mike Sexton about 2 months ago that you're not leaving poker. I know you're becoming a big star in Australia, but you're going to stay with the World Poker Tour, so don't forget that. We got you.
Mate, you're stuck with me forever. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah,
I hear my
right.
green screen, everything. It comes around with me to every set I go to.
Well, we are all very happy to hear it. And Lynn, thank you so much. And good luck in your acting career. I know it's going great. I really appreciate you being here. And
Thank you.
great job earlier. I mean, no one else. We wouldn't want anybody else to do that but you.
Thank you so much. It was such an honor to do that, and thanks everyone for taking part and participating. And we're just loving. It's 4:00 in the afternoon now in Australia, and I'm a couple of wines deep. It's been a nice day. Thanks everyone.
Yes. Thank you so much, Lynn. Appreciate it. All right, we got some superstars here. So we got some players that I haven't seen in a while. Up next from Australia, and then we'll jump over to you, Robert, is Tony Hashem. I think you might know him. He's a superstar from Australia and a good friend of mine. Tony, good to see you.
Hey, mate.
You're in the dark, mate. You're in the dark.
Am I in the dark? All right, let's get out of here.
There we go.
Is that better?
That is better.
How are we?
We're good. We're good.
Mate, I've been listening to it, mate. Firstly, Mike Sexton meant a lot to the poker community in Australia. I still remember even before Joe winning the World Series that it was Mike Sexton that he was just like an ambassador to the game back then. And watching the World Poker Tour, which I don't think many people knew about the World Series. And no disrespect to the World Series. I mean, that's the mecca of poker. But the World Poker Tour, and I'm not saying it because we had a lot of reruns and live events that were played on ESPN during that time. Mike Sexton, he's going to leave a mark. And on behalf of the Australian poker community, a lot of the players that I've spoken to who knew that I was going to be on this segment, really pour out their condolences to Mike's family as well, and his son Ty, and to the World Poker Tour family. It's a beautiful family. I mean, we were always greeted with the utmost respect by Mike, with his smile. I still remember after Joe winning the World Series on the day, because he won the World Series like at 6 a.m. And you had Phil Hellmuth, who I was pretty green to poker back then, but watching most of these people, all these poker juggernauts, and then Mike Sexton meeting Joe and myself, and I was like, we're at the Wind, and I was like a little kid with candy. It was like, wow, I'm meeting Mike Sexton. I'm watching him on TV back home, and I'm sitting here with Mike Sexton. There's Phil Hellmuth, Mike Mattisau, all these, Greg Raymer, who won the World Series the year prior, and Moneymaker, and I was just like a little kid with chocolates, and Mike was a true gentleman. He wouldn't let us pay for drinks. Remember that very clearly. And I know you're just chatting with Lynn. When Mike came to Australia for the Aussie Millions, I said, Mike, what's it like being you? He goes, see, Tony, he goes, I know you're like, everyone looks at you like Joel's brother, but I'm sure deep down inside there's a poker player in you. I said, wow. You just said that to me, there's a poker player in me. Little did I know, 2 years later, I ended up playing on the circuit and doing okay, and yeah, it was just great memories from Mike to even go out of his way to talk to the brother of the world champion, and I felt honored.
Yeah, we all feel honored. And Tony, I know that he loved his time in Australia. He was down there many times. And thank you for giving us Lynn, by the way. We appreciate that. That was nice of you.
No,
And I think I had dinner with Joe and him and Mike, just at this year's LAPC. And, Mike and Joe, we had great conversation. And that was what Mike was always about. Great conversation, that's for sure. So
Joe also sends his regards. His daughter Justine just had a baby girl, and Joe's a grandfather. So we're in ISO here in Australia, especially in Victoria. We can't get out of the house. We can't travel. But Joe's had to go all the way to Darwin to see her. But he sends his regards. He was very upset with losing loss of Mike. He's actually on a plane at the moment. But what Mike left was, every time a WPT event would finish, that smile, and he would say, may all your cards be live and may all your pots be monsters, and that resonates with a lot of the poker players, especially in our home games, the fun. I just remember one hand when Joe was playing at WPT the year after he won the World Series, and you were the tournament director on the night, and you had the Queens versus the Ace Queen, and the Ace came on the turn, and when the Queen came on the river, Mike and Vince fell off their chair, and the streamers went up. It was so exciting. I mean, Joe went on to win it, but I mean, I'd never seen Mike that excited, and yourself, of course.
Yes, for sure. Tony, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in, and please do give my regards to Joe and your family. I know you guys are
you too, man.
doing well.
Thank you for having me, and the World Poker Tour will continue to live on in not only in Mike's memory, but in the World Poker Tour family. I think you guys do an absolutely an awesome job all around, and it's great to see a lot of people supporting what you've put on. Kudos to you, Matt, and may God rest his soul.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
All right, thanks. All right, Roberto, my friend Don Roberto. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hi, Kate. How are you guys doing? Let's go with Robert and Kate, please. And then Kevin will be right after that. All right. Hello. There we go. All right.
Sorry, we're doing good. How are you, Matt?
I'm good. I am good.
Thanks for having us on. We appreciate it.
Of course, of course.
You know how much we loved Mike, and I know that Mike loved me as well. We've known each other for since I was a minor, just barely. I was still playing poker, but just starting to play. This is a big night, so we're going to start it out with a little cheers. The way I want to end this as well, at the end of our little story or two I'm going to tell, I want to give my wife a cheers because we enjoyed all the years that we've had with Mike. So cheers, everybody that's out there. Cheers.
Cheers.
So I'm not even positive exactly when I met Mike. It was the late 80s, early 90s. I was high school, early college, going to Vegas very often with my father. We met through my other good friend, Linda Johnson. She introduced us. I think she was trying to hustle me in the Omaha 8 or better game most of the time, but she still welcomed me and introduced me to Mike. And it didn't matter after that moment. Like, I might not have seen him for a few months. It might have been more. We were friends. Sometimes through the years, we just hang out at the bar. We had a lot of common interests: poker, sports, life itself. We were excitable people, both eventually commentators, which at that time, neither one of us knew that we could actually, or I didn't know for sure, that we could talk on TV, much less, in a public forum. But every time we ran into each other, it was like we'd seen each other last week. We were always such that relationship of, you just never met somebody more friendly, more lively. He just made you feel comfortable in your own skin, and you felt great about being you, and you felt great to have a friend like him. So kudos to Mike for always making everybody, either through TV or in person, me more in person, but making us feel like there was something really special about us. So we'll do another little quick cheers. Y'all caught me at the wrong time of night now.
Yeah, you've been waiting all night. I know.
I was supposed to come on at 7:30. So now
I told Robert, don't be long-winded either.
It's okay.
Well, you know me, the one good thing about me is if I say it, it's got to be important. Well,
Yes.
most of the time.
Right.
Phil Hellmuth summarized a lot of my conversation earlier, so thank you, Phil, for that.
Okay.
I've ran into Mike all over the world, no matter where we're at, whether it was in San Jose, Las Vegas, Galway, Ireland. I know, honey, I know. She wants to bring up Galway, Ireland, because the one thing Mike and I didn't have in common for several years was I was married and he was not. 2007, I got married in 2004, if you remember, Matt. By the way, too, a lot of y'all don't know, I actually signed as the witness for Matt and Mary Ann's wedding in Monte Carlo.
Yep, that's correct.
Anyway.
Very, very proud of that, Matt.
We're still together. That's even better.
Yes.
Both couples still together.
Yes.
Yes.
But the one thing that meant a lot to me was when Mike married Karen and we got to hang out as a married couple. First time that we really hung out much was in Galway, Ireland. And we got to know them and found out that they really wanted to have children, or at least a child. And then pop over to 2009, Ty comes along. Ty, if you're still watching tonight, you have a friend in me. You need anything at any time, you've got it. Period. Unspoken words. Ironically enough, I'd known Karen for numerous years because she worked at Bellagio, which was, I considered, my office for many years. Played a lot of poker there. Occasionally made a sports better too. Mike and I, we would hook up in a sports book, watch 2-3 games, back to the felt. So it was a perfect friendship that we had. One of the funniest things about, I would say, once the WPT came along into Mike's life was he would always kid around, like the first 7-8 seasons that we had the same amount of final tables. And I said, Mike, but that's not fair. I've played 40 or 50 events. You've gotten to play none, because they weren't allowed to play at first. They got to play WPT. They got to play in their tournaments a little later on in his career. He goes, I know, but we still have that in common. We both have no final tables in the WPT. So he's always trying to make it funny, like it's not a bad thing that you have a final table, a WPT event, which bless his soul and bless his heart. I can't wait to play the big game up in heaven with you, Mike. I'm looking forward to it. Another story or two, quick ones. We were back in the day, I'm talking about back in the day, back when on the WSOP was just getting popular. The Orleans had a tournament, big tournament, major tournament, Orleans Open. He started the TOC, which that was huge because the Brian Saltis Award came along, and I was lucky enough to get that with my good friend Linda Johnson, Barry Greenstein, and I believe Maureen Fiduniak actually won it as well. And it meant a lot to me because they tricked me to get on a boat. I get terribly seasick. And she said, oh, there's going to be this incredible high stakes cash game, Rob. You have to get on the boat. I said, I'm going to be horribly sick. She goes, but just think about how much money you're going to have after this. You can get sick counting it all. I said, all right, I'll get on your boat. Oh, okay, Linda, that's fine. So I got on the cruise. I was seasick about half the cruise. This game was pretty good, and I did book some pretty good wins, so I'm not going to lie about that. But the main thing was I got on there to get the Brian Saltis Award, which Mike had not founded the Tournament Champions that Brian Saltis had won. I would never have been awarded the Brian Saltis Award, which for being like a gentleman in poker. And to this day, I'm really good friends with his son, Luke Saltis. So it's kind of like continued through the years, a super big honor. Mike also told me back in the day during the Four Queens Classic, he goes, Robert, you're the only person I've ever known that convinced a casino to let you play in a cash game and a tournament at the same time. So it turns out there was a cash game going right next to my tournament table, and it was really juicy. I just had to play in it. And I didn't mind, like the cash game was worth more than the tournament. So I didn't want to lose the tournament, but I wanted to play both. Believe it or not, the Four Queens allowed me that honor. So kudos to Mike for pointing out the fact that I got to play in a cash game and tournament at the same time. My wife is hitting me with the. It's like the.
I can't myself, Mike.
It's like no, hold on. I started not to even put her on here.
I'm saying that to Mike. Mike would tell him now.
I started not to even put her on here because I knew she was going to badger me the whole time.
Keep him in line.
Yeah, wrap it up, buddy. Wrap it up.
Last story, I swear, but only because it includes every person that's been on this broadcast. In this story is included. So imagine this: Linda Johnson, Jan Fisher, Mike, of course, Kenna James, and me. We make an appearance for a good buddy of ours, Harry Taylor, which I'm sure you know very well, Harry and Effie. He's running a casino up in Northern California. We're doing this as a personal favor more than anything, but also a chance to get to hang out with our good friends. We're having a great time. Everything's fantastic. Harry has us over to his house one night, host us for this nice dinner. Everything's great. Nobody's trying to hustle anybody. We're all there as friends. All of a sudden, the pool was there at Harry's house. And, obviously I float very well, but not a lot of people knew back then that I could swim pretty well. I ended up tagging both Mike and Kenna for a decent sum of change. To me, it was a magical moment in life because we'd really never hustled each other. And I wasn't hustling. I kind of got hustled into it because Mike's like, well, what can you do in the pool? He's talking to me about what he could do. And I said, well, forget that. Let me just tell you what I think I can do, because I know I float very well. I ended up getting them both for we won't name the exact amounts, but for a pretty good number. The best part about Mike, as I wrap up my stories and my love for him tonight, it'll never be forgotten, or he'll be with me for the rest of my life and in the big game above. it didn't matter if Mike and I had 3,000 on a ball game or 300,000 on a game. We sweat that game as hard as anybody in the world. Like, if a big play happened in the game, I knew a text was coming. You know, like, yeah, because we were normally on the same side of these games for some reason.
Yeah.
Both had good opinions. So
Okay.
one last, this
cheers.
I
should get this. I should get
Solancha, an Irish cheer. Solancha, to my good friend Mike Sexton, poker sports, and the love of life itself, that we all continue to enjoy all those endeavors.
All right.
Cheers to Mike and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kate, great to see you. Robert, you know, I love you, buddy. I love you guys. Hope to see you guys soon. Thank you so much. All right, Kevin, I know you've been waiting a long time. I know you're running for some kind of office there with your background. I'm not sure which one it is, but we want to see Kevin Quintanilla. Kevin Casino, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Matt. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay?
Great, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, well, actually, I'm dressed like this, which is funny because you and I are dressed similar here tonight, Matt. Which we are. I started streaming earlier today at 2:30 to honor Mike Sexton, to warm up for the festivities that started at 5. So I'm on the I'm in California. So I started at 2:30. So I've been dressed like this all day. Been playing poker online, talking about Mike, doing stories, and getting some of the stream team community for Club WPT and other things like that. So it's just been a great day. So first of all, I just want to thank Warren, yourself, Matt, Keta, Kathy, everybody at the WPT family for putting all of this together for Mike Sexton. It's obviously just a celebration for Mike. Mike's impact on the world and the poker industry is just not going to be matched. So, and then much props and thanks to Linda Johnson as well for keeping everybody informed and everything like that. So it's been great as far as that goes. And so as far as storytelling for Mike Sexton, you've heard so much about it. His enthusiasm, he's so authentic, and his integrity. And one thing that I haven't really heard of, and it brings back some memories of him, is that he's a straight shooter also. It's not like he's just out there talking about propaganda. No, I mean, he'll call it like it is. He'll call a spade, diamond a diamond. So he'll call out. And a couple instances that I remember, back in 2015, the American Poker Conference, which was in Beverly Hills, and they had panels and everybody's talking about the industry and this and that. And then it was a little bit of an open forum, and Mike Sexton called the entire poker community out about how we allowed online poker to become to be basically get illegal back in 2006 on all of that. So, and it's funny because, he turns around and points it out to the entire industry that, hey, we dropped the ball. And even though he does that, nobody's mad at him because they realize he's right. He's true. What he's saying is right. And so it's like, when he's so lovable, he's so fun with all of these great stories, gambling, drinking, dancing, everything, sports, it's also true. And but when he turns around and calls you out on something, like I said, you don't take it the wrong way because it's Mike Sexton and what he's saying is true. And I remember, so Mike and I, we got into business together as well, and we're just like, Mike, let's have a meeting, let's go over some stuff, obviously regarding portfolio gaming concepts like the action clock and protection poker and stuff. And I'm like, Mike, let's have a meeting. Where do you want to meet? He's like, well, we got to go eat. And so, Mike, we got to go to steakhouse. We got to eat. Everybody's talking. And then the next meeting, like things are taking off. It's pretty good. And so then Mike invites us over to his house when he had his Malibu house there, and we'd have pizza at his house. And it seemed like every time we were meeting or talking or going over anything off the felt, we were eating and drinking. And I'm a big eater and drinker myself. Just so you know, I am drinking here tonight. I got the mug, but this is what's in the mug. So this is what I'm drinking tonight.
Nice.
Okay?
Very nice.
So yeah, it's I do a contest also of what's in the mug type of thing. But anyway, so this is what we're doing for Mike tonight. We're having fun. I've been here since the beginning. I'm listening to all the stories and I love it. And so the specific story that really stuck out to me, and I put something on Twitter about it, but I didn't go into detail, of course, was we were traveling one time. We were in Colorado, and we go to this steak place, barbecue place, and then we went to this one place that had these huge hamburgers. And you guys all know what I'm talking about. These gourmet hamburgers that got just way too much in them, but we love it, right? They've just got so much in it. And food comes, and this hamburger is just so huge. And I'm looking at Mike, and Mike takes his hamburger, takes a steak knife, and he cuts his hamburger in half. And I'm looking at that. I'm like, okay, that's a pretty smart idea. But I get my hamburger, I get it going, and I'm just making a mess. Bacon, like egg, chili, it's all coming out. It's just this great hamburger. And then Mike Sexton calls me out. He goes, "Look at you, you're making a mess." And I go, "Yeah, I am." I said, "I saw you cut your hamburger, Mike, and that was a smart idea." And Mike goes, "You saw me cut it, but you didn't cut yours, right?" And you know how Mike talks. And so I'm like, "Yeah, you're so right, Mike." It's just one of those things. He did that to point it out that, hey, I did something, but hey, it's to improve things. And that's what he always wanted to do with poker and with anything and with everybody. You hear all these stories. And so he helps to promote the game. He's the greatest ambassador we've ever had and we're ever going to have for poker, but he's also just a great ambassador of life. And so he's helped so many people, and everybody that's been here tonight and everybody that's still here right now, we're all here because of one person, and that's because of Mike Sexton. So Mike Sexton, we love you. I can go on forever, but I'm not. I'm actually going to stop now and go on to the next one because I know everybody else has been waiting a long time too. So happy birthday to you, Mike. Appreciate everybody being here, and let's do one more cheers for
Nice.
Mike Sexton, everybody. The greatest there ever is, ever was, and ever will be. Mike Sexton. Okay.
Kevin, thank you so much. Well said. Appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Nope. Thank you, everybody. I do have two young daughters. I got to get up early tomorrow, so I do have to exit. Love everybody that's been here tonight. We're all connected, and I'll hopefully see you guys all on the other side as well. Okay.
All right. You got it. I got a 10 o'clock tea time. I'll make it. I'll make it. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, Bill, I know I'm pushing you off here, but I got, you're going to be second. We got Marsha coming in. Marsha's been here from the very beginning. You've been very patient, Marsha. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Oh, can you see me, Mike?
Yeah, I can see you. I can see you.
Okay. Hey, and you can hear me then. You just answered me.
Definitely.
Okay. I know you must be getting very tired, so I'll try to make it brief. I second every good thing anyone said about Mike Sexton. He's very, very special to me. I've had a very close relationship with Mike for maybe more than 40 years now. I keep a little low profile about it all, but Mike, I just can't believe that he's gone. I can't believe that he's not going to be there in every event we go to, just like you, Matt. I know you feel the same way, but I got a couple of stories that might be a little interesting. I've traveled the world with Mike Sexton, as many of you have, and I'll tell like a couple of little stories. We all know that Mike was I don't want to say degenerate, but he was a big gambler, and we went to the Aussie Open, rather, the tennis match in Melbourne together a few years back. And Roger Federer was going to play, and he was the favorite. Actually, he was 100 to 1 on the odds. So Mike and I sitting there. So I find out Mike's bet 100,000 on Roger Federer to win 1,000. I said, Mike, you must be crazy. Anything could happen. And Mike said, I know, he said, but, well, it was in January, but he said, party poker was really good to me for Christmas this year. So he told me to what extent, but I'm not going to repeat it. So Roger Federer, of course, went on to win. Mike won $1,000 on that bet. Another time, probably 20 odd years ago, Mike and I were invited to go to London and work with a company that was going to start an internet site for poker when poker was very new to the internet. So we're in London. We're having a good time. Mike's treating me like a queen. That just comes naturally to him. And we went to some shows and some great dinners, et cetera, in London. And then the time came that we got a little suspicious that this is not going to work out with this company that's going to put the site up in London. And the head of it was like misappropriating the investments and et cetera. Anyway, Mike gets a phone call and Matt gets a phone call from India, and it's Party Poker. Party Poker says, we would like you to come to India. We need you to help us with the graphics. We're trying to get this tight side off the ground, poker. So I made a big mistake. I didn't say to Mike, take me with you. I don't want to stay here. Mm-hmm. So Mike hopped on a plane and off he went to India to help Party Poker get off the ground. Even helped them find the name for Party Poker, I believe. And he never looked back. So that was the start. I was with him when he got that phone call from Party Poker, and I always remember that. We've been lots of places, and Mike's been in and out of money, and luckily he's had a great time since he got involved with Party Poker and WPT. And speaking of WPT, I think I might be the first lady poker player to cash in the first event of the WPT at Bellagio. So I was kind of proud of that day and remember all about it. So I'm not going to keep you waiting. I know you want to go to bed. You got a 10 o'clock tea time. And thanks for having me, Mike.
Of course, Marcia. Thank you. And thank you for being so patient. I know that we've had a lot more people come in than I thought we were going to today, but it's great. I'm happy that people are able to share their stories. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Bill, I know you've waited a long time, Bill. Are you there? So yes, Bill Hoyer is there, and he's got an interesting story that he's going to share with us.
Hey, Matt, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here with such great people that I admire in the poker world. Mike Sexton was probably the pinnacle of admiration for me. A lot of people don't know, I met Mike when I was actually 14 years old in 1988. I was introduced to him by my mom. At the time, he was a poker player, just like a lot of poker players that I knew through my mom. She had so many great things to say about Mike. And the few times that I got to see him at that age, he stood out. He was always kind. He would always make me feel special. And at the time I thought, well, maybe it's just the way maybe he's just doing that to me because I'm a young kid. But no, listening to all these stories and throughout the years, getting to know more about Mike Sexton, that's just how he was. Even before he became a WPT announcer, before he became, the man that he was today, he was always at the core, one of the nicest, most genuine people ever. I was lucky again to get to meet him in 2006 at Bay 101 and attend the Shooting Stars tournament. I got to sit at the final table and watch him work and the whole magic behind what goes into a WPT event. And I knew then that that's kind of the road I wanted to go down. And it was because of him that I started getting more involved into things poker related. And I not only wanted to get into things poker related, but things that were classy and upstanding like he was. I remember him telling me a story once that back when I'd first met him, that, being a poker player was not necessarily a great thing in life. If you saw a poker player in the grocery store, you'd change aisles just so you wouldn't have to walk by him because people just didn't like poker back in Vegas at the time. And, I felt that sentiment when I was younger. I knew there was a lot of negativity around poker, but Mike had the opportunity and he ran with that opportunity to take poker and make it something great, make it something classy, and make it what it is today. The last time I got to see him was in 2008. He came down to the Bellagio. I had a group of friends in town. He came out just to have a drink with us and tell us a story. And he told us one of the most amazing stories about really, it was a story that Jimmy Woods had told him about something that happened to him a month previous to 9/11. And the story just blew me away. The man had a way of just telling stories, which made you want to listen and tell more and more and more stories. I wish I would have got to spend more time with Mike Sexton. I wish I would have got to know him even better. I'm happy to say I never lost anywhere near six figures to him on a golf course. I'm glad I don't have a story like that to tell, but such an amazing guy. God bless you, Mike. Thanks for everything you've done. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to you.
Bill, thank you so much. And please say hello to your mother. It's been a while since I've seen her. So thank you so much for coming on tonight. Now we go to Italy, where the Europeans are waking up. Christian Scalzi, are you still in? My man, is he there? Maybe he's gone. He had to go take his daughters to school. If he's gone, he's gone. Okay. I'm not hearing him. So we will quickly move on. Chino Ream's been here for a long time as well. 3-time champion. Where is Chino? Okay. I'm looking at my sheet here. I think my my technical team may have fallen asleep. Oh, there's Christian. All right. Come on, Christian. Let's go. Got to take the girls to school. Christian Scalzi from San Remo, Italy.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matt, to have me here with you. And it's a special moment for me to celebrate a guy as like you gave me a lot and give me a lot in the confidence that I have to make my short career. But for me, it was very important when the first time that I met Mike with you was in the WPT Vienna. I don't know if you remember that. I was there 2012. And I was there for the Party Poker Premier League. And you come with him just right after for the the first time that we do in the Montesino, the WPT Vienna. And it was a great honor for me to work with you first of all, but it was the first time that I met Mike that in Europe was already a great name of our business. And that time was really impressed me, because even if I didn't met him before, when we went out for dinner, he talked to me like I was part of the WPT family, and thanks me for what I did in the Europe side. So he knew everything about all the incoming WPT event. It was only two years before, 1 year before that we start in that area. And I remember every single moment when we were so close at that moment. And I was really impressed about his words. So he gave me a lot of power. And I remember that night was one good, very important night for me. Because with his word, with his way, he gave me a lot of confidence in my situation. So thanks to him for everything that he did for me. And so even me, that I was a little part of that word, he knew a lot of things. So he was really focused about that. So for me, it was very, very important, as when he was in the Nottingham in the Dust Till Dawn, when he introduced in Europe the book of Life is a Gamble. What he wrote was very important and is in my mind, is impressed in my mind.
Thank you, Christian. Christian, I know that he was a good friend of yours, and I know that he was a good friend to everybody in the world. I mean, you're in Italy and in France, and he touched pretty much everybody all over the world in the poker world. So thank you for coming on this morning. And it's always good to see you.
Always.
I miss you. I hope I get to see you soon.
I miss you too. And say hello to Marianne. And for me, it's the morning, and I have to take my breakfast before bringing my daughter at school. So I will celebrate the Mike birthday with the orange juice, but rice for him. And thanks a lot. Thanks
Thank you
for having me in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right. It seems like some of the other people here are putting vodka in their orange juice, but that's good. Thank you, Christian. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Tom McAvoy's been waiting a long, long time. You're doing a great job, Tom. Next up, Chino Ream. Chino, 3-time champion of the World Poker Tour, almost a fourth. Are you there?
What's up, Matt?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. It's been a long day, but I'm still energized. I don't know why. Talking about Mike, hearing all these stories has been a good thing. So happy to hear yours.
Yeah, man. I mean, you guys basically all summed it up. I mean, everyone knows Mike was just a class act gentleman. But I mean, the only story for me personally that I have is like, so, you know, I just feel personally more a part of like the World Poker Tour than I do with the World Series, even though I play both, just because I've had, I guess, for myself personally, more success in the World Poker Tour. But like ever since my first win, even you know, Mikey would, before the final table would start, the ones that I would make, Mikey would always have this little board with just odds of the last 6 players on the board of who's gonna win, you know. And before I ever won my first one, before I ever actually had like full confidence when I played and everything, Mikey would always have me. He always had me as a favorite. Like, you know, everyone knows Mike was a gambler, and you know, and so was I. And whenever I'd make these final tables, of course, naturally I would want to bet on myself, and he always had me as like, you know, a favorite. So there was never really like big value whenever I would, you know, bet on myself. But you know, I would play and I would win, and Lynn would interview me, and then, you know, we would take the pictures with Joe and everything. And you know, the whole, you just, over the years I've just come to know all of you guys, and Vince and Mike and just everyone. And you know, for as long as we've all been doing it, you just become a part of a family. And the World Poker Tour family, even though I was on the player side as opposed to the industry side, everyone, you know, the poker world is small. Everyone knows each other. And basically, you know, the World Poker Tour guys, you guys, including my poker friends, you know, have been like the family that for the life that I've lived in the last, you know, for my career in the last, you know, going on 20 something years. It's, you know, you learn to love everyone, and you learn to miss everyone. And especially with this stupid quarantine. I hate this quarantine life, but with what's going on, you know, you don't get to see everyone's faces. And, you know, I'm sure we all miss, well, for me personally, I miss going on tour. I miss playing. And, you know, you don't get to see, you don't, you know, part of going on tour and playing is you get to socialize and see all the people you don't get to see. And, you know, for me personally, I do miss that. And it was very sad for me to hear, you know, Mike passing away. And it's just, it's just a really sad thing. And we all know he's in a better place. And, you know, the whole time I've been sitting here listening and watching all these stories and hearing all this stuff, you know, like I was in and out of the little chats because I saw a lot of y'all's faces that I haven't seen in months. And, you know, it was really nice. And some of you guys I haven't seen for years, like Kenna, like I haven't seen Kenna James in forever. And, you know, just whatever. It was just really good to just catch up and see all these faces of people that, you know, you actually have love for. And, you know, and we all came together on Mike's birthday to talk about Mike. And it's just a real beautiful thing. And Matt, of course, you know, me and you are close, and I just want to applaud you for, you know, you did a really good job here tonight. And I just really think it's a beautiful thing.
Thanks, Chino. Yeah, I mean, Mike has seen you at your highs and has seen you at your lows, and he stuck with people no matter what.
He sure did.
It's a family. It's a family. The poker community. It's a much smaller community than people think. That's just for sure. But he touched everybody he met, and I know that he had the total respect for your game. That's for sure. And he said it in every show that you were made a final table. That's for sure.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Mikey.
Thank you, Chino.
Yep.
All right. Next up, 1983 world champion and Hall of Famer Tom McAvoy. Been waiting around a long time, as many of you have, and I promise I'll get to each and every one of you if you guys are willing to hang in there with me. I apologize about the overcrowding, but we'll be here. We'll be here to talk to you, and we want to keep hearing those stories about Mike Sexton. All right, Tom, you're up.
Well, I met Mike Sexton for the very first time at the final table at the World Series of Poker in the very first Pot Limit Omaha tournament they ever held. And Mike never quite got over what I did to him. I put a bad beat on him and I knocked him out of the tournament. I think he finished 5th or so. And he remember that so much that he actually stuck it in his book. He wrote on it. I still, when I read that, I couldn't think he would put that in his book, but he did. But even back then, 1984, that's how far back I go with him. I know that it's like sticking a knife in your gut and something like that happens to you and lose runner, final table of the World Series event. And he just quietly got up and left and took it like a gentleman. And he's always been a class act ever since I've known him. People that are just what you would call maybe the little people in poker, he'll still take time if they approach him, ask him a question. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. This guy, if he had an enemy, I'm not aware of who it was, because everybody in poker liked and respected him, and for good reason. He was just like a very unique individual, one of a kind. He had the personality and the intelligence to do so many different things in the poker world that I don't think we'll ever see his like again. Anyway, I was very saddened when I heard about it. In fact, I went into a little bit of a depressed funk for a couple of days, and I wasn't even one of his closest friends. I was a friend, but he's got a lot of people who spent a lot more time with than he did with me. But he was such an important part of our poker life and life in general that he will be missed like forever and remembered forever. I guess that's all I got to say.
There's no doubt about that, Tom. I appreciate you being patient and sticking around. It means something that you're here. I know that Mike joining you in the Hall of Fame was a big honor for him too. So I'm glad that you were there for him, and I'm glad that you're here now. So thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. How about a little levity? My good friend, Justin Hammer. You got anything to say, my friend? You look like you don't, but I think you do. Oh, there he is. All right.
There?
Justin Hammer. He's here.
Thank you, Matt. And for anyone else waiting, I think it's pretty cool to think about the fact that you're waiting so long, because there's this many people that have something nice to say about Mike, which is really cool. I'll make my stories quick and short. The first time I had a chance to coordinate a big series was the 2017 LAPC, which Mike happened to make the final table at the main event of. And the night that he made the final table, we went to a steakhouse, like everyone here is talking about. He liked to go to steakhouses, but just like this, this celebration of life, it was a whole bunch of important people and also me. And so they basically just put their coattails outside the limo and I rode them all the way to the steakhouse. But having that night with Mike, where he was talking about something I don't know many people know, but he told us how much bigger this final table bubble was for him because everyone else is just anxious to get on this TV final table. But for Mike, if he makes the final table, he gets out of a 12-hour workday doing the commentary on the final table. So he was telling us how important it was for him to make these final tables because he didn't have to do the commentary, which of course he loved, but also it was a nice little joke that he told us. But at that steakhouse, he talks, and anyone who has ever had the pleasure of eating dinner with Mike knows that he just commands the attention of the table no matter who is there. And me being just this young poker fan who felt like by far the least important person at the table, was just amazed at how whenever he spoke, everybody just listened to everything he had to say because he was such a great storyteller. Fast forward to the next day, we're at the final table, and Mike, who everyone knows, he put all of his heart and energy and passion into winning. When he got there, like that was all he could think about was winning. Well, there's 4 players left. He gets it all in with 2 kings against Daniel Strelitz, ace 8, gets it in, or ace 7, and gets it in really good. And ace comes on the flop, and he's out of the tournament. Now he has to go do this speech, which all of his passion was in winning, and he just came up short, and he took a bad beat, and he played good. And there's a lot of poker players that would take that time to talk about how unlucky they got or belittle their opponents or do lots of different things. But I found the quote from Mike Sexton. This is just moments of him busting the tournament. His chips that he got bad beated are a few feet away. And Mike Sexton says, they're just terrific players. They really are great players, and they deserve to be where they are right now, playing for this title in this moment. It was a pretty good run. I just didn't quite get there, which is just a testament to the kind of guy that he was. It wasn't, oh, I got so unlucky, or, oh, things were bad. It was, these guys played great. They deserved it. Well, after that, what a lot of people don't know is Mike, who could be, wallowing in his misery of not winning the title, goes after Matt Savage, and he asks for my phone number, and he sends me a message that tells me that I organized a great series and that it was a really well-run tournament. And then he gives Matt, some money to give me because he's just that generous of a guy. And for an up-and-coming tournament coordinator who, I don't know if you know this, but when you work with Matt Savage, he casts a pretty big shadow, so you don't get a whole lot. And that's not a fat joke, but he does get a lot of the attention. So Mike made it a point to reach out to me and make sure that I knew that he appreciated the hard work. And that meant the world to me at that point, and it still does to this day. And one more real quick, we did the roast of Vince Van Patten, and I was lucky enough to get to go there. And I saw the entire time, and as I've been listening to all these stories, I understand why now, because Mike was great at roasting people. And you can kind of see Vince squirming in the corner the entire time, knowing that Mike, who has all this information about him, is about to come up and roast him. And then sure enough, Mike lived up to expectations, and he got him good. But then he does what you do in a roast, and you pull it back and you kind of shower them with love. And then, like, you saw the relief on Vince's face once it was all done. And that to me kind of just epitomizes Mike Sexton, because as you listen to all of this, and I hope Ty gets a chance to go back to listen to all these stories at some point, but these are all people that Mike took money from. They beat him on the poker table. They beat him at sports bets. They beat him on the golf course. He beat them and all these things. And all we can do is sit around and talk about how amazing of a person he was and how great of an ambassador and how good of a gambler. And we all loved him, even though he was taking all of our money in the process. And that's kind of the way things in life should be, and things in poker should be, is that if you can do it with this kind of integrity that Mike Sexton has, then, you are still kind of deserving of all that respect and admiration. And as long as you do it and you genuinely care about people, which he obviously did, then they'll forever love you about it. And I think that's going to be his legacy. And I'm proud to just have what little moments of him in my life that I got to have.
Wow, it's good stuff, Justin. I love and care about you. And can you golf in the morning? Are you available?
No.
No, you cannot. All right. Well, Justin, thank you for hanging around. You can hang around. Please stick around because we got some good stuff coming up. My next guest here is a guy that I met at the World Series long time ago. He was writing at the Good Gambling Guide. Still my favorite story. Jesse May, how are you doing, buddy? He's an American, right? You're an American, aren't you?
I'm an American, but I think like Mike mostly from the European side. Look, what a great night! What a great night this has been. At the beginning, Matt, I was thinking, really, they're going to fill 5 hours here? We could fill 50, and if you're up for it, I am here for it, because it's been so wonderful to see all the stories having that same theme, which is how much Mike has touched. I think Eric Seidel said earlier on that everyone felt like Mike is part of our extended family in poker. I know for Ty and Karen how tough it must have been to have to share Mike with the poker community. And all I can say is, how listening and me personally, every single one of us feel privileged to have gotten a piece of Mike when we did, a piece of his time, a piece of his wisdom. He made every single person feel good about their relationship to poker, which is tough sometimes, but whether you were a pro, you're an amateur, a celebrity, you were just a fan, you were, a dealer, you're in the industry, Mike made you feel positive, that you had a positive place in this game, and that the game could have a positive effect on you. And I think he didn't do it by preaching. He just, he walked the walk. I think there's sort of the first time I met Mike, I'm not exactly sure. It was in a period, maybe 20 years ago. He was kind of coming over. It was Amsterdam, Isle of Man, London. And I was broke. Mike wasn't as broke as me. I don't think that would have been physically possible, but he was, I think, a little bit of a downturn. And you wouldn't have, I only found out later, you wouldn't have known it to met him. He was, in my mind, larger than life. You just wanted to be around him, talk poker with him, hear his stories. And then, fast forward years later, when obviously Party Poker had kicked off, the World Poker Tour, everything was just so going so well for him. And Mike was the exact same person, did not change a bit. There's a quote I always love by Nick Dandelos, who, maybe in the 40s was regarded as the biggest gambler of all time. And, the quote is, the next best thing to playing and winning is playing and losing. The main thing is to play. And I've always thought that in some ways that quote is misinterpreted as been to have to share Mike with the poker community. And all I can say is, how listening and me personally, and that the game could have a positive effect on you. And I think personally, every single one of us feel privileged to have gotten a piece of Mike when we did, a piece of his time, a piece of his wisdom. He made every single person feel good about their relationship to poker, which is tough sometimes, but whether you were a pro, Amsterdam, Isle of Man, London, and I was broke. Mike wasn't as broke as me. I don't think that would have been physically possible, but he was, I think, a little bit of a downturn. And you wouldn't have, I only found out later, you wouldn't have known it to met him. He was, in my mind, larger than life. You just wanted to be around him, talk poker with him, hear his stories. And then, fast forward years later, when obviously Party Poker had kicked off, the World Poker Tour, everything was just so going so well for him. And Mike was the exact same person, did not change a bit. There's a quote I always love by Nick Dandelos, who, maybe in the 40s was regarded as the biggest gambler of all time. And, the quote is, the next best thing to playing and winning is playing and losing. The main thing is to play. And I've always thought that in some ways, like at 2:00, which was halftime. So it gets to be halftime and we're all enjoying the game. Mike's watching it. We've got a sweat, and the pub owner, the bartender says, "Sorry guys, closing the pub, you'll have to leave." So Warren Lush, who was Party Poker host at the time, he kind of went up to the bar with the full force, the full financial weight of an $8 billion company behind him, and put his credit card on the bar. So, "I don't care, what I have to buy, including the bar itself. Mike Sexton, Mr. Sexton needs to watch the second half of the Super Bowl." But the bartender was not budging. God bless him. He was stuck to his principles. And so we've all been kind of kicked out standing in the middle of the pouring rain at halftime. And poor Mike, he's just wasn't angry. It was just indignant. You know, the indecency that I now have to go back to my hotel in the pouring rain and watch the rest of the Super Bowl on my laptop in a hotel room. Needless to say, we all lost on the game, but that was, you know, that was fun. Another quick WPT Venice memory. And this is, I'll try to make this brief because I know everyone wants to get in. I think it's wonderful. But Mike made the final table in WPT Venice one year, which was great. He hadn't won a WPT bracelet yet. It was big. We were kind of I was part of sort of euphemistically the B team. You know, the WPT was over there filming for the TV show, and we were kind of working on the live stream, which didn't have, it was the beginning of live streaming. I think maybe our viewers up to that point had been mostly people who were owed money by players on the final table. But Mike Sexton was on. I think he was chip leader. He might have been second in chips. It was very exciting. The WPT head comes in and said, everyone's going to be watching. Mike Sexton's family is going to be on the stream. Adam Pliska's going to watch. They're all really excited to see Mike win his first bracelet, which was all fine. And then, you know, gets kind of close to the kickoff, and the producer says to me, he says, "We got a small problem. There's miles of cables here. It's a 12th century casino. It's been there forever. What's happening is the picture and the sound are going into the computer at the same time, but the picture is coming out 28 minutes later. So you've got to just talk 28 minutes ahead." So we said, "Well, can't you just sort of delay the audio so they linked up?" No, just don't talk about anything until it's happened 28 minutes before. And then he said, "And look, don't let anybody find out. We cannot tell them." So I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, we'll need who's the co-coms, because, you know, I think we'll need someone reliable here because this could be a bit tricky." He said, "Well, we got a big name for the co-coms. He's never done commentary before, and actually, he's never actually spoken in public before. It's the Jungle Man." So off we go. So, you know, we cannot talk about what's happening on the final table because obviously they won't see it for 28 minutes. So Mike's in every pot. He's the chip leader. He's, you know, playing away. We cannot mention it. I'm asking the Jungleman about his philosophy of life, this sort of thing. So it gets to the first break, and the head of the WT bursts in. So what is going on here? I've got Mike's family, Adam Pliska, on. Why won't you talk about what's going on the table? It's Sexton. What are you guys doing? And I said, "It's not me. It's Jungle Man. You know, what can I do?" So anyway, Mike got third, but yeah, it was a bit of fun.
Thanks, Jesse. Awesome stuff. Yeah, the Premier League and all that stuff that we did over there. Just a lot of laughs and good times. And thank you for joining us. And now I'm going to step up to another one of your mates there from Ireland. I got a chance to be over in Ireland for the first time last year. And I'm looking forward to hearing from you. We've got two people on your camera now. Patrick Parkinson, what is going on, Patrick?
It's all good, Matt. We missed you this year, but you'll just have to come twice next year, I guess.
That's right. I'm in.
You know, I was just saying earlier that, you know, everything that's involved Mike Sexton in the 25 years he's been a friend of mine, I mean, has ended up in a laugh. And even though he's no longer with us, I think he's there in spirit, because I said to Jesse May about an hour and a half ago, he phoned me up and said, "Listen, I may have to miss my turn. I have to take my 6-year-old son to school." And I said to him, "Don't worry about that. He may be in college by the time your turn comes around."
Yeah, that's for sure. I was trying to get him back.
I must say, you're doing a great job, Matt. I'm really surprised.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, it's a great show.
Yes.
Pleasure to be on it.
Yes, Padraig, you know, Mike was over in Ireland quite a few times, was he not?
Yeah, he came over to the Winterfest once. He was at the Irish Open twice, but I think the one he really liked was down in Galway. because he got to bring Karen one year, not long after they were married. Robert Williamson and his wife were there, and Kenneth James. And I'd like to say that the Irish accept no responsibility for Robert or Kenneth's drinking. They knew how to drink before they came to Galway.
That is true.
But no, Mike loved Irish poker, and Irish poker loved Mike. And like all the superlatives have been used up tonight. But I'd like to pass on good wishes and condolences from the Irish poker players and a lot of the English guys, believe it or not, to Ty and Karen and Mike's family. It's unbelievable the outpouring of love has gone out to this man.
Yeah,
you know,
we had to think
it's not really unbelievable, I suppose.
Yeah, we did have to think he was going to outlast us, though, didn't we? I mean, it seemed like he was. It seemed like he was a young man.
He was a strong favorite.
Yeah, that's.
But
for sure.
I know there's a lot of people waiting, so I'm only going to tell you one Mike story, if that's okay.
Of course.
And over the last 25 years that I've had the honor to call him my friend, there's been hundreds of them. But I let Mike pick the story himself because, in the last few months when we kind of knew that things weren't good, Mike and I would have a chat every week. And we'd be going over all the old stories, going back 25 years. But the one Mike laughed at was the one he was the big star of, strangely enough. But it goes back to Paris in circa 1990. Mike and I went into the aviation club one afternoon, and we were playing cash games. And Mike was like a couple of tables away from me. And after an hour and a half, I looked around to see where Mike was, and he was gone. And much worse, his chips were gone as well. So I went over and I asked the French guys what happened. And one guy who really liked Mike just shook his head and says, "You don't want to know, Paul. Monsieur Paul Drake," they used to call me. But I went to look for Mike in the bar. He wasn't there. So I never did find out what happened until the next day. I went into the aviation club and went into the bar, and Mike was there having a coffee. So I went over and said hello to him. And I said, "I heard yesterday wasn't great." He said, "Oh, no, yesterday was the best fun I've ever had in Paris." I said, "That's not what they told me." But apparently what happened was he went out the door of the aviation and he hung a left and walked the whole way down the Champs-Élysées, down to Place de la Concorde. Now, Mike has never walked half that distance unless he's following a small little white ball around the place with a stick in his hand, but he must have been well tilted. But by the time he got down to Place de la Concorde, sorry, Bruno, about the pronunciation, it had started to piss rain. It was bucketing down. So Mike needed to get in somewhere out of the rain. Now, he had a little bit of a problem in that he only had €2 in his pocket. And so he thought he'd picked the classiest joint around where they wouldn't be expecting anything like that to be going on. And he walked into this place called the Hotel Crillon. Sorry again, Bruno. And this place was so classy. They had a girl in the lobby playing the harp. And there wasn't any big reception desk. There was just one little desk in the middle of the lobby, and there was a guy like in a $1,500 suit in behind it, and dressed up like little Lord Fauntleroy. And he came over to greet the new guest to the hotel and asked him what he could do for him. Now, lucky Mike didn't look like a poker player. He never did. But when Mike opened his mouth with the American accent, the guy got all excited. And Mike is looking around, and it's still raining really heavily, so he decides he has to make a move here. He definitely can't afford a coffee. He didn't think he was going to get any credit. So he says to the guy that he was an American businessman who visited Paris about 3 times a year, that he was staying in a very classy hotel, but he'd been told that this place was better. And could he have a look around? Well, of course he could have a look around. The guy almost took him by the hand. took him up in the elevator and brought him in to show him this beautiful room. So Mike looks all around it and he says, yeah, this is quite nice, but, and it's still raining. And Mike said, have you got anything a little bigger? And the guy said, well, how much bigger? And Mike said, well, what's the biggest room you got? So the guy takes him along to see this suite. It was called the Leonard Bernstein suite. Now you got to remember, Mike's got $2 in his pocket. So he goes in and he starts examining the suite, and he says to the guy, oh yes, this is much more like what I had in mind. It's very nice indeed. And he said, by the way, how much is it? And the guy said, well, that about 4,000 a night would see him okay. And Mike told him that this was very, very reasonable. And that he was going back to America the following day, but that on his future trips, he would definitely be coming down here. And he wanted to, and he'd ring up well in advance to book the Leonard Bernstein suite. So, like, you know, Mike used to always say, you know, that old sports quote, it's not the number of times you get knocked down, it's the number of times you get back up. Is that Lombardi?
I'm not sure. Might be.
Well, we give him the credit first.
All right, you got
it. So Mike has taken the guy's business cards, and by the time he's finished messing about and going over all the details, he's left the guy in the hotel who's delighted about the future sale he's made, and Mike is delighted that he's got in out of the piss and rain. He's forgotten all about what the French guys did to him in the game. And he's bounced back into the aviation the following day. Okay, lads, here we go again. And that's the Mike Sexton that we all knew and loved.
Absolutely, he was definitely had the gift of gab and could get away with just about anything.
Oh God, I mean, if he only had a few hundred in his pocket, you give him full credit for that. You know, but $2. I mean, that's a bit strong. Boy,
absolutely.
But
I love that you got up so early for this, because I know that
I didn't get up so early. I've been up all night.
Oh wow, amazing! I didn't know that. Awesome.
Drinking tea, believe it or not. I mean, Sexton has often kept me up till 8 o'clock in the morning, but never drinking tea. And I'm glad he's not here today to see us, because he wouldn't believe it.
I believe that.
But it's a great show, and I'd like to echo all the nice things that people have said about Mike and about Ty, Karen, and the family, and we hope to see them all soon.
Yes, thank you.
Look after yourself, Matt, and well played.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
See you. God bless.
God bless. And next up, we have another guy with a lot of energy at this time. It's Mr. Michael Norrie, my good friend. So say hello, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you've spent a couple days with him, a couple dinners, and some golf. So tell us about it.
Lots of steakhouses, as everyone's saying. My first real golf memory of him is actually from your golf tournament in 2014 at Palm Springs. You grouped me, Mike Sexton, Ralph Rudd, and Spencer Moeller together. And this was the day after I shot 84 as a 23 handicap, and I was leading the tournament. Everybody said I was a sandbagger. You know, I came in, hustled everybody, you know, but Mike still wanted to bet, Ralph too. And so we go out there and bet, and, you know, I'm not having such a great day. I end up shooting 116, and Mike tells me as I'm walking off 18 green, kid, you hit a lot of great shots. You're welcome anytime. You know, so like that's the kind of guy Mike was. I still had an amazing time, lost a bunch of money, but it was still a lot of fun. Flash forward to now 2015, we're in September in the Commerce Hold'em series, and you're filming that video that you showed earlier. And there were supposed to be 8 of us there. There was supposed to be you and Mike with Tyler and Chris Scales and in one group, and then there's supposed to be another group. But the 4 of us for the other group, I was the only one that showed up. And Mike remembered from, you know, that last tournament, he's like, nope, you told me, nope, I can't play. They don't allow 5 here. Mike's like, nope. You're playing, you're in, get a cart, let's go. And I go and, you know, play a nice round of golf with him. He's telling great stories the whole time. And he's just, you know, incredible person. And, you know, always remember those memories on the golf course. Another one too. There was a big own ball scramble match at Shadow Creek a couple of years ago, and Mike loved his own ball two ball scramble where he hits both shots, and he thought he was one of the best in the world at having the own ball scramble. I know you're a fan of that too, Matt. So yeah, and I just want to echo what everybody's saying, and this like outpouring is amazing. And I'll keep it short and sweet and let the next person move on. Thanks, guys.
Nori, that's awesome. Thanks, man. I like it. Short and sweet and 3 great stories. Appreciate it. And I'll be seeing you this weekend.
Yes.
I look forward to it.
Yes.
All right. Ben, you're coming up, but not quite yet, because we have Jordan Christos, WPT champion. He's waiting in the wings. He's been waiting a long time, as all of you have. Jordan, are you there? Oh,
yeah, I'm here.
Oh, he is. All right. He's there.
Hey.
All right. There you go. He's got his video on. He's got the kids put to sleep. This is good. Can't see you now, though. Jordan. Ben, you're coming up. Don't just stand. Hold tight, buddy. Hold tight. Jordan, giving you the countdown. I can't believe that Jordan Christos is slow. This is amazing. Shocking to me that Jordan Christos is playing slow. Unbelievable. Well, is he back? Is he out? Am I moving on? Next up is Scott Clement. Scott, where are you at? We'll get back to Jordan right after this. Another WPT champion. Scott Clement. He's on this cup. He's on the Mike Sexton's cup. Where are you, Scott? Richie, we're going to get to you as well. And I think we have Tony G coming in as well as also. And BJ Nemeth. So it's going to be still some great speakers coming up. Where is Scott Clement? Okay, he's not responding either. All right, Keith, you're up. Keith Kazar. There he is.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
First of all, I want to say I've been watching this since the beginning, like 5 o'clock, and it's still going strong. It's amazing. Great celebration of life. A lot of great stories. I'm honored. I'm humbled to be able to be a little part of this. Mike has been a special person to me. My story is, I moved to Vegas in the mid-90s, and I ran around going, how do you win? How do you beat the casino? Everybody laughed at me. A couple people pulled me aside and said, look, you got to learn poker. It's the only game you're playing against other players and not the house. So I would sweat some people, and they brought me to the World Series, and I would fascinated watching the World Series. When somebody won a bracelet, Linda Johnson would go over there, grab a big stack of money out of the middle of the table, raise it in her hand in the air and say, look, you're going to buy into the main event, aren't you? And they go, yeah. And she'd hold it up and run across the room and announce, yeah, we got another entry to the main event. And everybody would cheer and laugh and whatever. So I would go to the main event and watch. I was new. I wasn't playing. And I was fascinated at the players, and I was trying to get histories on people and figure out who they were. And, it was before the internet, so it was really difficult. And then Mike came up with that Tournament of Champions. And I went to that and I was shocked. I mean, they actually would have promos on different people. They would tell histories of people. They would introduce people. Everybody there had a bracelet. So everybody was like fairly well known in the poker industry. And I was just so excited and enamored to be in the room with all these, people who had won bracelets. And, I actually went up to Mike and congratulated him and thanked him, saying, this is amazing. Because before the internet, I mean, really, that was the only thing you had to go by to figure out who everybody was and what was going on and how to play, how people actually played and reacted. It was amazing. And then, it was a big way for me to learn how poker functioned before the internet. And then when the World Poker Tour started, here's Linda and Mike, on the first show. And I'm like, oh my God, this is great. So we start watching it, and we had home games. We'd watch at the home games. And then I'm playing in a home game, and Alex Arthred shows up. He was a statistician. You know, he was like Mike's gopher, and he was in the game. We're like, oh my God, if you ever quit your job, you know, I want your job. I want your job. And then Mandy Glago, you know, she got it. And then when he actually made a final table, and so she started work at the World Poker Tour. My life kind of moved sideways. I've been in the movie business for a long time. I worked with the biggest names in the world: Tom Cruise, Pacino, De Niro, Duvall, Hoffman, Hanks. I've never really been starstruck, but Mandy got me into the World Poker Tour, working there in 2009, and you know, working on the TV show. And I was so excited because I'd been following the World Poker Tour for so many years. And the first couple of years, you know, I was just kind of working in the office, didn't, you know, I met everybody, but I didn't really get to know anybody. And then all of a sudden, you know, they started flying me to all the tournaments. You know, I started interviewing people. I had such a good time, you know, being a part of the family. And, you know, Mike and Vince, they didn't disappoint. They were nice people. Mike was always down to earth. I asked him for tips sometimes, and he said, hey, you know, beating good players is easy. You just be patient and wait for better cards, and you play better cards than they have. And I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty simple. So, you know, working over the years, I've gone to a lot of tournaments all over the world. I was at Borgata one time. My mother was on the East Coast. She showed up, and I'm introducing her around. Sure enough, hey, this is Mike. And she goes, do you play poker? I'm like, oh my God, Mother, he's in the Hall of Fame. And she's like, oh, well, you're not in the tournament. He laughed and said, yeah, I got busted. But he's commentating. That was funny. But the best thing for all of us, the 2016 Montreal, World Poker Tour Montreal. You know, as employees, we're not supposed to be biased. But Mike's at the final table again. And, you know, just your heart goes out going, come on, win one of these. And then he gets in this long heads-up match, grueling heads-up match, and comes out on top, and he wins the cup, he wins the belt, he gets his name on the cup. You know, it was before they named it after him. But it's like, there was so much satisfaction. There was so much release and relief from him on all of us. It was like we all won the tournament. And he was just so grateful that he finally got the opportunity to hoist the cup. And, you know, it made us all better people. He made us all better people. If there's a Mount Rushmore of poker, he and Doyle are like first two. So, you know, it's such a sad loss, the poker community. But, you know, even in the 90s, before the internet, when I was learning, it's kind of like he and Linda were the people, you know, trying to get poker to a better level, to make it a better game, to make it a game that people could really, you know, follow and be a part of. And all of that from the 80s and 90s all the way till the internet hit, until Party Poker, where he said he actually had to go to India and teach them a 3 beats a 2 and a 1 beats everything. So he literally had to teach these people what a poker, you know, a playing card was. They didn't even know that. And he took that and built Party Poker out of that. And, you know, just the accomplishments in his life, it's really sad. You know, it's really sad that he's gone, but, you know, this is a great celebration of life, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. I'm grateful I got to know him. I'm grateful I got to travel with him. I'm grateful I got to work with him. And for that, I will always be grateful. Thank you.
Awesome, Keith. Thank you so much. And yeah, he stuck up for the little man, that's for sure. And he loved the fact that you worked on the World Poker Tour. So it's some of your genius went into the shows itself. So thanks a lot. Oh, there they are. All right. So we do have Scott Clements back. Scott, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for waiting around so long. I appreciate that. Oh, whoa. We got to get you unmiked. We got to get you unmuted. I'm sorry. I got to get you unmuted. Scott Clement is back. Shannon Shore is in the chat. I love it. Love that you guys are coming in. All right, there he is. Hey, buddy.
My favorite part of Mike Sexton was I'm terrible at golf. And you've been through this, like where I'm terrible at golf, but I played golf with Mike, and but that was like one of the it was the best thing that I ever like golfing with Mike was the favorite experience that I ever had, like golfing.
Definitely true. I can echo that sentiment. He made it a lot of fun.
So like it was just perfect. Like
that's the way a lot of people feel about Mike Sexton, that he was definitely perfect in every way. Even when you were losing money to him, people said that they wanted to go play golf with him. They knew they were going to lose, but it was worth a couple $100 to go out on the golf course with him. I know it was for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like I'm terrible at golf, and like I remember like I hit the perfect shot like the first time, and like I never hit a perfect shot, and like I remember I hit a perfect shot, and it was just like hit it and like hole one, and then it was just like and he's like. He gave me the shit like for the first hole. Like it was just like it's like because I hit like the perfect shot. Like I'm terrible at golf. You've golfed with me. Like everyone has golfed with me. Like so a lot of the guys that are on this chat have golfed with me, but like golfed with me. Like they know I'm terrible. But like I hit a perfect shot like the first one, but it was just like it was hole one, and it was like I hit it, and then like. But we had that money going on, and then it was just like, and then like, it was like that was my only good shot the whole day, the whole day, and but it was so perfect because it was just like he gave me the shit the whole time.
Yep. He never stopped, even when you were hitting good shots or bad shots.
Oh no, I hit bad shots the rest of the time. Like I hit bad shots the rest of the time, like for sure. I hit bad shots. It was just like I just happened to hit like a perfect shot like the first time. Like I'm terrible at golf, and like I just happened to hit like a good one the first time. It was just like it was so good, like. But it was so perfect.
But you're good at golf, right? I mean, you are better at golf now, right?
No, I'm terrible at golf.
Okay.
I'm terrible at golf.
You'll get better. I mean, you got the physique for it. So.
No, I don't even play golf anymore. But like, but it was like I don't even play golf. But I loved golfing. My favorite memory was golfing with him.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I can echo that sentiment for sure. It was the highlight. But you know, you're on the cup. You're on the Mike Sexton Cup, so there is that. You know, you did something great one time, and it wasn't playing golf, apparently. But you'll get better at golf. Don't give up. Don't give up. I'll fly to Washington tomorrow morning and I'll play golf with you.
I'm done at golf. That was the last time I golfed. Like that was my favorite memory of golf.
Sexton puts you into retirement. You're not the first one that he put into retirement. Let's just say that. But he put a lot of people into retirement at the golf course, on the poker table.
That was my favorite memory of golf, though.
It was. Yeah, mine too. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I love you, buddy. Be safe. I hope you're doing okay during this COVID time. And I look forward to seeing you not only on the poker table, but on the golf table when we get out of this. Thanks for coming in. I do appreciate it. You got to get back on the golf course, though, please. Yeah, for sure. No? Come on, Scott. Don't give up. All right. Next up, Ben Irwin. You got to follow that up. Let's go. Nope. Wait a minute.
Am I muted? Am I live?
You're live.
I'm live. My man. Love you like a brother.
Good.
So my first Mike memory is something pretty awesome. And I think it's 2012-ish. And I show up at Bellagio. I meet Ange for the first time. And she says, we're going to dinner with Mike. And I'm like, holy shit. I get to meet this guy in person. And we go to dinner with Mike. And it's, you know, through the years, I've got to have the experience of having story time with Mike. But that first time, incredibly special. And just spending that time with him and with Ange. And we're at Bellagio. It's the 5 Diamond. And just an incredible experience. And just getting to know the man and understand his genuine kindness. And, you know, in 2012, I mean, he never met me in his life. Of course, I knew who he was. But just that experience was just incredible. And it's something I'll never forget. And then when we did our grand opening at Thunder Valley, I remember talking to you and saying, Matt, who do we got to get? And you said, we need Mike Sexton. Mike comes out there and, you know, just so many people coming out and just loving him and what he brought to the game and to us individually, and conversations I had with him at that time that, you know, it means a lot. And I know he means a lot to a lot of people. And I'll keep it short and sweet if this is not short and sweet. But what an incredible experience, and just very appreciative. And it's been great to be here all night long. And I'm very proud to be part of the WPT family.
Thanks, Ben. You're definitely part of the family. And yeah, thank you for sticking around for Sexton After Dark. Appreciate that. After the midnight hour, look at Shannon Shore. He's been grinding all day. He hasn't had any wine today. Shannon Shore, how are you doing? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, BJ, we're going to get back to you. I'm going to jump to Shannon Shore. He's been grinding all day. He's tired. He wants to go to bed. BJ, you'll be next up. Let's go to Shannon.
Hey, what's happening, Matt?
You got wine in that bottle?
No.
No? Okay.
I will soon, though.
All right. Sounds good. Shannon, it's always great to have you. I know that Mike loved you and adored your poker game for sure. So I've always called you the nicest guy in poker. It was Scott Clements till tonight, and now it's you. So, yeah, what do you have to say about Mike Sexton?
So much awesome stuff's already been said about Mike. I actually didn't know him too well personally. Just kind of my experience was us hanging out at all the WPT players parties, which were always so much fun. He, of course, was a big Ohio State football fan. I'm a big Bama football fan. So he gave me a lot of hell when they beat us. And I think it was 2015 when they beat us in the semifinal. He was talking a lot of shit on the way leading into the game. And then when they got it done, I had to hear it that whole WPT season, it seems. Additionally, I remember the first time I ever met him was down in Australia in 2006. I went down for the Aussie Millions and got moved to a table where he was playing. And like so many people have said, he's just like the friendliest guy. I remember just being in amazement that he was chatting everybody up. I thought that, you know, all the pros were just there to like rip everybody's hearts out. So I don't know, I feel like that hopefully was like instrumental in sort of forming me as a poker player.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just as so many people have said, just such a great guy. And like Jason Kuhn said earlier, you almost think that it isn't authentic just because it's so hard to be like that good of a person. But yeah, he was somebody special, and I'll like sorely miss him.
Yeah, Shannon, I think you're saying a lot of what people were saying, and it's yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough going back playing these WPTs without Mike. But you know, you're a professional. It's what you do for a living, and we look forward to seeing you and seeing you on the other side of all this. So I appreciate you coming in, and thanks. I know you've been grinding all day online, but happy to see you, and I look forward to seeing you once again on the Greenfeld, on the live Greenfeld. So thanks for coming in.
Stay safe out there.
Okay, buddy. Thank you, Shannon. You do. All right. Next up, we have my man, BJ Nemeth. I miss you, BJ. Let's get him on.
Hey, Matt.
Hello.
Hey, Matt.
How are you?
I have audio?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for doing this. Thank you for keeping an open-ended schedule so this can go all night, because this is just, I didn't expect to be listening. It's like 3:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, here in Atlanta, but I'm still listening. Also want to say thank you to everybody behind the scenes helping Matt, Warren, Kathy, Keta, Matt Clark, and I'm sure there's other people doing technical stuff. I don't know. My dog's freaking out because all of a sudden it's been quiet all this time, and now I'm talking and he's wondering why. Shout out to Chino Ream in the chat. Anybody on the Zoom call, whenever people pop up on screen, Chino's in the chat just warmly greeting them, like, you know, Shannon Shore, my man, good to see you, and all this. And it's just such a nice, wholesome thing to see. And it's unfortunate we can't do this memorial in person for obvious reasons. But in the pandemic, it's kind of nice that we have this reason, Mike bringing us all together to where we can see and interact with each other and watch and share memories and kind of have good memories in Mike's honor. And I feel like that's useful. And I like what Chino's doing. I feel like he's embodying that. About 6 hours ago, Barry Greenstein said that Mike Sexton was the most obvious Hall of Fame vote, and he was 100% correct. That was the first year media got to vote. I was lucky enough to have a vote, and it was just the biggest no-brainer because Mike had done everything. You know, not that he was the single best poker player in the world, but in so many different arenas, he had done so much for poker that it was just, he may not have been the best poker player, but he was a great poker player, and he had done everything else. It was just the most obvious Hall of Fame vote. Finally, my story will be probably the two most meaningful victories of Mike's career were probably the WPT Montreal for obvious reasons, and also the WSOP Tournament of Champions, because Mike created the original Tournament of Champions. That was his first big win once the TV boom had hit. And that final table was a beast. I think it started 10-handed. It was 3-handed between Mike and Negreanu and Mattisau for a very, very long time. And at that point, it was clear it could have been any of them. And that night, it ended up being Mike Sexton. And the unfortunate thing about that victory, I've got photos. I was looking at the photos earlier tonight. When he won, it was so late. The WSOP was kind of formatted differently then. They just let final tables run deep into the night. I don't remember exactly when, because Twitter didn't exist yet. Twitter would go live like 2 weeks after Mike's victory. But it was like 4 a.m. or something. And the photos, you can see there's less than 24 people there, and that's including media and tech crew and all that. Like, there was nobody there. Then contrast that with him winning WPT Montreal. And I got to think I'm one of very few people who was at both victories. And when he won Montreal, he was surrounded. Yes, there were 5 other players at the table. Yes, they had family and friends in the audience. But the entire crew of the World Poker Tour, the tour management, the production crew, all of these people work closely with Mike. That WPT family. And when Mike won, everybody got to be a part of that. And you could just see that made it more special for Mike. And that was just great to see. And I'm just glad he got to have that feeling. And that's really all I got to say. Thanks, Matt Savage, for doing this. Thank Warren, Kathy, Keta, Matt Clark for helping out. Anybody else helping out who I don't know. And thanks, Chino, for just being a positive, welcoming force tonight. That's awesome.
All. Thanks, BJ. I miss you. You know, I miss seeing you. It's so many hours I've spent on the road with you. It just seems kind of surreal that we were just together, 6 months ago. It seems like
and I wouldn't shake your hand.
And you wouldn't shake
I wouldn't shake your hand, and you laughed at me. Who's laughing now, Savage? And what Jeannie Duffy was talking about earlier, that Monday night in Manila. I was going over those photos too, but I've got nothing on you because you know,
Marianne was there.
Your wife,
that's all
Marianne was there, and you're in the clear. But I have photos of her too, and it was a fun night, and it's one I'll always remember. And I'm glad Mike Sexton was a part of it.
Yes.
And you too, buddy.
Thank you very much, BJ. Thanks a lot. We got a few more speakers. We got Rob Huxley, former Australian, now a Las Vegas resident. Or are you still Australian?
Well, mate, first of all, I only have one question. Where is your purple suit?
That's burned. They burned it up.
You need to buy a new one.
I know.
Brother, thank you for a real honor and a pleasure. Thank you for your amazing efforts tonight. My dog has now awoken. She wants to join the stream. Come on, Lila, relax. I just want to echo one of the things you mentioned earlier, that, you know, when I heard the news about Mike, you know, he's left such a huge hole, and looking at all the people that have come on tonight and are speaking, you know, it's just so obvious that there's so many of us in this industry that are so close, and it's our job to step up. You know, we're never going to fill the shoes that he's left, and the size of the ambassador that he was is just phenomenal. I have one story that I want to share. I know there's a ton of people that have been waiting for a lot longer than probably I have, but my story goes back to 2005 at the Aussie Millions, where we were running the first ever speed poker tournament. And Mike had agreed to play in a $20,000 buy-in, six-handed, winner-take-all event, and it had never been run before. This was the precursor to your favorite poker show, the Poker Dome Challenge. And we had, for the first time, we put LED lights in the table. So everyone had 15 seconds to act. And Mike managed to get heads up with Scotty Wynn. Now, Scotty had flown in that morning from Vegas. Now, if you remember, you've been to Australia a couple of times. If you remember, when you fly from Vegas to Australia, it's about 30 hours, right? Like door to door. And Scotty landed at 9:30, and he probably had 9 beers in him before midday. And the tournament starts at 1 o'clock, and Scotty was just on fire, like pure Scotty, running over the table. And he got involved in a hand with Mike, where Mike had top pair, and the lights were coming at him, and Mike timed out, and Scotty had king high. He had nothing. You know, literally no pair, nothing. And he's berating the hell out of Mike. You know, you can imagine Scotty, he's completely, you know, he's in that like peak moment of poker playing and drinking. I don't know if you've ever been in that state, but you know, when Scotty's at that point. And Mike was just bulletproof, just bounced right off of him. Then nearly 100 hands later, I mean, this thing was really going on deep. Mike has the nuts on the river. He times out again against Scotty. And now Scotty's like 20-1 chip leader in this event. And Mike comes back and beats him. Wow. It may have something to do with the fact that Scotty may have been 20 beers in by this point in time. or the fact that Mike was just, he just never gave up. He never gave up. And for me, I wasn't lucky enough to be as close to Mike as a lot of people on this call have been. But I tell you one thing, that he was just the ambassador that, there's nothing you can say about him that even is going to give him justice to how good he was for us. He was just so amazing. Even when you met him, or, I would email him or text him and have questions for him about things that I'd be working on, and he would always get back to you. And he was just amazing. And thank you so much. And to everyone involved for tonight, amazing to see the support. And if we can all take something out of this, is that, we've all come together tonight to talk about Mike. Let's continue that. Let's continue being a family, and putting, doesn't matter who you work for, aside, and just keep growing the game. He's just done so much for the game, and we're all lucky enough to be doing what we do and doing what we love, and he's a big part of it. So I'll see you soon on the golf course, Mr. Savage.
You got it, my friend. And, I do want to thank the incredible team that we have behind us. Warren Woodall and Matt Clark, who's going to speak next, Kathy Zhao, and Keta Ozlina, who is working with us on the stream. Would not have been gone off without these guys. I really do appreciate it. So I'm going to give Matt Clark a chance to talk. I do appreciate all your help. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and thanks Matt for welcoming me in. So after what Matt said, thanks again to Kathy, Keta, Savage, and Warren for putting this all together tonight, and for everyone who's joined. I've been here since 6:30 Pacific time when this all started, 5 o'clock if you count when the tribute started. And I'll be the first to say that I really don't have a specific memory of Mike, just given my time in the poker industry. I started in the industry in 2015 or so and joined the WPT in 2018. But just hearing everyone speak, and as I've learned more about Mike in the last couple of weeks or so, it makes me all the more appreciative for what he's done to give me a career in the poker industry, for all the work he did prior to when I joined, and all the work he did even afterward. It's something that's been really humbling to learn about in the last couple of weeks. So thanks to Mike again for all he did to give everyone a career in the poker industry at all levels. I think from everything I've heard the last couple of weeks, and especially tonight, it's been truly just an unreal accomplishment for everything he did from the start of the World Poker Tour in 2002 through the poker boom to where we are now, and all of his strength to continue growing poker as much as he did through insurmountable odds to get us to where we are today. I think we all owe him a debt of gratitude, and me especially, for being able to have a career in this industry, as not even as a player, but just as someone who works in the media world and now with the World Poker Tour. Truly owe Mike the world, and I wanted to get on and say thanks, Mike, for everything, and thanks everyone for coming on and saying all the stories about Mike. It's great to hear more about this truly awesome guy who I wish he had the opportunity to spend more time around. So thanks again.
Thank you, Matt. That's you're echoing a lot of comments. I mean, I can look back at my career and in 2002 when I got offered to run the World Series of Poker. I asked two people's opinions. I asked Linda Johnson. She said, "Don't do it. They won't pay you." Mike Sexton said, "Do it." And I took Mike's advice, and I feel like I have him to thank for that. Now, of course, the WPT doesn't exist without him and Linda Johnson and Steve Lipscomb. So, yeah, I basically have my career that I owe these guys. And definitely, we got a few more speakers. We do. We have Christian Harder. Christian Harder, are you here? Christian Harder. I know he said he was coming. And we have Mike Matiso. Mike, first of all, I want to say thank you for doing your tribute that you did when Mike was still with us a few weeks ago. He loved it. It was kind of it was a feeling, like I said, I was worried about it. I thought that it might come off wrong, but you did an amazing job, and I want to thank you for that. And I wanted to give you a chance to be one of the last to talk.
I got my I busted Mike Sexton's shirt on with a signature from the 2011 Bay 101. I wore it last week when I finished 10th in that last bracelet event they had. I was really trying to win it. I wanted to win it for him, but I look back and I spoke a lot, during the time, on my tribute and even on my podcast and stuff during the times in the last couple of weeks. But, it's something, the thing that I really want the people out there listening, the poker players listening, and it gets me the most emotional every time I speak, is the fact that none of us would have any of this if it wasn't for Mike Sexton. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I mean, I do not believe we would have poker. All the people that have gotten rich off poker would be working at some 9-to-5 job somewhere if it wasn't for Mike Sexton. And I just want everybody out there to know that, because he had the vision. I mean, I'll never forget. I mean, the thing that just sticks in my mind is it seems like yesterday. I mean, it was 20 years ago, but like that first tournament of champions where we had we had like 30 or 40 different people from all different countries carry different flags from all over the world into what was called the Tournament of Champions, which was Limit Hold'em, Limit 08, and Stud. I mean, it was like 2 dinosaur games, and 08, which is still pretty popular, but I'm just saying there wasn't no limit back then. And the only no limit there was the main event of the World Series once a year. So, his vision for making poker global. I heard earlier a speaker, we were talking about the first event, the Bellagio tournament. I ended up finishing 9th and bubbling that final table, but then we all went to Reno, and I don't know if you remember this, but we were filming in Reno, and then we were watching the first broadcast of the World Poker Tour event come out, and we were all in that little room together. I don't know if you remember that. And we're all like, how was it going to come out? We're all like, because people think that this all came from nowhere. There was like 20 of us, 25 of us, then 40, then 100, then 2. You know what I'm saying? It didn't just come. There wasn't like thousands of people playing poker overnight. You know what I mean? It just came. They had a vision. Mike had a vision, and I think about that first event like it was yesterday, and it's come a long ways. We should be very appreciative of Mike, and I know I am. My favorite Mike Sexton stories is, me and Mike, we were very, very good acquaintances, but we weren't close friends or anything, but he was always very caring. When things were bad for me, if I called him, he would call me right back. He'd pick me up. Just such a good man, and it seems like yesterday, like I just saw him, because I saw him 2 months before we were spent Florida and weekend 2 months before COVID. And when you're locked in the house for like 6 months from COVID, though, the 6 months have gone by pretty fast, and it's just, so much has changed since then, but it's part of life. And we're going to miss him, man. To me, when I heard that Mike got sick, it was like just a shot to my head. He just means so much to me and to poker. And, it's just it's hard for me to keep it together. I'm very emotional. I've cried enough over the last couple of weeks, but I'm just so glad and just so glad to call Mike my friend, and to what he's done for poker. And it's just, you judge a person by not their wealth or what they do that you dislike. You judge a person from their heart, and Mike had a heart of gold. I remember even in 2011 when I knocked him out and I ended up getting 3rd, right? And I remember walking up to Mike and Vince, and they couldn't really take sides, because that's not their job. But they saw so much of my emotion every time I didn't win and got knocked out, and they wanted me to win so bad. And Mike was just, he was just so there for me. And I just keep thinking about, hopefully one day I'll get my hands on that trophy, get my name on there for Mike. So it gives me another goal to shoot at.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You got some great players that have not yet reached that pinnacle. And I think that this makes it even more meaningful for those that are on it. And of course, those that are trying to get on that. And Christian Harder is now in here. If we can unmute Christian. Hey, my buddy Warren Lush is also here.
Yeah.
Miss Warren. Christian, are you in?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Hey, there you are. Okay. Hey, what's up, Charter?
What's up, Matt? Thanks for having me.
Of course.
First, I want to thank you, Matt. I mean, this is an awesome job you guys have been doing, and everyone, WPT, Kathy, and Matt, and whoever else. I actually couldn't believe it was still going on. I popped in and out like 3 or 4 times, and for the last time, I hadn't popped in a couple hours, and I had to refresh my YouTube stream. I'm like, this can't actually be going on still. I was like, I have to be watching a tape, and I'm just super impressed that, I mean, this is obviously for someone like Mike, it makes sense, the outpouring of support from the community. I just want to thank Mike, and like, hopefully, obviously, I think his family knows about how much he meant to the poker world and what he's done for us. Yeah, and just like, I don't have a specific story on Mike, but just every time you saw him either interacting with yourself or watching him interact with people, he just always had a smile on his face, was always just like the most kind, genuine person. It's weird. It's almost scary that I've never seen him I never saw him like get frustrated in a poker hand or get frustrated at anyone. But yeah, the most of the conversations that I had with him involved sports, and I love sports, and Mike is like a huge sports. I mean, both of us, that's the one thing we had in common for sure. The biggest thing we had in common. So just talking sports with him and sports betting lines was definitely the first thing that comes into mind when I think about my interactions with Mike. Yeah. And just like, I also wanted to talk about his support for like all the generations. Like every time there was a new group of like younger players, he was always like supporting them and not putting them down or acting like, holier than thou or better than them. So yeah, just that. And I also wanted to say, like, one thing is he reminded me a lot about my dad, and I lost my dad in 2011. And yeah, it just sucks to lose another, a pioneer, I guess. But yeah, just how kind he was and how genuine. I mean, we're going to miss him for sure. That's all, Matt. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. I'm glad you came in. I'm glad you watched it. Yeah, it's been awesome. Like I said, I got up at 6 a.m. this morning. I went to bed at 2 last night, and I'm not even tired yet. I could go on all day.
You've always been a machine at that, Matt.
Yeah, it's just so great to hear everybody talk. Next up, we have Jordan Christos. Jordan Christos is here. Where are you, Jordan? He said it'll be dark. There he is. Jordan.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. This is so awesome, man. I've been watching since 8 o'clock. It's unbelievable what everyone has to contribute about Mike. It's been a pretty unreal year for everyone. And we lose Mike at the end. It's just like, wow, there's not going to be a more celebrated life in poker. This is it for everyone. I don't think there will be. I think it's very fitting and sad that he passed away the weekend of the Legends World Poker Tour event. I was actually at the park across the street from where we lived the morning that happened. I say we were neighbors for, I lived down the street from him for a few years when he was done announcing at the World Poker Tour. And the leaves had just started falling on the ground that morning. The seasons had like literally just started changing. I don't know what the date is for the fall equinox, but it felt like the first day of fall. And I go to the park every day, and it was summer and it was hot. And this was like, it was just a very like poetic, synchronistic thing to happen for the poker world. And for me personally, because the Legends weekend is very special to me every year. I look forward to it. And now it's, Mike leaving us is going to be a part of that forever. I guess stories I have about Mike are I've seen him probably 100 times leaving our neighborhood, coming back to our neighborhood, doing laps at Gardens Park. And whether he's close up or 50 yards away, if he sees me, he rolls down the window and hollers and, says, "How you doing? How are the kids?" Just always in a good mood. And figuring out that he's sick. I don't know how long he was sick for, but I couldn't tell for, every single time I saw him. It's like, I don't see him on the World Poker Tour that much because, I'm not playing as much. He's not announcing, but I see him doing his laps at the park, and I see him with his family at the park. And the guy, he just, the way he conducted himself for somebody who is at the end of their life is, it's inspiring, for, anyone sulking about anything in their life. Mike Sexton faced that like an absolute champion. And that's something that we can all take from, something that I'm going to take from. So it's, I just, he just has he has a place in my life forever. Starting with 16 years old, never knowing him or, knowing anybody in poker, just a kid working at Domino's Pizza, watching him on the World Poker Tour to, 15 years later, 12 years later, I'm shaking his hand and he's handing me a, World Poker Tour title. And then, 6 years later, we're neighbors, and he's at the park every day where my kids are taking their first steps. It's just, he's been a part of me for half of my life. And I don't know him that well, but I feel like, he's an absolute staple in my life. And I'm very appreciative for what he is and everything that he's done for poker. And that's what I got. So thank you for doing this. Love you guys. Love the poker world. I love Mike Sexton.
Thanks,
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. I love that you guys are still here. And, before we close, guys, if you could just stick a few more minutes, we got a couple more speakers, but if we're going to let's send this off together. I'm going to open up everybody's mics and we'll just say a happy birthday and a goodbye. But we do have a couple more speakers. He's been in here all night long and couldn't really get up the strength to speak earlier. And I think he's finally done it. I think after hearing so many people talk fondly about him, we have 3-time champion Anthony Zeno that's going to join us on the chat. Anthony, I know how much Mike Sexton talked about you and how much he cared about you. So let's hear from you, Anthony. Are you there, Anthony Zeno? I know you were there a second ago. If not, we'll jump over to Richie Sklar, but waiting to hear from Matt Clark. Zeno. All right, we'll go to Warren Lush then. Warren Lush. So many nights we've spent. Hey, there's Kristen. Love it. Yeah, Warren Lush. So many nights together. I mean, amazing. Go ahead.
Oh, amazing memories. And the last few hours, great job, Matt. It's some people keep bringing up some stories. I think Jesse May brought up about WPT Venice, where I didn't deliver with the Super Bowl, and we tried to buy a bar basically to watch the second half. I know others have talked about, I'll always remember going into a bike that world's top steak restaurants, and then Mike would order ketchup, which, and I got a bit of a kick out of that as well. I've been involved with Mike since 2005, so he's always this first person I meet in Vegas, and I'm gonna struggle going back because he's not there. The thing, I think lots of things have been said here. They've talked about, I think the most recent time I saw Mike was at the Caribbean Poker Party in the last year, and in Brazil, where we had this fantastic night with Phil Hellmuth and Ben Lamb, and that was Mike with so many stories. But what I'd like to add, which I don't think I have, is that Mike's always, from a PR perspective, had the eye on the mainstream. He keeps, he looks after, he's fantastic for the poker community, but he's always was trying to bring the message out to other people. 2 examples of that are when we challenged Paris Hilton to a game, a heads-up match with Mike. Because she lost a Bentley at a casino, and all hell broke loose in the US about this. And we tried desperately to get it on, but it didn't happen. But the impact, even if you look at the internet today, is huge, and that brought eyeballs to poker. Also, similarly, last year he Jeopardy James, he took him to the main event of the WSOP. They had a press conference, and then we took him to the Caribbean party afterwards. Mike was doing it for poker. He wanted the mainstream media to see poker. I'm gonna just miss him so much. It's hard to know what to say. When he got into the Hall of Fame, it was just, I think it was the first year that the public vote was involved, and I thought, oh, let's get a couple of quotes, and like it just, nothing was needed. It just poured in like it did now, and there was no chance he was ever not getting in the Hall of Fame. I'm just going to miss him, and I miss nights with you as well, Matt, so much. But things are going to change, with no Mike around. But also, another quick thing is that you've talking about Anthony Zeno and everyone. He was really good at picking poker talent. Like if you were in a football team or a soccer team, you'd want Mike as your chief scout. I think 2 examples in Europe that I saw were Sam Trickett before he did the big score in the one drop, JP Kelly, who was a bracelet holder. We did all these, series of sit and go 6 to 8 people with Matchroom Sports, and Mike was always involved in these as well, and he was just picking. He was very rarely wrong with who was going to go on and win a major tournament.
We like to try and bet the other side, though, whenever Mike had a pick. So
yes, I didn't quite get you there, but yeah, there was a lot of that going on. I think that was a standing joke with Porrig as well,
Yes. Mike always said he won millions on the golf course and millions at poker, and sports betting wasn't always as friendly. But look who we've got in here now. I think you're just waking up. Is that what's going on? We have Andrew Lichtenberger, Lucky Chewy, has joined us. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Matt. No, I'm not just waking up.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I was chatting with Shannon. He's like, "Hey, I'm going on this tribute." I'm like, "Hey, I would love to go on. That sounds awesome." Yeah.
So yeah, it's what's your memories of Mike Sexton? Your fondest memories?
It's kind of the small things, just like the energy and the vibe someone gives you, and just the passing interactions. I was never like a super close friend of his. Never got to share any dinners or go on any trips or anything with him. But just kind of always, seeing him kind of hold the space that he did whenever he was around, either as a host or a player. He's just a special guy, and really can't overstate how much he did do for the game, and just how phenomenal his book was. I think maybe that was one of the most impactful things for me, reading his book, and then the subsequent interactions I had with him. I kind of read his book at a time in my life where I was very unsure about a lot of things, and just kind of, I don't know, maybe seeing some similarities in our paths, and knowing that he was able to overcome them in kind of a, the same industry. It's just really uplifting. And for anyone who hasn't read it, just a great read, lots of awesome stories, and we'll definitely bring back some good memories.
That's for sure. That's for sure. I do have a couple of short videos from some people that I wanted to share. I didn't get a chance to play them earlier. I thought I was going to have some dead spots, and I didn't. So we're going to put them on right now. They're just 3 short videos. We'll start off with Hermance Bloom from France, and she's worked with Mike on a lot of the events. She is our tour manager in our European market. So here's Hermance.
My dear Mike, my fondest memory of you goes back to 2011 when we're in season 10 of the WPT, and at the time I'm working for Party Gaming and Party Poker in France. The World Poker Tour comes to town, we're in Paris, and they asked me to organize and host the WPT Grand Prix de Paris season 10 press conference to announce 2 major things. The first one is a new format for the WPT as we know it on TV. And the second one is the reveal of the current Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. We're only steps away from the Aviation Club de France in a famous cabaret called Crazy Horse. And this event is special because the whole crew and production and cast of the World Poker Tour is in town, and you, Mike, are among the speakers. So I'm being asked to translate the press conference because there was no English speaking in the audience. So everything goes smoothly. Steve Heller, Adam Pliska, Vince, Tony, everyone says a word and someone hands you the microphone. And you just started talking and went on for 5 minutes, and I couldn't just say a word and translate anything that you said. Luckily, the audience, got everything. But I was just left like this and said, well, you heard Mike, he's very excited to be here. So I want to say thank you, Mike, this evening, because you allowed me to play a little joke on you and get the audience to laugh, and also probably score a few points, because little did I know that this evening would literally change my whole life. This is the night that somehow everyone got impressed with my work, and you all offered me to join the World Poker Tour, who's now been my family for the last 10 years. And I'm just so grateful that I was there with you on that night, and then throughout those whole 10 years of my journey with the WPT. So thank you, Mike. And we think about you every time we crown a new champion.
Oh, it was a nice produced video. I'm glad that we got to see that. It was a little loud at first, but I think we fixed it. Now the next video is Barney Boatman. He founded the Hendon Mob, which is basically the source that we all use today. But Barney's been a legend of the game for a long time. I met him at the World Series in 2002, and yeah, he's been a friend ever since. So here's Barney Boatman.
Hello, Matt. Well done for doing this event. I hope that Mike's family and many friends are taking pleasure from it. My enduring memory of Mike is probably something I've got in common with hundreds, if not thousands of people in the poker world, which is just Mike always taking the trouble to walk across the room when he saw you, to pat you on the back, to give you encouraging words, support, always to be friendly. He made you feel special. It was a real art, and it came from the heart, and it was lovely. But I do have a particular story that I do recall about Mike, which is that a few years ago, I was invited to go on the poker show, which was something which was run by Porritt Parkinson and Jesse May. And I came on in character as the unknown poker player, with a great big paper bag over my head, which is a look I've never improved on since. And Mike was the star guest that day, as he often was. And I was all the time doing this silly all-purpose European accent, calling him Mr. Sexton. And he was unfazed the whole time. He treated me with all the respect that he would have treated any of the luminaries of poker, as if I was Phil Hellmuth, or indeed as if I was Mike Sexton. He kept it on this high level the whole time. But what I didn't know was that he had worked out who I was immediately, because he'd recognized my hands, apparently. He never gave that away. And I found out later that he got his own back, because all the guests on the show had to do this kind of medium-sized putt, and you got one go at it. And I went on as myself, took the putt, obviously missed. And I heard out later that Mike had taken several attempts just to make sure that he could be on air getting the better of me. Mind you, it was Porritt who told me that, so it might not actually be true.
Yeah. That's Barney Boatman, and one of the 4 original Hendon Mob members. And I think a lot of you guys know Mike, so you know him and remember him coming in every year for the World Series of Poker. Next up, we have one of the great ambassadors of the game himself, the greatest ambassador of France, and from the Aviation Club, and a WPT Honors member, Bruno Fitoussi.
Thank you, Matt, to give me the opportunity to share some stories about Mike. I do remember well in the late 90s when Mike used to come to the Aviation Club de France in Paris. He loved to play our dealer choice game and to have dinner in our restaurant. I do remember also in 1999 that Mike called me and asked me if I could form a French poker team to play in the Tournament of Champions. And we actually won the country leaderboard for 3 years in a row. I do for sure remember when the World Poker Tour came for the first time in Europe in our club in Paris, and that Vince and Mike were commentating in that little alcove in the gaming room, and it was so hot in there. I do remember in 2015 when Mike picked me up at the airport to drive from San Jose to Pebble Beach to go play in your golf tournament. And for 90 minutes, Mike told me stories after stories. I do remember in 2017 when we both at the same time received the World Poker Tour honor. This is the trophy behind me and the bottle of wine that we had. And I do remember the last time we had the chance to play poker together. It was at the Caribbean Poker Party in 2018, organized by Party Poker. And we both played the host tournament. I came third and he came second. And thinking about all of that, I'm already missing him.
Yeah, I think we all do, Bruno. Thank you for that, Bruno. I'm going to give a last call. Zeno, do you want to say something? I know you're still in the chat. Would love for you to say something. But if not, I think we're going to go to our last speaker, which is Richie Sklar.
Matt, wait,
Zeno!
I'm here.
Zeno! All right.
Sorry, guys.
All right. Three-time champion Anthony Zeno.
I couldn't get my thing to work. Can everybody see me and hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, everyone. Matt, thank you for doing this. It's been awesome. I've been watching all day. You guys are the best. So, I get kind of choked up with this type of stuff, but I'd like to express my condolences to Mike's family, which I haven't had an opportunity to do yet. Mike was one of my idols, not just poker idol, but, a life idol. The way he carried himself, his humility, his warmth, his charisma, his just respect for others. He had this powerfully what's the word to say? Powerfully just like that energy he would present when he was in the room, as others had mentioned. I remember Tyler mentioning it, like, he would just light up a room. It was beautiful. I'll never forget Mike, and I really wish I had given more effort to spend more time with him. I did have some nice dinners with him and things, and it was I'll never forget that. And some of the advice that he gave me that I'll keep to myself, but it was I'll never forget. But again, thank you to his family for having shared with us such an amazing man. He, allowing him to do what he truly loved, clearly loved, which is so cool when someone has such a passion for something like as Mike did. And I guess that's really so I'm hoping, will this be available for people to watch later,
Yes.
Matt?
Yeah, it is going to be taped.
So thank you to his family for that, for Mike, I guess. And Mike, I'll miss you. I'll miss your presence. We'll all miss his presence so much. I guess it took for him until he passed away for me to truly realize what a 1 in a billion he was, right? It was just, I mean, that presence, the way he would just always smiling and making everyone feel so special and one of a kind. So anyway, happy birthday, Mike up there, and rest in peace, buddy. And we love you. Matt, thank you for this. This has been awesome. Really, really awesome.
It really has been. It really has been. Thank you for coming on, Anthony. And I did forget one video. I don't want to do that to Chris, and it's your boss, Rob Young, did send a video as well. So we'll check it on the Rob Young video. They took Mike Sexton away from us a few years ago, but he never did leave us. He was always part of our family. And so it'd be great to hear from Rob Young.
So what can you say about Mike Sexton that everybody else has not already said, with that on Twitter, Facebook, sending messages to him? Everyone knew him. He knew everybody. He used to walk with him. He'd get stopped in the street. Walk into a casino. He'd get inundated. People asking for autographs. I remember walking through an airport, myself, Devilfish, Simon Trumper, and Marcel, and we missed the plane. Devilfish was going bonkers about it because Mike was stopping, signing autographs to people. He never ever said no. He always had time for everybody. And I guess one of the things that myself and Mike had in common was we both really loved poker, and we really were always rooting for the underdog and the regular guy who was taking a shot. And I think Mike, if you've read his book, Life's a Gamble, you can see how Mike started off committed, family man, working so hard, doing his gymnastics, and progressed into poker, but he liked to gamble. I mean, he was the type of guy that you'd love to be your father, you'd love him to be your grandfather, you'd love him to be your uncle, but his eyes used to light up a little bit when there was a little bit of a gamble going. Mike used to turn up at the area when I was over in Vegas, say, "Come on, let's go for dinner." We'd end up talking for 4 or 5 hours. He'd tell me all the old stories. He's just a great guy, and obviously with me being a partner with Party Poker, one of the actual reasons for that was that Mike was heavily involved. He was actually one of the founders. He was sitting on the floor writing the software when Party Poker began. And Mike's been such a big influence for me being involved with Party Poker from that point of view, and WPT. Certainly Mike's opened so many doors for me, opened so many doors from so many people. But it's just very hard for me to say in 2 minutes how much everyone will miss Mike. But on behalf of everyone that I know, we're all going to miss you, Mike. And I'm just glad I got to speak to you before you went upstairs to see Devilfish. Cheers.
Awesome stuff from you, Rob. Thank you so much. I hope you get a chance to. We got one more guest before Richie. Richie, you're going to close the show. So be ready, buddy. Be ready. Tony G is here from Lithuania. Check in. Turn on your voice. Let's hear you.
Yeah.
Hey
Hi,
Tony,
guys.
you're looking great, buddy. You're looking great.
Yeah, I just had a little gym session and trying to keep healthy, trying to stay positive. We've had this COVID-19 that's been quite sad, but Lithuania has hardly affected. Everything's been open all the way through, so we're kind of not really implementing any restrictions here. So it's kind of been good. Very, very good summer, but very sad on Mike. Very, 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 very sad. I wish I had more time with him, more time on the craps tables, more time having fun. At least he didn't leave any money behind. I guess I think he enjoyed everything. And I think that's great, right? He enjoyed his life to the full. He enjoyed what he did. He's a legend, so he's going to be alive forever. He's going to be alive forever. People are going to watch the WPT, and they're always going to remember Mike. So that's the good thing, those sort of people never die. So I'm really glad he's going to be with us, amongst us, enjoying, promoting poker, enjoying life, and doing what he loves best. So I just want to remember him and keep thinking that he's still alive when I watch poker.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, it's awesome that you were able to come in, and I believe it. I mean, the time that you were in Paris, he still thought of that as one of his fondest memories when you were at that final table, for sure. So
yeah,
yeah,
that was something else. That was something else. And if we didn't have Mike, it wouldn't have been the same. You know, it just would not have been the same. The atmosphere, his positive energy. I never saw Mike get negative on anything, negative on life. He just kept positive and he kept doing what he loves. And I think that's a great lesson for all of us. You know, enjoy your life to the fullest. And, you know, he shot out all the bullets. So that's great, right? I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to leave a big tank and if you can't spend it.
Yeah, that's true, Tony. Thank you so much. Good to see you. You look great. And I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
And thank you to all the guys that are doing so much to remember Mike, for all of you dedicating your time. There's been so many approaches that I've had, and I'm really proud of our community that, you know, people care. They care about people after, and that's very important. So thank you to everyone that cares and made a big effort. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this, but earlier on, I wanted to say something about this. This is my best tournament win. This was actually a tournament I won. This is for Tom Sexton. Now, Mike Sexton's brother did also pass away from cancer. So
yeah,
it's the second time that the family's going through this. It's a tough loss for them. But yeah, I won the charity event. I dominated it, and I'll always remember that. So I want to say thank you to the family. And you know, cancer is a bitch.
Yeah, it's a bitch. Yeah, and Mike also, you know, his brother Tom will work for Poker News, so I spent a lot of time with him as well. You know, so that's the whole family I was close to, and it's a shame that both have moved on, but you know, had a decent life. You know, it's not like too short, so we have to just stay positive here.
Yep. And that's what he wanted. He wanted us to smile. He wanted us to tell the good story. So I appreciate you telling yours, Tony, and thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah. I guess, you know, we'll leave it. We were on the craps tables in the area, just like, you know, a year and a bit ago, you know, and unfortunately I did a little bit of damage and, you know, taking a little break, but but he was having so much fun and so much energy. So that's like, I'll remember that for forever.
Yep, that's for sure. He fought till the end. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. Thank you so much, Tony.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right. And our last speaker is his best friend, I think. Richie Sklar. Spent so much time with him. All the times I was spending with him, he was always texting Richie and asking him questions about, you know, what's going on here, and golf and the sports and all that stuff. And Richie, close us out.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. You can do this, buddy. You can do it.
Matt, I've been watching since the start, and you really have worked hard tonight.
Yeah.
And now you're going to get up to play golf tomorrow, like you always do.
Yes, I am. Mike would have wanted me to.
I remember me and Mike would see you at Commerce about 3:30 in the morning. Your eyes were half shut. And we said, boy, do you need to get to sleep? You said, oh, no, I got to be at the golf course at 6 a.m.
Yep, that's true.
You'd go to the golf course and come back and work the tournament and then go back to the golf course. And anyway, thank you so much for your amazing time and your work today. Thank you to all the staff at the WPT for putting on this marvelous tribute about Mike, for Mike. Thank you to all the people that have come on the show and talked so nicely about Mike. My eyes, I don't know if you can see, I'm trying to hide them right now. They're very swollen from crying all night, watching how nice everybody talked about Mike. People talked about the 1 or 2 or 3 times they had dinner with him, and it was so nice. But I would say that in the last 15 years, I know Mike 30 years, but in the last 15 years, we probably had dinner. I just kind of did a quick mathematical thing in my mind. I would say we had either breakfast, lunch, dinner combined well over 6,000 or 7,000 times in the last 15 years, which is crazy. But stories, can't even get into stories now because I have 20,000 stories, so I wouldn't know where to start. But I just want to again thank you to the WPT for hosting this, all the staff and workers of the WPT, you, Matt, for a phenomenal 7 hours of sitting there. Did you go to the bathroom? Whoops, I
went once, but I didn't drink much either, so it's all good.
And I know Ty must be sleeping now, but Ty, we all love your dad. Ty and Mike and I had many, many lunches and dinners together. I watched Ty grow up. In fact, when Ty was first born, I'd sneak into his bedroom at night because his mom would she was doing the right thing, but I didn't allow it. I'd sneak in the bedroom and I'd unwrap him. She would like wrap him up and his arms were like tied. And I think that's what they do now with babies. And I felt like he was uncomfortable. I'd unwrap him, but I tell on myself and I tell them I did it and they laughed. But Mike loved that boy so much. He was away. He was away over 2 weeks on the road in Europe to a couple different tournaments. And he had 1 day off. And the next day he had to go to Florida for a tournament. And because he wanted to see Ty, he flew home from Europe for less than a day and got back on the plane and went to Florida.
Yeah.
If all dads were like that in the world, this world would be a better place. Yeah. And if all people were like Mike Sexton and the way Mike Sexton treated people, and I watched it tens of thousands of times, the way he treated strangers, our world would be a much better place to live in. It's still great. The world's still great. The United States is great, but the world would be a better place. So I'm doing the best I can to smile and talk and thank you for all your time and everybody's time and the lovely, beautiful things that people said about my best friend.
Yep. Thank you, Richie. I think you said it best. We all love Mike, and the world will be a better place. It was a better place with him in it, and it's a better place because of him, for sure. So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all of the people that tuned in today. I want to thank all the people. I want to thank the family especially. I want to thank all of his friends and especially all of you guys that's made it all the way to the end. We're going to send it off here. We're going to...
You see my shirt, Matt?
Yeah, I do. I see it.
Ohio State shirt?
Yep. We're going to unmute the mics and we're going to say a final goodbye tonight and a happy birthday to Mike Sexton. All right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mikey.
Love you, buddy.
Birthday, Mike.
Love you, Mike.
Love you.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday. We miss you.
Love you. Pretty amazing.
We miss you.
You
Happy
always
birthday.
you always
Wow. How
May
nice
all
a
your-
birthday.
now and forever.
May all your cards be live and your pots be
Monster.
Let's go.
Oh.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Internet's so Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Peace and love. Poker tour. So nice to see everybody.
A ton for life. Nice. So I'm doing the best I can to smile and talk and thank you for all your time and everybody's time and the lovely, beautiful things that people said about my best friend.
Yep. Thank you, Richie. I think you said it best. We all love Mike, and the world will be a better place. It was a better place with him in it, and it's a better place because of him, for sure. So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all of the people that tuned in today. I want to thank all the people. I want to thank the family especially. I want to thank all of his friends and especially all of you guys that's made it all the way to the end. We're going to send it off here. We're going to...
You see my shirt, Matt?
Yeah, I do. I see it.
Ohio State shirt?
Yep. We're going to unmute the mics and we're going to say a final goodbye tonight and a happy birthday to Mike Sexton. All right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday.
Happy
birthday,
Mikey.
Love you, buddy.
Birthday, Mike.
Love you, Mike.
Love you.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday. We miss you.
Love you. Pretty amazing.
We miss you.
Thank
You
you so
always
much.
you always
Wow. How
And
nice.
all your-
Now and forever.
May all your cards be live and your pots be
Monster.
Let's go.
Oh.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
everybody.
guys.
Good night.
Internet's so Thank you, Matt.
For life.
Peace
and
love.
love. So nice to
7-6. Well, no help to either player, but a concern flop for both players. Jerry Payne with the overpair is going to check it. Maurice with a check behind him.
check.
And a king on the turn. Oh, Jerry. Now he hates it. He checks again. He's thinking maybe this guy had a king. Maurice says, no, I check as well. Wow. And board pairs sixes. Well, Jerry's now going to bet the two jacks for value. 205,000. And call my Maurice. I don't blame you. The way this hand was played, I'd call with 2 3s there too. Opponent check the flop, check the turn. Looks like he's got ace high, but Jerry Payne is going to take down that pot with 2 jacks.
Oh, Value Town, huh? I'm the right guy to say that to. Game on. Value Town. Your rail didn't cost you money.
Most poker players are like me, pretty quiet, reserved. Maurice is a nice change of pace. A lot of his antics, I know, are made to intimidate his opponents and make them make wrong decisions, and none of that's going to work on me. I make my decisions based on what I feel is the best decision, not by what anyone else is trying to say or do to me. This is not going to be easy. These are really, really, really good players, and there's not one soft spot at the table. If I win this title, I'm going to be so happy because I earned it.
Well, you're going to have to earn it to win it, Jerry, no doubt about it, because it is a tough table. All right, we go back down to the pit. Action on Jerry. He's got a nothing hand, folds it. Into Maurice, has queen 10. He's going to raise to 210. Jim Gilbert behind him with a re-raise. A 3-bet with a king-jack offsuit. These are the kind of plays you can make in position, especially if you're chip leader. Everybody folding. Maurice gonna protect it.
No one's gonna scream out of this hand, I promise. As long as you don't win.
Many players would fold after getting re-raised with that hand, but Maurice defending here. And the flop's a king 9-5. That is beautiful for Jim Gilbert. Yeah, Maurice has flopped a gut shot, straight draw, and checks. And Jim with top pair checks. A little surprising. Now the board pairs 5s. Maurice probably thinking the guy's got ace high, going to try to steal the pot with his queen high here. Bets 350,000.
If you fold, they won't scream. They gonna scream.
Promise?
They gonna scream if you fold.
You're gonna scream if I fold?
All right.
Wow, can't believe Jim is looking back down at his hand, Vince.
I don't like loud noises.
It's just weird. The guy 3-bet before the flop. He knows what he's got.
Doing a little deception there, Mike, I believe. And of course he does make the call with the top pair. River card, another 5.
Man, this gives a full house to Jim. But Maurice is going to continue with the bluff. He bets 325,000 into a pot that's got about 1.8 million in it, so obviously this bluff is going to fail miserably.
Well, you just got to appreciate the effort, though, by Maurice to take a stab at that. And now he finds out the truth. The re-raise by Jim, and it's getting ugly.
Maurice gives it up. That's one way to silence him, Vince. Pick off his bluffs. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Ublo, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Borgata is my favorite place to play. I think they run the best tournaments. The hotel is really nice. I drive 10 hours to come here, so I must like it.
When I was in law school, I used to take the bus here to play. The restaurants are great. The atmosphere is fantastic. This is one of the best destinations, period.
Borgata is the nicest casino in Atlantic City by far.
Borgata is beautiful. The poker room is so big. There's always different games running.
I played at Borgata a lot. Good place to play, a lot of action, and a lot of good tournaments to play. I love coming to Borgata because Tab's a great director. He handles everything professionally. My wife loves coming to Borgata because she can hang out at the spa, and they have good oysters downstairs.
Well, all players love it here at Borgata. It's just an amazing property, and they put on some of the best poker tournaments in the world.
Yep, a great gym and health club, great restaurants, world-class place, and right now, Jim Gilbert out in front with close to 10 million. Let's go to the felt. It's on Jim. Let's see what he has.
Now Jim Gilbert, who reminds me of a Nordic skier, throws his hand away. David Paredes out as well.
Roman not going to play, and it's around to Joe Keither, who has a pair of 9s.
On the button in position with a nice hand, and he's going to raise it up to 175,000.
Jerry Payne goes out, and now Maurice takes a look at a very attractive King Queen of Hearts.
Well, everybody at the minimum is going to defend with this out of the big blind. Many would re-raise. The Hawk just makes the call and flops a flush as it comes 8-7-5 of hearts. He looks back, just can't believe it.
Check.
And checks.
He's going to try to trap, dig the hole, put the branches and the twigs over it, wait for the sucker to fall in. Will it be Joe?
Vance, everybody's going to bet an overpair in this spot when the opponent checks to him.
Just a nice call. Maurice, you got him where you want him.
Check.
And now the board pairs 5s. Again, the Hawk checks. If you're sitting in Joe's seat, you're thinking the guy's got maybe a pair of 8s or a pair of 7s, maybe a 6 in his hand, or maybe just a heart in his hand where he's drawing out a flush. So you're going to bet an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Joe makes it 475,000 this time.
Maurice
just calls again.
Okie dokie, going to the river.
Well, the 4 of hearts comes off. That is not the card
Check.
you're looking for if you're sitting in Maurice's seat, or Joe's seat for that matter. A flush beats you, a straight beats you. It goes check, check. Maurice shows the king eye flush. He is going to take down this pot.
Get crunk.
And he is a happy camper.
His friends and family loving that.
Yo, Tingo, be nuts.
Well, his voice is back, Vince. He got silent there for a little while. He lost a few pots. Funny how when you win a nice pot, your voice comes back.
The antes are going up to 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100 at this point.
No sabe, senor. Yo, no sabe.
Maurice from Florida, 42 years old, family man.
He is just a happy guy and would love to win this title.
Well, he has raised this with ace, 8 of hearts. Jim out. Now, David Paredes, pretty solid ace-jack. Poker pro out of Brookline, Massachusetts, makes the call. And Joe Keither, around to him, he's got a pair of 7s.
Well, he's going to call as well. Everybody else out, so we've got 3-way action here. Now flop comes king, queen, 6 with 2 hearts. Joe with just 2 7s checks. Maurice with the nut flush draw also checks. A little surprised by that. And David checks right behind him as well. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. No help to anybody.
Joe going to check again, and now Maurice with the flush draw.
Now going to reach for betting chips this time. Just can't imagine the deuce of diamonds helped anybody.
He bets 375, hoping against hope.
Notice as the cards lie, the Hawks got the worst of the 3 hands, but
David goes out.
Joe goes out as well, so betting, winning that pot for Maurice right there.
Hawks view.
His wife, April, calls himself a happy person and says he's a professional husband, Vince. Are you a professional husband?
Yeah, I am.
Well, you have to say that.
Throw me in that category, yes. Happily so. I've been amateur before, but now I'm professional. I've learned.
He also says he and his wife are at the final table for life.
That's right.
That's a tear in my eye for that one. That's a poker player degenerate. Trying to get out on a Wednesday night, if you ask me.
Yeah, it happened.
I just love that line.
Family that plays poker together stays together.
We got his due because he went broke, so that's all that matters. That's all.
A quick fold by Jim Gilbert. David out. Roman not going to play.
Around to Joe Keither. Looks down at ace-10 on the button. Getting raising chips out, and they're going to make it 225,000 to go.
Jerry out. Only one to beat is Maurice, but he's got a solid ace-6, and he will make this call.
We're going to defend out of the big blind with the ace-high.
And the flop is an ace-5-3. Both of them hitting aces, of course.
Well, Maurice is in trouble here because he is out-kicked. He is going to lead out and bet 230,000 on this flop. Joe with top pair. going to make the call.
Three on the turn pairs the board.
Well, Maurice didn't get raised on the flop, so he's going to bet again. This time $235,000. Now, Vince, no way Joe is going to put Maurice on an ace-king or ace-queen here because he didn't raise pre-flop. So he's just not going to throw an ace-10 away in this situation. Makes the call.
Going to the river.
Now, there's a card nobody's going to like. Possible straight, possible flush out there now.
Ace.
Maurice checks. Joe checks right behind him. Joe confidently turns up ace-10 even after the Hawk says he's got an ace in his hand. And he is going to take down this pot with aces up, out-kicking his opponent.
No yapping now for Maurice. 6 players battling for Brigada. Who will take home this championship here tonight? We are coming back for more. Stay with us here on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
That's right. It's always great to be back at Brigada, the jewel of Atlantic City. Let's get back down to the table.
Jim Gilbert came to this final table as our chip leader. He's still there with about 9.8 million in chips.
All right, down to the green felt. Maurice Hawkins from Florida. He is first to act. Let's take a look. Well, he's got a miserable queen deuce. He folds. Jim also going out. Paredes not going to play. Roman goes out as well. So Joe Keither now with a pretty solid Jack-10 of clubs.
And he's in the small blind, and he's just going to call.
Going to give Jerry a chance. Jerry with a nothing hand, 6-3.
Well, Jerry probably happy to get a free flop here, just going to check, and that's exactly the case.
Jack-10 versus 6-3, and the flop is a 10-5 deuce.
What a flop for Joe. He's got top pair with a flush draw. He's not playing it slow, Vince. He's leading right out with this monster hand. And Jerry calling him with a gut shot straight draw right behind him. Oh! Jerry has hit the straight, but look! Joe has hit a flush. Jerry Payne could see some serious pain this hand.
And 275 bet into the man with Payne. Oh boy, you're just taking a stab, and it's just not going to work out. He's going to make this call. River card.
6 of diamonds comes off.
Oh, Joe Keither, relentless.
And this time a healthy bet, 775,000.
Call.
Jerry makes the call, gets the bad news as Joe turns up the flush. So Joe Keither taking down a nice pot there. And Jerry Payne feeling a little pain right there.
Sometimes those non-raised hands before the flop can get you into a lot of trouble.
That was his gin card, let's put it that way.
It was his gin card, but it wasn't gin for him.
Still manages a smile, though. The next hand, Maurice Hawkins. Doesn't make this one, no.
Jim Gilbert looks down at a junk hand, goes out.
Paredes with a pair of threes. Makes it 225 to go.
David went to Harvard, went to NYU Law School, became a lawyer, worked on Wall Street for a number of years, then decided to become a poker pro, Vince.
Joe Keith around the horn has a pair of eights.
Well, Joe's going to call with them. He's out of position, just opts to call out of the small blind, and Jerry with an ace-7 offsuit and big blind getting a good price here to make the call, and he does so, and again, we have three-way action.
2 pairs and an ace-7, and the flop is a 10-7-6.
Well, Joe's got the best hand with 2-8s and a gut shot straight draw, and he's going to check. Jerry's got second pair, top kicker, also checks, and David with the under pair checks right behind him.
4 on the turn, and now Joe Keither's had enough of this. He is going to make a bet 375 with the 8s and a straight draw.
Meantime, Maurice has gone over to talk to WPT champ Sean Kunix.
I have played hands. Couple. Yeah, I just play lost the pot. They keep getting hands. But you saying you want me to open it up a little bit? Okay.
Yeah, Sean will always tell everybody to open it up. That's his style. Fire it up.
Jerry is going to make this call. David goes out.
So we go into the river. The board pairs 6s. Joe's going to check the 8s.
Check.
That is a check. No harm, no foul. So once again, Joe Keither getting the best of Jerry Payne. 6 players going after this title at the Borgata Poker Open. We're coming back for more here on the World Poker Tour.
At ClubWPT.com, you can play for a share of $100,000 worth of cash and prizes every month. So we don't need to make this spot too flashy.
Not at all. We don't need to. But
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The action continues right now on the WPT.
6 players battling for this championship. Jim Gilbert out in front with $10.4 million.
And now it's Joe Keither in second chip position with $6.6 million.
$27-year-old out of Pennsylvania. He's got to make it 225 to go.
David out, Roman out.
Joe Keither looks at a nothing hand, also folding. Jerry Payne out.
Maurice Hawkins.
Call, bet, or fold. Which one you want? Let me know.
Depends on what you got.
I hope I got better than you.
If you got worse, I really want you to call.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, I'll see a flop. You're a good guy.
You too.
I mean, you're a really good guy.
Maurice makes the call. Here comes the flop. Well, Jack 6 deuce.
I'll check. You win.
275.
You win. You said 675?
I said 275.
Oh.
And a bet and a fold by Maurice.
What's the question?
I was just asking Jerry how many chips he has.
Oh. He has 5.5. I have 5.4. He has 2 point something. He has 5 point something. He has 10, and you got 2 or 1. Or
2 would
something.
be awesome.
You got something in there.
That's pretty cool. I'll take 2 mil.
So theoretically, we all got the same amount.
In my mind, I got the same amount as anybody else.
I bet your ROI is real good right now. I know you understand that because you're a computer man.
What's the ROI?
Now you are doing
Vince,
well.
What's that?
Do you know what ROI is?
No, I don't.
Return on investment.
Okay. Quick fold by Paredes.
All in?
Oh, just give me 3s one time.
Valentine going all in with a pair of 4s. Couple folds behind him.
When you run your mouth like this, I'm the guy that's gonna get the hand against you. I don't know if you're gonna win or lose, but this is what happens. I'm just telling you. Wow, hold on, I think it matched. No, I didn't. It looked like it, but it did not. All right, I'll fold.
Not really, Maurice. He folds. Now Jim.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There are a few cards.
No shot.
That can make me call.
No shot.
Did you just say call?
No, I said there are a few cards that could.
Nice angle.
No.
So Roman gonna take that one.
All smiles when you take down a pot when you're all in.
Yeah.
So I was a freshman at Temple University, and I stumbled upon a couple guys playing poker in the Student Activity Center.
Yeah, there was like a 50-cent home game that we played.
I think it was pretty obvious back then that we were both very passionate about the game.
We were probably close to the 2 best players in the game, so we used to battle it out a lot.
We played Monday to Thursday for that whole year and the whole next year.
We had some really epic matches, though. We have a pretty good idea of how the other plays.
Can never tell about those Temple Owls, Vince, I'll tell you. These guys playing in a home game while in college together. Here they are at a WPT final table.
They went from poker bums to poker stars here tonight, playing for the gigantic
I
money.
don't know if I'm gonna win, but I am gonna snap.
Roman's gone all in with his king 10 of clubs. Let's see if it'll work again. Joe out.
Jerry looks down at Queen 9. He's not going to call.
This is not it.
Maurice quickly folding in now. Oh no, Jim's got the hand. He's got ace queen.
I call.
He's going to make the call.
David goes out.
No love lost between these college chums. Not out here in the big leagues anyway. Roman gets called here, and his tournament life is on the line.
Get there.
Roman Valentine. Can he get lucky on this flop?
And flop comes 8-7-6. Roman now has a straight draw.
4.
9 would give him a straight.
Get there. What does the 4 do? Is that
4 is just more of a sweat.
That's more of a sweat with a 4? Yeah. Because then you have the 5 chop card.
Yeah.
The 5 chop card.
And nobody loses.
Oh, the 4! Look, the 5.
Let's do another 4.
No, another 4? Oh,
Yeah.
paddleboard make money trees?
Maurice is enjoying this more than either one of them.
I like suspense, but I like money more.
Look, I like you, dude, but I like money more. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Roman in a bit of trouble going to the river.
Paddleboard money trees?
So Roman gets a split with a 5. He gets a win with a 9, 10, or a king. Everybody on their feet.
Jack of clubs.
Well, that's going to do it for the 29-year-old from Newton, Pennsylvania, Roman Wallerstein, out tonight in 6th place.
Roman getting thrown to the Lions. Going to take home the $146,000. What an effort. Let's go talk to him.
Yeah, of course I'm happy with my cash. Just outlasted more than 1,000 people, so can't really complain, I guess. I definitely am rooting for Jim to win because, I mean, we're longtime friends, and, you know, he's got a lot of chips. I like his game a lot, and I think he's a favorite to win.
Tough break for Roman Wallerstein, our 6th place finisher here at Borgata. Please join us next time to see the remaining 5 battle it out for the title. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I think you're going over there, Joe.
Not moving.
You not moving?
It's my spot.
You could be a thug, man.
I don't understand what this is for here.
You not moving?
This is my spot.
You could be a thug, man.
Tonight in Atlantic City, the stakes are high and the game is on. Hi everyone, welcome to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Joining us now to get you caught up on the action are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, and I haven't seen any real surprises so far at this final table. The guy that came to the final table in 6th chip position went out in 6th place. The guy that came to the final table as chip leader, Jim Gilbert, is still the chip leader. And the guy that's the most consistent and successful player at this table, Joe Keither, who started out in 4th chip position, has worked his way up into 2nd place right now. I think the guys with the beards, the 2 youngest players at the table, Jim and Joe, will be the guys to beat.
And it's going to be a tough group because these are eager, professional players with a shot at a lot of money tonight. They're all hungry for this title. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, guys. I'm excited to see how this one plays out, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Jim Gilbert well out in front with over 12 million in chips. Joe Keither in 2nd place with 6.5 million. Maurice Hawkins in 3rd with about 5.2.
Winner's going to take home $723,000. And there is the gorgeous Hublot watch. The champion will win. Every poker player's dream.
We played against computers.
And he's a 15,000. Blinds 50 and 100. Let's go down to the felt. Action on Jerry Payne, a poker pro out of Dayton, Ohio.
Jerry out over to
fold.
The talkative and talented Maurice Hawkins. He's out.
Jim also going. David Paredes has picked up a strong ace-10 of clubs.
Well, the battle of the blinds. David went to Harvard, NYU Law School, became a lawyer, worked on Wall Street, quit that job to become a poker player, raised it here to $275,000. Joe Keither called out of the big blind with Queen 7 of diamonds.
And the flop is a 6-5-3. David Paredes not hitting there. He checks.
And Joe Keither with the gut shot straight draw. Backdoor flush draw makes a bet of $375,000. And David's going to call him with just ace-10, thinking it's the best hand, which it is. The deuce of diamonds comes off, so a 4-card straight on the board.
David checks again now. Joe Keither.
Well, he's just got queen high, but he has a flush draw now to go along with his gut shot straight draw.
That builds your self-esteem a bit, and he's going to bet 625. And David has to go out.
He also bet because he didn't think David was that strong.
Joe Keither has a degree in accounting.
Well, I just can't say enough about Joe Keither. Probably the most consistent player on tour out here.
Win a tournament, get $5,000 for yourself and a new pair of shoes. Yeah!
Here's Maurice Hawkins, a former college football player, tried out for the NFL.
Maurice, is up to you. Yeah, he folds. Yeah! Let's get some energy over here.
He got injured and took up poker ever since, and he's going to fold his hand.
I need a sidekick.
All right, a raise here by Jim Gilbert. 225 to go with ace high. Round to Joe Keither, who has an ace-10 of hearts, just calling. Jerry Payne folds. Ace-5 versus ace-10. The flop is a queen 8-3.
No help to either player. Joe checks.
And Jim gonna get the chips out, make the continuation bet.
$275,000. Joe Keither is calling him here with just an ace-10. What a call this is against the chip leader, knowing you could face a lot more heat down the road. And now an 8 of hearts comes off, so this gives Joe a flush draw. He is going to check. Will Jim fire another shell? Nope, he's going to check also. So we're going to the river. Now a 6 comes off. Again, Joe checks.
Will Jim take a stab at it?
Vince, when he checked on the turn,